And now, live from the KDK studios, the Wizard of Whiskey, the Sultan of Scotch, solving your problems with relative ease. Tonight, and now, Uncle Bourbon from the KDK studios, the Wizard of Whiskey, the Sultan of Scotch, with special guest, the lovely Miss Love. Ladies and gentlemen, Uncle Bourbon.
Thank you, Tommy, Uncle Bourbon. So, Uncle Bourbon doesn't do a ton of social media. I gave up Facebook years ago, and part of the reason is because they're always shoving stuff in my face. It's the thing on Instagram now, it's always buy all this shit and these updates I don't want to hear from. And now Twitter, every day with the COVID thing. You know what? Here's the thing. Every time one of the social media platforms pushes something in my face, my mind feels like it's been gang raped and then fire hose bukkakied with AIDS sperm. That's just what it's just horribly upsetting. And today, I saw that glassy-eyed, senile old man, constitutionally racist, said something racist about black people. No fucking shit. We haven't talked about racism, but today we're going to talk about racism because I put this to bed about 10 years ago. I don't know why we're still talking about this. That's fine. So here you go. First of all, you got to understand, Uncle Bourbon is 47 years old. He's going to be 48. This is wisdom. That's what this is. I had this when I was 26. That's what this is. It's wisdom. So you can trust me when I tell you that for the entirety of the 47 years that I've been alive, there have been countless millions of successful black people in every single walk of life. Doctors, lawyers, physicists, nurses, engineers, CEOs, congresspeople, senators, presidents, everything. Even athletes and entertainers, a couple of them. Every walk of life, black people have hit the pinnacle, except maybe hockey. And I think that's just because they haven't decided to. So black people, successful black people, are part of the backbone. I mean, the backbone that makes this country work. And so all of those black people, all those millions of black people, I mean, it's not like a surprise your doctor is black, unless you live in some fucking backwater, isolated podunk, like you're in Lubbock, Texas from 1970. Okay, then you never seen about black people and you don't know anything. Yes, sir, that's all you know about black people, that's fine. For the rest of us, you're surrounded by successful black people. It's not a surprise. You're not like, well, he's black. What the fuck? Not even. Not for almost 50 years that I've been alive. And all of those black people, all of them came from all the same cities and all the same towns as everybody else. They came from Compton and South Central South side of Chicago, Philadelphia, and they made it. They made it on their own. They weren't handed everything. It's not like a white privilege fairy gallops through Compton at night and just blesses one Neil deGrasse Tyson and an Oprah Winfrey. Fuck you, they earned it. They didn't all get it through affirmative action, you racist. They fucking earned it. They earned it, and they deserve it. And when you look at the entirety of black people, and you're like, they're just a poor, oppressed people, then apparently you're not acknowledging in any way the amazing accomplishments of millions of people. I mean, you've just taken it completely away from them. So the truth is that whatever the state of the country is, whatever the state of our society is, when somebody really wants to make it, they do, by the millions. And black people especially get all the time treated by white racists, by constitutionally white racists, like they're just a poor, helpless people suffering under white people, and as white people themselves, they're happy to go and help them and fight for their cause. Fuck you, what are you talking about? What about all the black people? What about the last president of the fucking United States? What about any of the black people in our lives? You're gonna just dismiss it all? No, they actually earned it. They earned it through hard work and through taking of opportunities. That's the truth. You can't have it both ways. So that to me is racist. That to me is racist when you don't look at the individual accomplishments of countless millions of people for decades and decades and decades and just whitewash black people as poor, oppressed people. That's about as racist as you get. It's like Black History Month. Is there anything more racist than Black History Month? You got to talk about George Washington Carver and his fucking peanuts? What about your lawyer, for fuck's sake? What about the doctor over here? That's not an accomplishment. Maybe Black History Month ought to be, why don't you just everybody come in with the fucking black people that are surrounded, that have made tremendous successes in their lives. That would be less racist than, well, if we think about 200 years ago, a guy did something with fucking Rosa Parks sit up in the back of the bus. Great. But there's been about 1 billion fucking Rosa Parks since then. What about all those people? Yeah, but there's racism. Of course there's racism. There's every kind of ism. We're a tribal species. We form groups. That's what we do. We do them pathologically, habitually. It's part of our makeup all the time. Republicans versus Democrats, USC versus UCLA here in town, or people who live on one side of Ventura Boulevard versus those shit kickers on the other side of Ventura Boulevard. That's a real thing. This side, crosstown rivalries. How about this one? How about everybody standing in line at the Starbucks versus that asshole taking too much time at the front like he's never ordered coffee before. And everybody behind him is just going, what's wrong with this guy? What's wrong? That's a group. We form a group. You want to see racism? You ought to join Uncle Bourbon on the fucking subway coming out of downtown L.A. After like about 5 p.m. on a weekday and a normal time. Holy shit. You want to see racism. You look at the simmering fury between blacks and Mexicans that occasionally erupts into such blatant out racism. KKK grand wizards would be like, I'm writing that shit down. That's pretty good. I never thought of that one. I mean, fucking holy shit. So there's racism. Of course there's racism. I used to go to the Jerry's Deli up here in Westwood and read the Jewish Journal. There was a Jewish journal like, marry Jewish, frequent Jewish businesses, don't marry Gentile. Like, holy shit, they're sticking together. Everybody's sticking together. It's a tribal species. As long as we can allow ourselves to allow every individual that we meet to define themselves, allow every individual to maybe break the stereotype and give them a chance to be an individual outside of the group, well, then that's how you work that balance between acknowledging stereotypes which are based in truths and then also not being a fucking racist. It's really not complicated. But it begins by acknowledging. It begins by acknowledging the successes and the contributions of people. And if you take an entire group of people, you take all black people, and you just say, yeah, you're all poor and you're all oppressed. Excuse me, what about all of these other people? They don't exist. All their accomplishments never happened. You're not surrounded by them. It's not something more worth celebrating. Well, of course it's not. You don't celebrate the accomplishments of black people. You don't acknowledge all of their successes if what you're doing is selling them your miracle cure for a problem they don't really have. Of course not. That's racist. I know. It's still the fucking plantation. About how many CEOs, how many fucking entrepreneurs, how many multimillionaire, inventors argue with that point? Come on now. You can't have it both ways. Racism is not acknowledging these successes. And so, yeah, there's racism in this country, and there's sexism in this country, and there's every kind of ism in this country. But what is clearly evident is that whatever there is in this country is not enough to stop anybody who really wants to make something of themselves, because they've already done it to the tunes of tens of millions of people. They've already done it. Now, it's one of the two. Either all those people don't exist, and nothing they ever did mean anything, and they don't deserve any applause or praise. Either that, or come on, it's one or the other. And they did exist, and they do exist, and they are the backbone of this country. So no, you can't say that racism keeps people down. No, you can't have it both ways. You can say there's racism. You can say we should work on racism. You can, and that's a perfectly fine cause. But what you can't say is that black people are a poor, oppressed minority that can't do anything but for a white person to make it all better for them. Are you out of your fucking mind? And the corporations are worse of all. The corporations, all they ever do is put their names on stadiums. Let the black kids run around. When's the last time you saw the Gillette Science Center for Learning in fucking Compton? We spent $10,000 building more basketball courts for them. Are you out of your fucking mind? That's institutional racism. That's what that is. That's the real racism. Believe me, I know you are just like Uncle Bourbon. I know this. You don't give a fuck what color person. If it's a hardworking person, they work hard, they put something good in the world, they try to be the best people they can. Who gives a fuck what color they are? Gay, black, white, Chinaman. Who gives a shit? It's hard enough. We're all in this together. Somebody want to work hard? I'm telling you, any one of those people who are traditionally, like Republicans. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a joiner. I don't belong in groups. I don't do that. But it's not hard to see, if you were a Republican, it's just de facto you're considered a racism. Believe me, I know no shortage of fucking Republicans do not give a fuck. If you're a hardworking person, they got your back. In fact, I will absolutely say your average white Republican, if you've tried to do anything, has your back. If you're a black person, an average white Republican has your back. Fucking will go the distance with you to improve your life. Your average white institutional Democrat appears to me to be doing nothing but not acknowledging the entire successes of people and promising you solutions. What the fuck is that? Like I said, I don't have a dog in this race. I do not vote. I don't vote. I've never registered. That's why I don't really complain about, I don't look to politicians. Politicians need to do things different. I'm on my own. I'm fixing things myself. I handle it myself. But get the fuck out of here. I'm a musician. How could you be a musician if you didn't have about 20 black idols? Like half the people in my life that I looked up to as musicians, that I still look up to, are black. That's just musicians. My most influential teacher, Mr. Morris Bearfield, was my fucking math teacher, the one who got me to understand algebra. And I couldn't do algebra. I don't know what it was. I take it like 5 times. Geometry, I could get A+ in, falling asleep, something about algebra. Anyway, Morris Bearfield didn't give up on me in high school. And in summer, he taught me the fucking algebra. He made it click. One of the most influential guys in my life. How the fuck? Successful guy, great guy. Get the fuck out of here, racism. So yeah, so what gets me is black community surprise. I can't believe that Joe Biden said what a black. What the fuck? What did you think? Have you been listening to these people for 40 years? Because I have. And I've been like, how are they still getting away with that? How are black people not going, excuse me, why are you still treating me like I'm on the plantation? I own a business, motherfucker. And that's not one dude. It's not fucking rare. It's the backbone of this country. So I never understood why the backbone blacks don't stand up and just go, will you stop talking to us like we're fucking children? We fucking handled this shit. It seems to me that anytime a black person steps in and goes anywhere near that, other black people are like, you ain't black enough or some shit. That's their own problem. Look, let's not whitewash the entire system that goes on in black communities, because I'm from Chicago, South Side Chicago, they shoot each other all day long. That's a community problem. There's not even white people there. That's a whole other problem. Because that doesn't mean that all black people are, what are they, pavement apes and all the other shit that they call. No, they're not. No, they're not. That's why there's doctors and lawyers and astronauts and engineers and physicists and blah, blah, blah. No. Some are, but some white people are fucking racist sister fucking shit kickers who think that all blacks are niggers. Yeah, you got them both. You got shit people in every race. That's got nothing to do with it. That doesn't mean that people can't be good people, can't be successful people, can't take care of their families, can't... what the fuck? Except then you can't... Then if you're not spending all your time on the divisions between us, if you're not spending all times inflating the worst qualities of people in societies, I guess then you can't put yourself in the position of selling a solution to it. But the real truth is that those but for the loud fucking minority, the majority of us absolutely have each other's backs. No matter what fucking color they are. No matter what. No matter what. I've known a couple of dyed-in-the-wool, bona fide racists in my life. Both directions. I've known a couple. And almost always it's because they don't actually know anything about other people. So it's like this. Like anything. If you live in this, you don't know shit anyway. So, I mean, racism is the least of your problems. You're just ignorant. You believe shit that the news tells you, and you believe things that anybody else tells you because your vision is this big. Okay, yeah, you're ripe for racism and sexism. You know, women, you can't trust women. Yeah, right. So, in other words, you've never known a good one. Okay, fine. Yeah, it's this big. That's fine. It's the same thing. But racism, fuck that. I offer this challenge to any black people, just to let them know, fucking just be a good person, just do some shit, just handle your shit, be a good person, do your best. I'll go the distance with you, I'll take a bullet for you, we all will. I don't give a fuck. But no, I don't think you're all just fucking poor suffering under, because I happen to notice all of your successes. That would be my platform as Emperor of the Earth. Number one, black people, black lives matter. Black contributions matter. Black lives matter. Yes, black lives matter. They all lives matter. All lives matter. Sorry, can we just talk about the fact, that at least that this giant, huge, I mean, that's the way in which black people are disenfranchised. The remarkable accomplishments are not talked about at all. That's the fuck. That's racism. We're still talking about it like it's the plantation era. Okay, I guess I didn't get myself out of fucking Compton and make a doctorate. I guess that didn't count. No, you don't count. Or some racist come along. Well, that was just affirmative action. We just gave that to you. Fuck you. Did not. So, like I said, that's up to us. This is why you have to turn off all this fucking shit, because the stuff that's in the mainstream media it's a fire hose of bullshit. It's a fire hose of evil, divisive bullshit. It's evil. How else would you describe it when you lie and manipulate, when you use your monopolistic control over information to lie, twist, and manipulate facts to get people to be divided, to get them to not acknowledge the facts and the truths around them? It's like that torture thing. There are 5 lights. No, there's 4 lights. No, there's 5 lights. I'm just going to change your perception of reality so I can implant a new one. Like the one in which black people are nothing but helpless children that need senile old white people to fix their lives. Can I just ask this question? Why are all our fucking politicians fucking ancient old people with thin skins? And like, look, my parents are in their 70s. My mom half the time calls me. She's like, all the apps have disappeared from my phone. She can't figure out how to send a picture on text. These are the people running the government all the time, just glassy-eyed. To paraphrase one of my favorites, I swear a guy like Joe Biden shakes his dick and dust comes out. I have to figure it out why it's always these old, out-of-touch people in these tiny little bubbles, these little bubble worlds, bubble communities, bubble economic strata, telling everybody else how it should be and actually getting laws passed. Mom and Dad and Grandpa are telling us like virtually everything about how to fucking run our lives. It's fucking crazy. I would not let my own mother tell me how to live my life. It's mom's not quite as sharp as she used to be. No, now just add like another 10 years and have her passing laws. You got like Nancy Pelosi. What the fuck? And I'm not really picking on Democrats. It's all of them. It's a fucking retirement center. It's a privileged retirement center in the fucking Senate and Congress. That's probably why. This is the other thing I don't understand. Is of all the things that unite us, it seems that the Congress and the Senate of the United States always have about a 4% approval rating. Like everybody admits they're all shitbags, and that's where the power is. Everybody's grousing about the president. He's not the emperor. He can't just be like, and now women shall all vacuum. He doesn't have that kind of power. Didn't you take 6th grade social studies? We've got 3 branches of governments, motherfucker. You can't just say shit and have it, so what do you give a fuck? The president could be ranting around all day, and furthermore, I'm done with Jews, and there's not a goddamn thing he could do about it, because we have these other 2 branches of government. That's where the fucking power is, and we let these fucking old, senile, glassy-eyed, institutionally racist fucktards dictate our lives. That's crazy. That almost makes me want to vote, except that half the time what you're voting for are more glassy-eyed old fucks. Carving up the country amongst themselves. It's crazy. But man, racism, fuck you. Fuck you. I acknowledge black people. I acknowledge their contributions. I happen to notice that my whole life there's black people everywhere, successful every way you can think of. Yeah, I happen to acknowledge that to start. That's my first credential as a non-racist white person is I acknowledge the fact around me of black successes. What do? No, it's just, no, they'll never get a chance. They'll never get a break. Yeah, what about him and him and him and him and her and her and her? What did they do? What was their break? Oh, what the fuck? You got to be kidding me. How do you handle the racists that you meet? How do I handle the racists? I don't generally handle them because, unless you can give somebody the benefit of an experience, a perspective, you can't open somebody's mind unless there's something, you know what I mean? You can say, you should not be this. And then just go, and then they go, I don't hate niggers, I just love the white race. Okay, and then you just stay in that forever, and then that's never going anywhere. When the truth is, if you've been out in the world, if you've done anything for 5 minutes and you've had any kind of life experience, then you're like, hey, shit, people are the same everywhere. You know, that's the whole point of getting out of your fucking town. That's the whole point of going to other countries. That's the whole point of getting on the fucking subway, even if you live in a rich white part of town, and going down to fucking downtown LA and hanging with all the little people. The whole point of that is to see, yeah, shit, everybody bleed the same blood. These people are working their fucking ass off just to feed their kids. You get out of your thing. You start to get a little humility. You start to get a little perspective. You start to get a little something that maybe makes you harder to be a racist. Because in the end, you're actually with, in any way, other human beings that are outside of your thing. And then once you've had that world open up, if you're actually looking at it, you're like, I'm not so sure this is a hellish, racist landscape that might as well be the plantation from 400 years ago. I think the 5, 6, 7 professional black people that I know just in my life might have something to say about that. Oh, it seems like they never do. And it seems like the only ones who do get fucking shit on. So shame on the fucking black people for not elevating the people who made it out, if that's what it is. Moving on up. We're not even talking about the athletes and entertainers. We're not even talking about them. Because that's the other racist thing is just, well, I mean, yeah, if you need a ball thrown, you get a black guy. Okay, yeah, they're great at sports usually. Look, as a musician, on average, if somebody handed me 3 white people and 3 random black people and said, which ones can sing and keep rhythm? I'd be like, whiteys, you out. I don't even know. Because my high Vegas odds are my 3 brothers and sisters over here. I used to put sound systems in churches in South Central LA. That's one thing that I did when I was like trying to figure out how to make some money as a musician. I would set up these sounds, so I was always in these churches, which a lot of them in South Central were like, they used to be movie theaters, and then they turned them into a church. It's because they got all the seats all lined up, and then where the movie theater would be, that's where the choir would go, and the fucking, and I mean, every fucking Sunday, I would go and be, I think we need to do more sound check. And I would just go to listen to the fucking music. The music was off the fucking charts. The shittiest Sunday sermon that I saw in South Central. I saw dozens and dozens of sermons, dozens and dozens of church services. The fucking music was off the hook. The intonation from the choir was perfect. I'd just be back there and the fucking, holy shit, I'm ready to believe in Jesus again. So, but there, again, anytime you acknowledge black successes, in any way, that they're good at something, well, that's racist? Oh, really? Really? Hey, I noticed that you're really great. You asshole. Fuck you. You're only an asshole if that's working against the ideas of people trying to sell victimization solutions to victims that aren't victims. That's all that is. Somebody said, then they have the audacity to advertise somebody as an anti-bigotry. Well, that's the thing. That's all that stuff is. When people it's all like people trying to get out in front of a fart. That's all that stuff is. We're the party of this. That's because, that's like if somebody walks into your home and they go, nice home. I'm not going to steal anything. I didn't think you were going to, but now I'm pretty sure you are. It was like Google, don't be evil. Right. Did you feel like you had to let us, right? Yeah. What did Google turn up? Yeah. I mean, we're just saying, it's exactly all that stuff is. Yeah, look, you don't have to be in Los Angeles to know hypocrisy of the highest order. In Los Angeles, where you got the loudest people who own most of the media, talking about you have to support people of all cultures, and you have to not be racist and not be sexist. Meanwhile, the studios are run 99% white males. That's Hollywood's idea of black opportunity. They let black people pretend to be superheroes, pretend to be presidents, pretend to be in all the movies. Oh, what are you talking about? We allowed him to play, the first astronaut on Mars. Oh, that's as good as a real opportunity. Who runs the studio, Whitey? Come on, get the fuck out of here. Those are fucking closed little, and that's why that's just like anybody else. What do I have to tell you? That the guy who's the most adamant gay-hating gay basher is the latent homosexual? Come on. Do you not know people? You gotta know people. I just want everybody to know I'm not racist. You know what? Let's see your deeds. Let's see your deeds, not your coiffed message. And when your deeds are that all you ever talk about is that black people are poor, oppressed people, and you don't acknowledge all of the countless millions of successes of black people, the backbone integrity of the community, the fact that this would not be the country, a great country that it is without them, you're the racist. And so is everybody who goes along with it. You got to remember, we're all in this together in one very important way. These fucking old, glassy-eyed racists can say anything that they want to. It's up to you and I to go along with it. And if we do, it's on us. We're the assholes. I was telling Draco this the other day. All Hitler had to do was tell people. He just said it. He just said it. Yeah, Jews. We got to be a pure race. The Jews are the cause of all the... We got to kill Jews. And fucking people did it. They could have all been like, you are a crazy, insane, dorky, fucking mustache failure. No, what? You want me to do what? That's on the people. So ultimately, somebody wants to come along and say, hey, this is the country, and we're all pieces of shit because we live in a piece of shit country. It's up to us to go, excuse me, no, we don't. Excuse me, no, we don't. We acknowledge the people around us. We acknowledge their successes. We acknowledge the people around us that aren't non-essential. We acknowledge that they're essential, that their businesses are essential, that pursuing their dreams and the things that give them a sense of purpose is essential. That's who we are. Who the fuck are you? The person is telling us that we're selfish dickheads because we're not willing to stand up and destroy countless millions of lives for no fucking reason? We're selfish? So, yeah, man. So, yeah, man. So, racism. Fuck that. Don't believe in it. It's not real. The degree to which racism exists is a curiosity. Take the time instead to completely question the entire narrative and actually acknowledge how not true it is. That would be the least racist thing you could possibly do. You want to be a good person, don't you? Don't you want to be a good person like Uncle Bourbon and not be a fucking dyed-in-the-wool racist? Okay, well, I'll tell you how to be a good person. Start by acknowledging the fucking successes of the people around you. And then you can ask the follow-up question, how were it possible in this racist country? How were it possible? There's Miss Love. Hey, Miss Love. I'm solving all the fucking universe problems. We're starting with racism. All charged up today. I told him I got so mad at fucking Biden shit. She knows. Actually, you're the one who told me about it first. You told me about it.
I can't even. Let me tell you something, brother.
If
you.
Oh God, man.
If you're still trying to decide between Trump and me, you ain't black.
I can't fucking believe that. I would have shot that motherfucker. That would have been the blackest thing he could have done. Oh! Anyway, so listen, I'm telling you, that's the thing. Oh, God, Jesus. I feel so bad, because people hear that 24 hours a day. They hear that they're racist. They hear they're living in a racist country. They hear that, that they wake up in the morning and they're oppressive and hurtful. And it's not true. And that's fuck up your whole day.
But it is true for Biden. That's the point, right?
That is true. That's the point. I said this earlier. You didn't hear. You were talking to Mom. No, I said this. I said they're all old fucks. I don't know why. All the old people, they can't work their cell phones and they run the fucking country. I'm so tired of that. Anyway. Yeah, man. So, as usual, Uncle Bourbon's messages, you'd have to dig a little, but they're optimistic. These are optimistic. Here, grab your thing there.
Hi, everybody.
It's weird. Are you leaving?
Is it weird? Is this weird?
Yeah, that is a little weird.
Is this weird?
But you can sit or something.
Is it weird if I'm like...
It's just a touch. I mean, no, they don't care.
Weird?
They don't care. All of it's fine, honestly. We have a flexible audience. They can roll with it. Look, if they're still with us,
Flexible.
if they can roll with my fire hose bukkake comment, they can hang with you doing a little contortionist stuff.
Who got the fire hose?
I just said it's what it feels like. I feel like my mind's been gang raped when I get all these, when I turn on Twitter and it's just like, here's more nonsense you need to see before you're looking at the thing that Doug Stanhope might have tweeted, which I was interested in. I think Mike needs a back rub. Mike needs a fucking...
A few rubs. couple of few rubs. Rub downs and ups and sideways.
All kinds of rubs.
Just all of the things that need.
Pornhub or YouTube, man. You know that's it. Wait, isn't there a thing like that already? No, that's a Patreon thing. Patreon for porn people.
Yeah, which is fans only.
Fans only.
So Mike's going to be starting his fans only soon. Yeah. If no, it's only fans. Not fans only. It's onlyfans.com. Yeah. We're going to get that set up for him.
Nice. Yeah, I'll get that because that way you get more of what you're expecting. Just dirty. It's just all dirty. I have a Patreon channel. People have asked me if I have a Patreon channel. Yeah, I have one. And here's how it works. You give me money and I don't give you anything. I give you whatever the fuck I feel like. What, am I beholden to you? Now I got to do shit because you paid me? Hey, I gave you $5 a month. Where's my fucking video? No. No, you just send me money just because you're like money. I don't know what else to do. I can't give him. I can't assault him in any sexually satisfying way. So here's $5. There you go. That's what my porn channel is for. I said my porn channel. That's my I should have one. Why not?
Porn channel.
It is. It's porn. It's I'm whoring myself out for money, but you don't get anything in return.
OnlyFans. What do we have to do to sign up? We can sign up right now, live.
Yeah, sign up live for. Give me a OnlyFans. Do I have to prove that I'm a sex worker?
You don't have to be. I don't think
what are
you
your
have
credentials
to be
for
a
that?
sex worker to have an OnlyFans.
Yeah, send me. I seriously want one of those.
We're gonna do it. OnlyFans.com.
But yeah, man. And in the meantime, thank a black person.
I think ours would be different.
Thank a black person for being fucking just a human being who's made something of their fucking life. You won't have a hard time finding one. You're not gonna have to.
Would that make you racist if you thanked a black person for being a human being?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, thanks for not being a monkey like the rest of you.
What a dick. No, but seriously.
No.
I told you the other day, I was like, I was watching, there was some show on Netflix. There was some show on Netflix, and it happened to be from my hometown, Charlotte. And I was like, oh my, this is so stupid. This is some reality show, but I'll watch this. And I was just so pleasantly surprised that half of the players in the reality show were black people. They were all from Charlotte. And I was like, these are normal people. Oh my
Right.
God, these are the people I grew up with.
Right.
I grew up with these people. They're exactly like how I remember them.
Right.
They're people.
Yeah, people. Just regular, normal fucking people.
However,
Right.
people are different all over. And, yeah.
Man, this is just a non-issue. But you know, this is one of those things where like everything else, the messages that are pushed in your face 24 hours a day are always about division, always about fear, always about division and about fear. And this is ostensibly why you don't want monopolies. This is ostensibly why this is why you have antitrust laws. Our entire information network is a fucking giant monopoly. It's like 4 people own all of the data. They just dress it all up. I talked to Draco about this. You know, we talked about the illusion of choice. We talked about Yum Brands. You ever looked up Yum Brands and seen what Yum owns? Like, so you go to the grocery store. I wanted to do this. I wanted to go to the grocery store and I wanted to Photoshop onto the average shelf the actual logos of the corporations that own the various products so that you could see that it's the total illusion of choice. That you go to and you think, oh, I have all these things to choose from when you have like 4. It's all the same company. The money's going all the same place. In our kitchen right now, we got Campbell's Soup, we got Pepperidge Farm Milano cookies, Snyder's of Hanover pretzels. It's all the same fucking company. You don't have choice. And it's way, way worse. I put this on my Twitter the other day. It's like, what's the name of that social media, that platform, that ubiquitous social media platform that isn't owned by a corporate conglomerate with a reputation for censoring, shadow banning, and deplatforming? There isn't one. Somebody hooked me up to 2 whack streams. One of them was BitChute, and the other one I think was called Gab, which it was just this stream of fucking crap and fringe nonsense with an occasional, like, I don't know, Paul Watson or just somebody who had anything intelligent to say. And I was like, okay, that's not the alternative. We're just talking about a social media platform for just regular people who aren't just Pavlovian parrots for things they hear on the glowing rectangle, who actually think for themselves and acknowledge in any way the world that's around them. Where's that platform? We got to start that platform. I have no subscribers. I think one of the most annoying things today is to be politically correct. You know that's a Maoist term, by the way. Do you know that politically correct is a fucking Maoist term? Mao Zedong. That's why they don't make any funny movies anymore. You know, it's not that they don't make them. It's that the monopolistic, tiny little agenda-fueled propagandist media companies that own everything won't play them. And we're not demanding them. We got Memorial Day coming on. Oh my God, I'm like a fucking viper coiled up on this Memorial Day. Memorial Day's making me angrier than everything because of what it means, what people died for. Everybody walking around afraid of each other. They can't see their fucking faces with the masks on, with the fucking tiny little infinitesimal, statistically 0% of people dying from this fucking thing, and everybody's freedoms taken completely away from them. I'm so angry about fucking Memorial Day. May have to do a Memorial Day special. You know what? You ought to pour me a drink because this is gonna get worse.
What do you want, Jack?
No, there's Blanton's. I haven't had that in a while. It's on the top there with the horsey.
With the horse.
Yeah, I said that. I even like people who like the special editions. You know what? Hey, at least you can say, hey, you know what? The force is with. May the force be with you. I think you're half fucking crazy like in those crap movies, but may the force be with you. Yeah, man. I mean, for Christ's sakes, it's crazy. I've said this before. I don't think this can sustain. I don't think you can possibly keep this up. I don't think this world can keep going on like this. I don't think we can keep going on. Nobody knows what the fuck. I was telling Draco about rainmakers. Remember rainmakers back in the day? Nobody knew why it would fucking rain. They didn't know anything. They're primitive. And so guys would come to town apparently and they would say they were the ones who could make it rain. You got to give them a goat. Give me your goat and I will make it rain. And everybody would give him a goat, right? And of course, maybe it would rain, maybe it wouldn't, and if it wouldn't, he would blame it on them somehow, or there would always be an excuse, and when it rained, he would take credit for it. And then in those towns, you'd always have one guy who'd go, who the fuck is this guy? We don't know he can make it rain. And then everybody would go, you have to give him your goat. I'm not giving him my fucking goat. I don't know who this guy is. If you don't give him your goat, we're all going to starve. He said so. What, are you going to be selfish and not give him a goat? And then they would attack him. And that's the guy who was right. The guy with the fucking rainmaker was a lie. It's like, that's always what people do, is prey on ignorance. So when you don't know anything, when we're walking around, we use computers, we don't know how they work. We use cell phones, no idea how they work. We have cars, we have no idea how they work. We don't even know where the gas comes from. We can't hunt, fish, build shelter. We can't make a fire. We can't defend ourselves. We don't know how the world works at all. Completely dependent. Here comes your rainmaker, only it's Apple or whoever it is, Google. And then they're going to tell you what the truth is. They're going to tell you what the fact is. And then we're, did you hear? Did you hear? If we don't give him a goat, we're going to starve to death. Are you fucking crazy? Only it's not the Dark Ages. What we put up with is fucking crazy, and we don't get these days back. So Uncle Bourbon's message is very, very simple. It's your fucking life. Fight for it. Don't believe anything your government tells you. Nothing. Zero. Not a zip. Start with that. Start with believing nothing that your government tells you. And then every once in a while when they tell you something that's true, you can be like, no shit. All right, that's one. And the other 99% of the time, have you ever done a fucking Freedom of Information Act search? You ought to do that instead of watching Game of Thrones or whatever show they're watching now. You should not do that. You should just look at things that the government has admitted to, just things that they've put out. It's like a child molester putting out videotapes of their rapes and then going, you know, but I'm not telling you about the bad stuff. It's crazy how much evil shit has happened from our government. And then the propaganda people, just the news that's a fucking thing for, you should turn all that shit off. You'll immediately be happier. Almost as happy as if you had incandescent bulbs in your house. That's my next video, is why changing your light bulbs will change your complete fucking life. Totally change your life.
That's true.
That's true. We'll be doing a Memorial Day 21 gun salute. Oh, Jenny Talia. Jenny Talia is going to be doing a 21 gun salute, yeah. Maybe right outside of a particular government building. No one has the balls to risk and make something different because big corporations won't risk a cent. But again, corporations, we just keep forgetting this. Do you realize if we are the oppressed, let's just say that there's the oppressed and the oppressors. Just like always in history, we outnumber them about 10,000 to 1. The whole country, it got sick of the fucking Congress and we could get together in Washington and we could pick up the White House and throw it in the Potomac. We could do that. Literally. Fucking Egyptian slaves built the pyramids. I'm pretty sure we could relocate 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Speaking of Star Wars, today marks the 18 years since the debut of Attack of the Clones. Listen, Monday is the 25th, which for hardcore Star Wars fans is the real Star Wars anniversary. It's May 25th, 1977. That's when it actually came out. So on that day, we may do half ranting about Memorial Day, and then maybe half I'll show you my 4K restoration of Star Wars, which still nobody ever, in the whole history of Star Wars, ever had a Star Wars looked anywhere near as good as my restoration, if I may say so myself, which I did. And so we may talk about that and show some clips from that, and you'd be like, what the fuck? And I'll be like, right? And you've never even seen it like that. All right. Tuesday, yes, there you go, Star Wars. Donnie Pearson has got many mock-ups of many very famous pieces of music. You should go to his SoundCloud channel and check him out and then hire him. I can't tell if it's a rant or a monologue. The reverb is dramatic. Well, it's both, right? Because in the end, see, the thing about a rant is a rant sort of seems like it may or may not be grounded in anything. It may just be somebody angry about silly shit. And I'll grant you, there's probably a good percentage of that. The other part of it is just when somebody's thought about something for like this, and then you just can't fucking hand it anymore, and then that's just what it is. But there's lots of stuff in there. I'm happy when you're streaming. Good. That's what I'm trying to bring happiness into your life by dredging up all the fucking miserable shit we're surrounded by on social media. God. Disregard my error. Yes, listen, I'm telling you, but today the racism thing just sent me over the fucking edge. I can usually just let that stuff go because it's just like, there's a certain, you can get a certain sense of satisfaction from the fulfillment of expectation. Like when you just know a thing's going to be, then there's comforting in a way. You're like, okay, I knew that was coming. I knew it. So normally I rely on that to get me through just to quickly scroll past all that shit, right? Yep, I know that. I know what it says. But today it was just sitting there, just like outraged black people. Now you're outraged. Now? What about the last 40 years? People telling you were nothing but a plantation people. Not acknowledging all of your successes. Not acknowledging the ways in which you're the backbone of this country. That you're doctors, lawyers, physicists, engineers, astronauts, CEOs, inventors, congressmen, senators. What about all those total lack of acknowledgments? That didn't make you mad? I swear, I really don't understand. I do not understand why the black community has ever allowed old fucking glassy-eyed white racists to tell them that they're slaves and living under the oppressive thumb of people just like them. I don't understand why. Black people are normally about getting shit real. Why don't they get real about that? Black people, will you please get real? How about this? Don't scream about, you right there, racism. I can't get no job. I can't do no thing. How about you come up and go, I'm a fucking doctor, asshole. We're all doctors, lawyers. We run the country just like everybody else. What about us? I would love to hear that message from an outraged black community. Yeah, we're not all fucking rap artists and basketball players. What the fuck is wrong with you? I would love to hear that message. Where's that black leader? That's what your new black leader needs to come. Let me ask you this. What about your fucking lawyer? That would be that's what we need from the black community. Any earthquakes in California? Yeah, me, Uncle Bourbon. 9.8 on the Richter scale.
I just read the title of this stream.
I am blacker.
Blacker than most.
Well, this is probably true. I got Southern Italian in my blood. We got conquered by the Moors before I got rhythm.
Among other things.
Mm-hmm. You had to say that. I couldn't say that. Thank you, though. Thank you. Yeah, man. Yeah, so, we could do this all day, but was there anything else that was going to make me mad today? You follow this stuff. I don't know how you do it. I don't.
It's really hard, and
I don't know why you do it.
Bursting at the seams, generally.
Was there anything else in the news that was going to upset me?
Things I would say. Oh, there was the app. We were talking about the COVID-19 apps.
COVID-19 app. Oh, the tracking app?
Yeah, all the tracking apps.
Okay.
All the system updates that are all happening this week, and in preparation for, I don't know when those are rolling out.
I don't, this is the thing.
But the general recruiting of our neighbors to rat on each other.
That's such a thing. That's such a thing,
over
man.
Things that are virtually impossible to regulate. Like successfully wearing a mask. You will not be able to make sure that everyone successfully wears their face covering.
Oh God. Well, first of all, if
You
I
will
see
not
one
be
more
able to do
person,
that,
if
but
I,
for
yeah,
having
with the mask
performance
pulled
in the
down
family.
here, this thing, the mask over here, it's pulled down. I just want to shake the shit out of every person I see bothering to go through that fucking ridiculous theater of security with the stupid mask on, and then they pull it down here. First of all, I feel you. I get you. I talked about this on my Twitter feed. Recognizing human faces is so important to the human brain, so important psychologically. We actually have an entire section of the brain, the fusiform gyrus, it's back here, which we found by accident, by the way. And that entire portion of the brain is entirely dedicated to recognizing faces, nothing else, just faces. And it is a critical, crucial, psychological, mental process that we have to indulge in. Everybody's covered in masks, looking like they're fucking train robbers from 1868, suspicious of people. Walk down the street, and people get away from each other. Of course, we're all dressed like fucking bad guys and robbed.
Unless you're not wearing a mask right now, in which case, it's like we've rolled back the clock like 50 years.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so check this out.
It's amazing.
Yeah, so we went walking for some coffee the other day. We found out our local coffee place had been open the whole time. I felt such an asshole. I would have been there every day. I'd have been there 6 times a day to help them keep in business. Anyway, we're taking a walk. Now, if you ever live in Los Angeles, I don't know if it's like this. It's not like this other places, but in Los Angeles, people do not talk to each other. Neighbors live next to each other 30 years. They never say hi to each other. They avert eye contact when they get the mail. I swear to Christ, that's Los Angeles. So you walk down the street, you never say anything. Nobody ever says hi. You go, half my life in Florida, half of it in Los Angeles. Florida, everybody, how you doing? Good. Everybody waving at each other. It's just a thing. LA, opposite of that. So we go for this walk. We're not wearing masks. Fuck no, we're not wearing masks. Well, some other people are not wearing masks too. And you want to know something? Every person, every group of people that we met who wanted to marry was, hey, how you doing? I'm good, yeah, have a good day. We were like, by the third one, we're like, what the fuck? More camaraderie and community in the city of Los Angeles in the last 3 days than in the last 30 years of my life. And the thing that's bonded us is we're just not looking at each other. It was crazy.
Also, all the people in the grocery store who are wearing a mask because they're required to, which is everyone, by the way, over here. I swear they're all averting their eyes. Maybe out of shame, maybe out of
Oh yeah,
fear.
they're averting.
I think part of it is that they hate the fact that they're wearing the mask, and the whole thing is just so ridiculous. People are not making eye contact in the grocery store.
And we need the masks are psychologically, physiologically, and culturally devastating. That's why we don't wear them all the time. It's fucked up. You can't get all the facial clues from people. Isolated out in public. That was the fucking newest trick the devil pulled. Everybody walking around in public next to each other, afraid of each other. Isolated right when they're together. That's right. There's nothing but the stream now. You can't trust each other. You can't lean on each other. You can never congregate in groups. Now the only reality is the fucking stream, telling you to hate each other and fear each other.
The media stream. Correct me if I'm wrong. Please, somebody tell me if they've seen this, because I'm missing it. Suddenly, 2 months ago, all of the man in the street interviews from the news, just independent, the crews, like for mainstream media, not YouTube stuff, not people with their cell phone, but the news stopped sending in crews to actual locations to get real footage, current footage.
Big man on the street stuff.
Certainly they've not interviewed individuals just to hear what they say.
Well, they haven't asked me.
You know, and plus early on they acknowledged the video they were using or stills they were using are actually they were from different countries and they were from different.
Yeah.
You know, there was like the crowded beaches in Florida, but the same image was used in California.
Oh yeah, but
Florida,
that's the thing. It's all lies.
But regardless of what we see on Facebook or anywhere, or YouTube or whatever, Has anybody seen just man on the street interviews? Regular ones. It's like they cut it off because they don't want to hear what regular people think. They just want to stick with whichever side they're promoting.
You know, somebody
Really
says,
weird.
Somebody said, I walk my dog in a mask. I mean, your dog's in a mask or you're in a mask, and I get waves from other mask wearers, right? Well, that's the thing, right? Because right now, that's to me, it's like that just means that people now feel empowered because they're part of the important cause, which is saving the planet.
It's
The team.
like in the grocery store.
Yeah, saving people from the planet of COVID. Which again, all I've done since the beginning. Florida's better. Listen, so my partner and
Florida is way better.
my partner and I,
Even though
our
for all
business.
the Florida
yeah,
that's in it,
yeah.
it's still way better.
What did that mean?
Florida.
Okay.
Everybody, Google man in Florida and your birth date. Like, that's
Yeah,
stuff,
but that's
you know.
also a thing, Anyway, but look, bottom line is
Florida.
racist. But listen, my partner and I, our business in Florida, you would not know there was a thing. We had stuff, equipment's been delivered and brought in. We've had representatives from companies coming out, delivering product, teaching us training. No fucking masks. There's been none of that
moved
shit.
into a house.
Yeah, we moved into a new house. There's been birthday parties.
delivered.
Get the fuck. My parents were telling me about in Texas. That there was like a golf course, and you're not allowed to be on a golf course. This is how it was. In places that still honor liberty and fucking common sense, it's a lot of nudge, nudge, wink, wink with the clothes. So at the country club, they're like, well, we can't really have a country club. You're not allowed to have a country club, but you are allowed to walk for exercise. So you can come on the golf course and walk the golf course for exercise. And then, if you happen to have a club with you for self-defense, that's okay. That's how a lot of the country has been doing this shit. Just like, fuck you. No, we're not going to go bankrupt because some glassy-eyed fuck who changed his mind over the last 2 weeks has decided. I keep telling it, it's all I've ever argued in terms of COVID was math. That's all I've ever talked about was math, because math doesn't have a political affiliation. We're at 330,000 deaths worldwide, and there's 8 billion people. All I've ever said to somebody was get a fucking calculator out and divide 330,000 by 8 billion. And that's the number of people that we're actually talking about being affected, dying by this. Just move the decimal 2 points for the percentage. Holy shit. Now tell me why we nuclear optioned the world for that. And there's no reason in the fucking world you could never defend that. And it's evil what's happened. It's evil. There's no other word for it. So if you're worried about hospitals being overrun, let's take $1 trillion and build more hospitals or bust them to other hospitals or a million other things you can do for the sick people. Put grandma in the house for a couple weeks. Put her in the mask. You don't destroy a whole fucking planet for 0.007% of the population. What are you, out of your fucking mind? Yes, apparently everybody's out of their mind. And what got me is that everybody's rolled over, just rolled over. We got Memorial Day coming, and it occurred to me, you don't fight for things you didn't earn or you don't feel like you deserve. Maybe that's just it. All the freedoms, all the life, the precious one life that people have, maybe people just don't feel it's worth, fighting for because, I didn't really earn it. My grandparents earned it in World War II and Vietnam. All I ever did was, click through terms and agreements to software that I had no part in negotiating. Maybe we just feel powerless, and that's bullshit, though. This is the moment, man. This is the moment. It's a profitable narrative for a struggling industry. How many are clinging off the network news that didn't 4 months ago?
How many of us are back on Facebook that were gone 2 months ago?
Yeah.
I've used Facebook more in 1 week of this nonsense than I had in the previous 7 years.
I still can't go there. Somebody said, what causes the problems in California? Look, it's culturally different. The people are different. But you have to understand, California has 40 million people and about 3,200 deaths. Run those numbers. Run 3,200 divided by 40 million. Then go back and run that other number, 330,000 divided by 8 billion. You will notice something in common about those two numbers. Then go check Brazil. Everybody's been talking about Brazil. Brazil's got 209 million people. Go divide the current deaths in Brazil by 209 million people and notice a pattern about the numbers. Just go check the numbers. Then go check how many people died in 2019 by the same time in this year. There was no COVID. Count the number of total deaths by this point, 2019, and check it out in 2020 and see if you don't notice a pattern over and over and over and over and over again that you will not see from the fucking fire hose propaganda that is the news. I love talking about the Nazis because they were really, really great at what they did. And Goebbels, the propaganda minister, had a couple of very important things to say, which I've repeated and I'll keep repeating. One of the things was, he said we never bothered trying to convert intellectuals, people who were thinking, who were anti the message. Because his idea was there was never enough of them, and sooner or later they'd cave to the masses. So instead they focused on getting at the fear, getting at core, emotional, simple arguments based in simple emotions that for the everyman. That's how they converted them. Don't worry about the fucking intellectuals. They'll get shouted down. That's exactly the world we're living in. He also said, think of the press as a giant keyboard upon which the government can play. That's all it is. It's fucked up. This is not conspiratorial anymore. We know that. We know. If you don't have to be Uncle Bourbon to be shadow banned and deplatformed. I have my shit deleted all the time. Just flat out deleted. Just, yeah, that you didn't say that. And I don't even say controversial shit, really. I just say things like, hey, maybe we ought to think for ourselves. It's a real thing. It's not a tinfoil hat time. That's not a flat earther. That's not a truther. That's just, yeah, I noticed that. Most of the companies come up and be like, yeah, we do. We bias our algorithm against things we think are more or less socially responsible, which means that you'll do one search on Google, it's opposite search. You do it on DuckDuckGo or Bing or something else. So
that's wild.
It's wild and true. It's fucking true. So what are we going to do with that? If we put up with that, then we're assholes. Total assholes. You know that you've been lied to? That's like the abused woman. I don't know, maybe he means it this time. And you're like, what is wrong with that stupid bitch? She's gotten beaten every night of her life for the last 3 years. She keeps talking about how much she loves him and he's going to change. You have no respect for her, keeps going back. And here you keep going back to the news after you know they've lied to you. They've been caught a million times. Well, excuse me, all your footage is stolen footage from other things. You're literally showing hospitals from other years as though it was this. Yeah, come on. But the news has never once on these fucking streams have you ever seen, hey, relax, don't worry, we're going to get through it. How Americans are fighting to preserve the way of life that so many people have died and sacrificed for. How Americans are getting back to work. How Americans are embracing the innovative measures in which they've come to protect their freedoms and their liberties. How Americans are banding together to protect all the businesses that they've spent their lives building and which represent the futures and opportunities for their children. Have you ever once seen that from any news organization that wouldn't be considered a fucking right-wing fringe place? No, you haven't. Why the fuck not? Why is it that no matter what piece of information comes down the news, it is framed in a way that somehow makes the situation worse? Hey, here's a hospital that hasn't been overrun with patients. Here comes the headline, one hospital, only one able to be found that isn't overrun with patients. What the fuck is going on? You don't have to be completely unplugged from the matrix as much as you should in order to see this. It's one-sided message. It's fucking evil. It's evil. It's evil to do this to people for no fucking reason. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, especially when the few has got so many fucking zeros in front of it, your calculator can't display it.
And no, I don't think Mike meant to paint the people without masks greeting each other. It's camaraderie on both ends. It's just teaming.
What was this?
It's just teaming. The one about people without masks is camaraderie. People with masks are self-righteous.
No.
Those are two separate.
No. That's a straw man. Actually, that's a straw man argument. Don't make straw man arguments. They're too easy to defeat. Don't say something that I didn't say or suggest something that's exaggerated of what I said in order to make your point. It shows that you don't have a point. No, what I'm saying is that in the end, right now, just the very fact of people who are not wearing masks has its own teaming kind of thing has actually led to camaraderie because we can sense that the masks are not wearing masks things is an important issue. It's an important thing.
And if you're wearing masks and the mask teaming is creating camaraderie, that's fantastic. Most of what I have seen from the most ardent mask wearers is distrust and hatred.
Mostly, right. Look, you go to a KKK rally, everybody wearing hoods, everybody's real happy to see other people in hoods. The thing of itself, the camaraderie itself, is not the issue. The issue is what are we What are we bounded by? What are we bounded by? And right now, people who are wearing masks are bounded by the fact that they're not just doing what the glowing rectangle tells them to do, that they're running numbers, they're using logic and reason, that they're not caving into fear, that they're not going to accept the nuclear optioning of the world for no reason, that if you're going to come and take everything of their lives away from them, you're going to have a goddamn good reason for it, and we don't have that reason. But if you've already preceded people with a general feeling of shame for existing, for living in a racist, oppressive country, for being a racist, oppressive people, then I guess they're already so beaten up and full of shame that it doesn't take much for you to say, and furthermore, you needn't be out there congregating with people without masks on, because now on top of everything else, you're also selfish and killing people, which isn't even remotely true. It's not even remotely true. All of that is evil. And it is evil for us to participate in it, which is why I won't. So I don't give a fuck. I will not participate in that bullshit, because I have a calculator, a 4th grade math education, and a respect for human lives, especially black people who I happen to notice are part of the successful backbone of this country, and not just poor plantation people waiting on old, ancient, racist white people to save them from themselves. Are you out of your fucking mind?
You said blackbone.
I said what? I said what?
Blackbone.
Blackbone?
The blackbone.
They're part of the blackbone of this country. Holy shit, I should get more credit for this. I should get a fucking Marconi for this fucking broadcast. Yeah, Laura Beth for Earth President. Right, Earth President. The President of the Earth. You said we felt like we were saving the world. Is this accused of, that is accused of, there is a lot of self-righteousness, but you know what, I don't know if you could, a lot of us now, look, this is said with as much empathy as one can say this. A lot of us work for fucking make-work jobs for soulless corporations that we know would replace us with a computer the second they can figure out how to make one more penny of profit. And since we get our sense of self, our sense of value from what we put into this world, when we secretly carry around the idea that we're really not that important, and a lot of us have been told very specifically, unquestionably, we are non-essential. That means you're not necessary. You have had people saying right to your face, yeah, we don't need you. You can stay home. It's kind of all we need are Amazon deliveries and a couple cops and somebody to keep the gas in the cars and food delivery. It's kind of what a lot of people have been told. And when you don't have that sense of self, that sense of what you put into the world is valuable, and thus you have value, the human beings will look for something that gives them value. They find it in all sorts of ways when they can't see with their own eyes and ears their contribution. And joining big causes is one of them. I'm saving the planet. I'm not just alphabetizing insurance claims forms. I'm saving the planet. And now I'm saving the planet from the pandemic of COVID. It doesn't even matter if it's real. In fact, don't tell me it's not real, because then I'm back to not feeling like I'm worth a fuck. Whereas now, I'm saving the planet. I'm wearing a mask. What's the matter? You're not wearing a mask? You're just selfish? It's going to kill people?
You bring science about how you'd have to wear a very specific mask in a specific way. Well, it doesn't matter. Anything helps.
Right.
Anything helps.
Anything
right.
Helps. That's why any
mask.
right.
Law?
Right.
You're
I mean, you cannot win that argument.
Helps?
You can say the virus
yes,
is.
Yes, it does. Everybody's welcome to wear masks.
You can.
Don't force somebody
Don't force
with claustrophobia and like all the poor people.
Remember, we don't want to kill grandma.
Read lips through a mask.
We don't want to kill grandma. There's no killing grandma. There was a million things we could have done, a billion things we could have done before. This is the nuclear option. This is the thing you do when the patient's got gangrene. You got to chop the shit off, otherwise the whole thing dies. That's what it is when you lock everybody in their fucking homes. It's the nuclear option. You don't exercise the nuclear option until it's this or the end of humanity. And that's such a fucking fantasy. There's not one number, not even the most hysterical numbers. If you go to the fucking, I challenge you, go right now to the World Health Organization gospel website and look up the definition of COVID, and you will see in the second paragraph a highly transmissive virus with mild to moderate symptoms requiring no special treatment. That's almost verbatim off the fucking World Health Organization right now, and that is the reason that your entire life has been taken from you? We're worried about those people who are over 80 and have pre-existing conditions. Me too. Let's have them stay home. Grandma, stay home. It's not safe right now. The other 99.3% of us have to continue life. That's how the human race survived 30,000 years, cowering in their home for no reason? What are you out of your... What? This is crazy. This is crazy. So we're worried about hospitals getting overrun. Do you know right now there are so many hospitals that are empty, they furloughed all the doctors and nurses and sent them home? You don't hear about that on the news, but it's true. Every once in a while, a doctor goes on Facebook or on YouTube and goes, excuse me, they're pressuring us to put COVID on the death certificates. The guy died in a car crash. Deleted. Hello, excuse me, I understand that we're incentivized to get $5,000 for every patient and $39,000 or $13,000 for every respirator. It seems like there's a conflict of interest. Deleted. Why is it being deleted? Flat earthers and truthers and other people who think that there's alien reptiles living in our government, they don't get deleted. But somebody who goes, yeah, I'm not so sure the incentivizing of hospitals to pressuring them to put COVID is a good idea, get deleted? You don't have to be a fucking whack job, tinfoil hat conspiracy nut to go, that's fucked up. Why are they doing that? Not because they got a leg to stand on, that's for sure. Not because they have the math to stand on, that's for sure.
Yesterday there was a thread on the Nextdoor app. Literally the thread was just trying to make the argument for why it might be okay not to wear a mask when you're outside on a walk.
Right.
That was
who said that?
That was the thread. Somebody posted that. They were like, look, they were just suggesting that you not have to follow the letter of the law and literally put a mask on from the second you step outside your door. That maybe you could use your brain and judge, like, okay, well, no one's around me and I'm outside with my dog or whatever, and maybe I don't need to necessarily wear the mask in this circumstance.
And what happened? Actually, you don't have to tell me what happened. I know what happened. It was a shitstorm.
No, it was deleted.
Oh, right.
Yes, people responded,
right.
But it was pretty civil, certainly by any measure of anything that I've seen.
Yeah.
And then it just was deleted. The whole
fucking
thread
crazy.
was deleted.
I haven't watched the news in 30 years. I used to work on the news. I know better than to watch the news. I mean, that would be the number one thing I would say for people. Mike, how would you improve life? Turn off the fucking news. You won't miss a thing. Not a thing. And then you won't have to live in fear 24 hours a day. And you also won't think that every single thing you have must need a pharmaceutical that you have to take and ask your doctor about. But for Christ's sake, man, there were so many things you could have done. If the goal was, hey, look, we're Americans. We're the bastion of freedom. We're not giving up freedoms without a fight. So what else can we possibly do? We're compassionate, empathetic people. We don't want people to die. What can we do? Who are we really talking about when we're talking about a very tiny group of people? Let's protect those people. Still, we might have enough of those people that we have a hospital problem. Then let's spend this $1 trillion. Let's not spend the $1 trillion bailing everybody out of bankruptcy. Let's build an emergency hospital or get some buses in here. In fact, you know what? Let's bust them in solid gold covered Rolls Royces with let's get all of the sick people carried by 6 hefty calendar models in a sedan chair from one state to another where the hospitals aren't, because that would be cheaper and easier to do than to destroy an entire economy and an entire world's worth of people.
One unique issue that we may have, though, and if Uncle Bourbon's going to solve all the problems.
It's a lot of problems.
One unique issue that we do have in this country is that people are legitimately, 2/3 of Americans are obese.
Well,
And
that's a
we
whole other
are,
thing.
Okay. Just all the things this is my very first thought when COVID arrived on our shores was we may have a rougher go of it here in this country because legit our lifestyle is sedentary and fat.
Great point.
And just the best we can do are fad diets in this country. It's overwhelmingly McDonald's and Walmart and Target food.
Right.
Not that Walmart and Target don't have good food, but they also have,
This show brought to you by
hot
Walmart.
wings. Yeah, right.
Listen, I mean, that's true. Our general health, but not only our health, but that in the last.
Which is why it's like, oh my God, a child died of this, or
Okay.
like a 20-something, otherwise healthy. No, American healthy.
Okay,
but still
so
a surprise because. Yes, there are underlying conditions you can't know about.
Let me tell you something. I grew up in a medical family. My father's a vascular surgeon. My mother was a vascular nurse. She worked in trauma centers and in the intensive care. So in my house, it was very difficult to get a lot of empathy for your cold or your sniffles or your little aches because chances were Dad had just gotten up at 1 o'clock in the morning to go put somebody's fucking head back on or whatever it was. And so So there is a general idea in our house that there's serious and there's not serious, and unless it's serious, you don't go to the hospital, you don't go to a doctor. When I was growing up 47 years ago, there was still some social stigma against the idea of being weak. You're strong, yeah, put some duct tape on that, maybe you can play another couple of downs. That's kind of the world that I grew up in. It's changed. Now everybody goes to the hospital for everything, all kinds of reasons. It's totally destigmatized, maybe that's the word. And when people go into the hospitals, they go in like they're ordering fast food. I'll take 2 MRIs and a CAT scan, and I'd like 3 of these and 4 of those, and it makes all the costs go up, which makes the whole thing unsustainable, and everybody talks about the problem with and meanwhile they're eating all fast food, and then everybody says, we have a problem with our medical problem. No, we have a problem with our people and our diet and the fact that we'll go to the hospital for anything. And the truth is, most of that stuff, they'll medicate you. And then there's no stigma on it, because if you're watching the news, between the news, you're constantly hearing about something you need to ask your doctor about. You have this, 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 all you need to ask your doctor about. So we've got people now that go to the hospital all the fucking time for everything. So, I mean, this is part of what screwed up the mortality rates for COVID, is this huge number of people who would be in the numerator category who are asymptomatic or are just going, I don't know, I just feel weird, I had to sleep for a few days, and aren't calling anybody, telling anybody about it, which would make that mortality rate go way down, but nobody's hearing from these people. But in general, we're not we don't take any pride in being tough anymore, working it out. Like, hey, look, survival of the fittest, come on. There's none of that. That's like, well, if you have a little, I just had a little something today. Well, you should see somebody about that, and you should take Provazic or whatever the fuck it is for that. You need that, because it's 1/6 of the economy. There's so many. This thing is almost a perfect storm of people, unhealthy people, and then being told that they're powerless 24 hours a day, actually being dependent on all the systems around them, having no option except to do what they're told, and then dutifully doing what they're told at the expense of the entire fucking society.
The one thing that you can do is wear a mask. Which is why you get so angry when you see someone else not wearing a mask, because that's the one thing you can do. It's the one thing I can do. So how is that the one thing you can do? It's so fucking easy. Just put it on your face. Just put it on your face. Yeah. Except, no, don't do anything that you don't 100% believe in.
Well, protect your fucking freedom. You want me to take away the most, you want me to do something that is physically, psychologically, and culturally devastating. You had better have a fucking good reason. And if your reason has 4 zeros in front after the decimal place, that's not a reason. There's more lightning strikes than that, for fuck's sakes. So, yeah, man. So it's always that straw man argument. The idea that if you don't immediately kowtow everything that a government tells you, if you don't just go along with it, that you are therefore totally have disregard for human life and that you're selfish. That's the ultimate straw man argument, but that's the only argument that ever happens on social media. It's completely evil or completely righteous. Well, obviously, if you're thinking at all, it's not that. Because unless you are truly a sociopath, a psychopath, you don't want anybody to die. But you also, as we approach this Memorial Day, are not going to have the most basic freedoms, your most basic health requirements, your most basic psychological health requirements robbed and stripped of you without a fight and without a goddamn good reason for it. And if you have any objectivity, any logic, reason, if you're actually a responsible person, you come down on the other side and you're like, this doesn't make sense. I can't allow this to happen to people. I can't, as a good person of conscience, allow this to happen to other people. I'm not just going to put on my mask. That's just like all the people who didn't stop the Nazis. Well, I mean, Jews do own a lot of businesses. What? Are you out of your fucking mind? It's our job to go, excuse me, you want me to do what? Oh, yeah, I want you to stay home. You're locking me in my house? Yeah, and we want you to use masks. Okay, all right. What's the overwhelming... Look, I've said this before. This is true. I was going to put up a picture of flesh-eating virus just to fuck with everybody and get them on the fucking board. Have you ever seen what flesh-eating virus looks like? It will turn you off your food for a week. You want to lose weight? Just spend an hour Googling flesh-eating virus and see what it does to people. I encourage you right now to take a second to pull up a couple pictures of flesh-eating virus in anticipation of the next point. If that's what the effects of COVID were, if that's what it did to you, one little bit of that 1 micron virus with your .3 micron mask. If that's what would happen to you if you got the fucking virus, would you in a billion years feel safe sitting 6 feet from a person with a bandana on their face they took off the dog like they're going to rob a train in 1812? You would run the fuck away. Nobody would have to tell you to stay in your house. You'd be locked in the house. You wouldn't take Amazon deliveries that might have that shit all over them. You would, get away. I don't want to turn into one of those fucking beasts with my flesh hanging off and my insides all liquefied. If you actually thought it was serious, you would never trust your life to a paper mask with holes 3 times the size of a virus that half the people are pulling down over the nose and the other ones, you can fucking have holes on the side of them. So it means one of 2 things when you acknowledge that. One, you acknowledge the masks don't work. And number 2, that you're not actually worried about COVID. So why the fuck are you wearing a mask? Because you don't want to be called selfish on social media?
Yes, it's easier.
You know
With
what?
every mask that if you believe the other thing, if you are not actually afraid, if you believe nature, just that this was unwarranted, and then you wear a mask because it's easy. It is easier.
You know what, man?
But
you have to fight for that shit.
Every person who does that, every single person who does it, because it's just
You know, life isn't
scares
easy.
other people.
Nature isn't easy. You know what? Instead of watching this, go watch some National Geographic channel and watch animals just try to eat. They chase each other around for weeks at a time just to eat, so don't fucking... Life is so easy. Life is easier for us as human beings right now than it has been for 99.9% of all of the human beings that have ever lived in history. The most difficult thing we could possibly do right now is offensively easy. So fight a little bit against the fucking people who would otherwise rainmaker your way into compliance. Get the fuck... I'm so tired of it. So somebody said, is that reverb natural or acoustic? It's both. So there's microphones, which are probably picking up the piano, which have a little reverb on it, which are probably picking up me. But there's also 18-foot ceilings in here in a big room, so there's some of that. And there's also, plus it's the voice of God, and God's voice resonates.
Oh, God. Right?
Right. That's a little humility.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I mean, the fucking strong immune systems. I mean, Christ, I just will not, I can't. Oh, God, it makes me so crazy. All this video needs a compressor. Oh, you mean the video, the audio? Is the audio peaking? I wish my ex wore a mask when I met her first. Honestly, this must be California. I don't see all this judgment here. I don't see all this judgment here, and people.
Yes.
Yes, you're right.
Yes,
yeah,
when
for
I was
sure.
in Florida for 2 months,
Right.
and half the people in the stores were wearing masks and the other half were not, we would, oh, hi, oh, excuse me. It was completely normal.
Yeah.
The interactions between those with the masks and those without the masks did not seem to be contentious.
Yeah, here in Los Angeles, we're on the front lines. I mean, for sure. This was the first state to lock people in their homes. It will be the last one to let them out. This was the first state that took all the Japanese Americans in World War II and put them in concentration camps.
Is that true? This was the first one?
Yeah, it was not Miramar. It was Mirinar. I can't remember the name of it. It started with an M. It was here. It was the very first place the Japanese people, American citizens, got drugged out of their homes and out of their businesses. American citizens! And put on trucks and locked in a fucking internment camp, a prison camp during World War II. California, first place, so happy to do that. So yes, that's true. But regardless of whether this represents the most disgusting, the most vile, the most evil of social policies, the most criminally indefensible of social policies, we expect that from this fucking pedophile raised. Okay, all right. So. We expect that from California. The point is that across the country, people are being asked to do it, not given a choice to do it. That's America. America is, hey, there's a virus. People over 80 and people unhealthy and with pre-existing conditions might want to take it easy. You might want to wear a mask. Then you can walk around and you can laugh at all the goofy fucks wearing the masks. But then you don't have to wear the masks. But that's not what happened. We had people in the fucking house arrest.
Anti-bourbon.
Anti-bourbon? Oh.
Anti. Like auntie.
Anti-bourbon. This is Miss Love. If you don't know Miss Love, Miss Love she's more balanced.
Anti-bourbon. You can call me anti-bourbon.
Yeah, all right.
I mean, it'll always be Miss Love, but we'll know it's anti-bourbon. Little old anti-bourbon.
So somebody says she should move out of California. Look, half my life is in Florida. Half of it I go back and forth. My boy's mother is in California, and she's deep in California. Family in California, generations, not ready to leave California. So that's just what it is. So, but regardless, even in Florida, there was ever a moment, even if it was nudge, nudge, wink, wink, there was ever a moment in which people's basic freedoms were stripped from them. And that's the thing you don't let happen unless it's that or the end of times. Well, a lot of people, there's so many things. People don't want to go to work. All right. A lot of people think this was a 2-month vacation. That's the scary thing. Holy shit. People think, yeah, I didn't want to go to work anyway, and they're just paying all my bills.
I mean, I think there are a couple of different psychologies that come to that, but either way, that's just terrifying. But I think most people who are the most scared, or rather, they're the most insistent that everybody just shut up and follow the rules. And if you just stay inside, they'll let us out. Jimmy, just sit down. Teacher said sit down. If we all sit down, then we get to have more recess.
Right.
Those people probably didn't lose their job. They probably didn't spend the last 6 months trying to get through to the unemployment office to be told that they didn't qualify.
All these old senile fucks who tell us how to live our lives, they aren't affected by any of this. They never are. They have their own private chefs and private planes. They're all getting together. They have their own security. They have their own everything. They have not affected by this at all. It's like, you stay home. It's completely upside down. Somebody said here, so Mike, the following is not my opinion. It's just a question. I understand. It could be your opinion. You're allowed to your opinion. See, this is what reasonable people think. Yeah, you can express your opinion even if you don't agree and if you think I'm completely full of shit. You're allowed to have that opinion. In fact, all I've ever asked is that you can defend it. Just make your argument.
How do you click make it say show?
Well, here, I'll make it
It's
say.
like held for
Yeah, I'm not going to
review.
hold it for review. Don't hold that shit for review. YouTube is holding your opinion for review, not me. That's YouTube. These are the fucking people
Right.
we're talking
Was
about.
it the word far right?
Was
Oh,
it far right? Yeah, I think you put
Is that-
far right in your comment, and so YouTube decided you didn't need to be heard from. Mike, the following is not my opinion. What do you say to the people who consider your opinions far right talk and therefore say that it's all far right propaganda shit? Well, look, so in the end, I believe so much in this. The truth will out. There are people who are far right idiots. Of course, there are racist idiots, ignorant idiots. There are people on all sides who are ignorant. Ignorance is dangerous no matter what. What I believe is that in the end, if you are actually a good person trying to be a good person, if you've actually taken time to question narratives, to do your research, to think independently, if you've actually done the work, people can tell. People can tell when you're an idiot who just Pavlovian parrots shit that you heard on social media, or whether you've actually thought about a thing. And if people aren't willing to do the time to research that, then who gives a fuck what their opinions are? Because they haven't put in the work. So I don't expect all people to agree with me. I wouldn't want a world in which everybody agreed with me. That would be depressing and homogenized and would have no interest in it. But in the end, whether you agree with me or not, I know I'm not an idiot. I know I've actually thought about it. I know that I actually wake up every day trying to be a good person, even if that means having to revisit all the stuff I believed on Tuesday. Even if that's what it means, because that's what being a good person means. You got to be willing to entertain new ideas. You got to be willing to challenge the things, even the ones that you've believed for a long time, maybe your whole life. That's part of improving who you are as a human being. That's a part of improving who you are as you contribute to the human equation. That's part of it. And I think that's actually not that difficult to tell when somebody's trying, really trying to be good, trying to think, trying to question, trying to not just follow the asshole of the person in front of them. So I know every time I look in the mirror that I might be wrong and full of shit and I might be stubborn and what the fuck, I'm not God, I'm not infallible, I'm not the model by which all human beings must be judged, but I'm trying to make every day in my brain trying to figure out how to make society into a nirvana. So in the end, if somebody says, well, you're just this, no, I'm not. I'm just whatever it is when you try your very hardest to be the best person that you can be. There's no just about it. And so you don't really have to worry about when people say that about you. If you're doing it, you're square with the house. The man in the mirror knows. Come on. The man in the mirror knows everything you got away with. Every time you tried or didn't try. Every time you lied or told the truth. The man in the mirror knows everything. Woman in the mirror, whatever it is. You know when you're square with the house or not. And when you know you're square with the house, some asshole doesn't know you, decides to say, you're just this. Who gives a fuck? Doesn't matter. So you entertain the opinions, you entertain the feedback of the people that you respect and admire, that you look up to, that you wish you were more like, who you know have spent equal amounts of time thinking. Because that's a discussion that you have. You have with somebody who goes, you know what, I've spent as much time thinking about this than you. I've got 20,000 arguments. You have 21,000. Okay, well, let's maybe hash them all out and see where we come down on the end. Because if you've actually thought about it and you have a debate with somebody that you truly respect and admire, and you think that the debate that they're having is in goodwill and for each other's best interests, and that person says the one thing you hadn't thought of and convinces you of something that's 180 degrees of what you thought before, there's no shame in that. You won't even have a hard time doing it. You go, you know what? I thought I'd thought of everything. I hadn't thought of that one. You're right. Nope, you're right. You're right. I'm changing my position. And that's a very different place to be in than, I just say what I hear. Opposite. Opposite. So when people say that's a far-right opinion, no, it's not. It's objectively, no, it's not. I'm not far-right. And if that's as much as your perception has gotten you to, we're not even having an intellectual conversation. You're a Pavlovian reactionary. You don't think. You just respond to stimuli like a one-celled organism. I got more people to talk to. What are you talking about? Come on. We got to be a little discerning what we put in our fucking stream. You're discerning what puts in your body, aren't you? You don't think you got to be discerning about what people you put in your life? More so.
And of course, it's wild because I know I feel this way, and I think you feel the same way. Like where I come from, and I feel like most other parts of the country, we'd be, or I'd at least be, like I'd be seen as the crazy left, kooky, edgy, pushing the boundaries of what's socially acceptable out there person. Except apparently somehow in Los Angeles, I can be that and still also be considered apparently like alt-right. It's really weird. But that's the thing, people, the protesters are all like, they got the signs. Okay, the freedom protesters, reopen protesters. They have a sign that says, my body, my choice. They don't want to wear a mask. So then somebody who's like at home with their mask on all day in their house is like, oh yeah, well, where's my body, my choice when it comes to abortion? Like, yeah. Why would you think that that's an argument against the freedom protester?
Right. Like you actually just found a place in which you agreed with them. Right.
Hooray, yeah. Use that to bring your alt-right churchies or whatever on board with the my body, my
right.
choice.
That's a great point. Yeah, that's true.
The fuck?
Right. When you see somebody on your side, why is it now? Yeah, that's a great point.
And then they're like, oh, these protesting, that's not protesting. Then they show some other protest, and they're like, that's a protest. No, they're all protests. That's the whole point. The country, we are allowed to protest. So don't tell all the protesters they should go home and sit down because there's something more serious happening.
Right.
When you just cited another person who was allowed to protest.
Right. That's
How
a fantastic
about we
point.
all unite against the assholes who keep shaming the protesters? What the fuck?
Or you would think that those people, like, look, yeah, we're all united. Don't tell me what to do with my body unless you have a fucking great reason. Right.
Oh my God.
Somebody said, we have a saying in Germany. I've seen a few Germans have been weighing in. By the way, this is the other thing. This is the thing about Uncle Bourbon's audience. Multicultural.
It's the only German I know.
Multicultural. We got a whole world dialing in right now. 3 a.m, 4 a.m. We are all human beings. I think we have one of the most diverse. We got to have one of the most diverse. I haven't checked the analytics.
We can say, actually, we could just say that.
Yeah,
it might be fake news, but we could say we have the most diverse.
You are now
channel.
tuned to the single most culturally and sociologically diverse podcast in the history of podcasts.
The name of the stream is Blacker Than You.
Blacker than you are. So we have all these Germans weighing
is
in.
true in most of Europe.
You can see in the Germans. We have a saying: only the dead fish swim with the stream of the river. This is why we like the Germans because when the Germans are out of control, they kill the Jews. They want to take over the world. The other side, we got to find. You got to recruit the good parts of them. The stubborn, the analytical, mathematical precision. If you really wanted something done to the math, you get a German.
Freaky sex stuff.
Yeah, you need that. Because it's like the Japanese. They got all this other thing they got to compensate. But you want mathematical precision. You want the ultimate driving machine. You get the German, and the German's like, we have runs and numbers. The numbers don't make sense. I'm with you. 38 degrees to the right, so we can hear Miss Love. You know what?
Is this any better?
You know what we'll do? We'll take a break and we'll get a mic on you. Because you have
the
great
5
stuff to
words
say.
that I say?
No. But they're quality words. I rant all the time, but your words actually mean something. Yeah. So the indoctrinated young people think democracy means we have all the same opinion. That also has to do with. I talked at a college a couple of months ago, by which I mean that I spoke virtually at this college. And it was to musicians. Now, you taken my master classes, any of you music people know I break the shit out real. I tell them exactly what it's really like being a real musician. I'm not going to tell them what they want to hear. I'm going to tell them what they really need to know because I don't want them to be hungry and starving and eating kitchen packets and living in their car. I want them to actually be able to make life as a musician or any creative professional because if you can do it, that's a beautiful thing. So I'm bringing it real, and it was being hosted by my old jazz teacher from high school, who's like one of my favorite human beings of all time, and he keeps it real. That's why he wanted me on a show. And he said to them, as we said to him, you can ask me anything. I mean, literally anything. And the kids were like afraid to ask stuff. And he and I talked about it after. Well, we had to give them the questions, and they wanted to hear the answers, but we were talking about it afterwards, and I'm like, what? Why would they not ask the question? Why do we have to ask it for them? And we realized these young kids grow up in a world where everything is a minefield. You say the wrong thing. I mean, just the slightest wrong thing. You just go against the grain in any way, and then you got to pack up all your shit and apologize, and you lose your job. It's the presumption of innocence is gone. It's just the mere accusation of a thing, and your whole life is over. That's a fucked up thing we've done to kids. Fucked up. And every time you don't say what you really believe, you send yourself the message that the truth of yourself is unpalatable and disgusting and would be ban-worthy if people know the truth of you. Which, how do you think that's good for your self-esteem? That the truth of who you are would get you banned, would get you ostracized from the group? We've fucked up these kids so bad. So part of the reason I do my show, I talk to young kids all the time, is like, hey, let there be one place in your life you can ask anything you want. You can say anything you're afraid to express, you can express because you're not actually supposed to be afraid to express. You want to be a good person? I know you do. So do I. We all want to be good people. How are you going to be a good person if you never field test the truth about who you really are? You never try out your opinion, see how the world takes it. You never try it out. You won't even know if what you have is a good person you're building there. But you're afraid to all the time? That's fucked up. But you got to lead by example. So this place you can say what you want. On these chat streams, YouTube will censor you in the chat stream. Google will censor you in the chat stream. You use the word far right. Somebody type 5G in COVID and see if it gets I won't censor you. I'm not afraid. I've thought about my shit. I can argue it. I can debate it. I thought whatever your argument is, chances I already had it with myself in the mirror. And when I have arguments, when Uncle Bourbon argues with himself, it sounds like a crazy person because it's in real time and it's not in my head. it just talks to himself for hours and hours and hours. Miss Love will tell you.
And Uncle Bourbon has talked to himself and examined these things for he says decades. I've known you for over a decade. I have, from time to time over that course. I've heard. Just I can vouch. His opinions have changed.
Yeah. Well, I get more information.
Just like he meant that when he said that he examines it, and if somebody makes an argument, or if he finds an argument that'll change his mind, he just rolls with it. He just changes his mind.
Well, yeah, you get new information. You might love a person.
He's been pretty consistent, though, lately. I have to say, last 5 or 6 years.
Well, I'm older.
Seems to have.
Yeah, that's what happens.
To have settled in.
That's what happens. Got any absinthe in your collection? No, man. You know, absinthe just seemed a little a little gay to
Gay,
me.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say.
and not in the
I was gonna
good
say
way.
the
I
G
love my
with
gay
F.
peoples. Everybody, all my
Not
gay
the good
friends know I
kind.
love my gay friends.
Not the good kind.
I love the whole gay thing. I love gay from space. That's my favorite
He
kind of
loves
gay.
the gay.
The gay from space, you know what I'm talking about? Like not a little gay, but way gay. I find that way interesting. I like that. But absinthe seems to me gay in the not good way. Like gay people would be like, that's gay. Like I don't know. But maybe. It's a little vampy, a little gothy. It's a little cosplay. That's my feeling. That's my unfair, that's my biased, illogical, emotionally reactive opinion about absinthe.
We keep it.
We don't have any, do we? Or did somebody
Absinthe?
give us? No, wait, at the Halloween party. Didn't somebody bring us absinthe?
Yes. Which year was that?
Check it out.
I don't know.
We actually may have that. We throw on this crazy Halloween party every year if we can. It's crazy. We do the whole, she decorates for a month. The whole place looks like, it's crazy. You should see pictures of it. So we do this off the hook Halloween party, and we get the weirdest, we try to get the most interesting cast of characters that we can. So there's a chance we may actually have some absinthe. The less people you expose yourself to, the less experience. Yeah, experience is life. You got to have experience. 5G causes COVID. I love Trump far-right censor test. It came through. We have it. Get the fuck out of here. We have absinthe.
We do.
Okay,
But
what do you
aren't
do?
supposed
What do
to-
you do
you're
with
supposed to
absinthe?
Pour it over a
What do you do with
sugar
it?
cube and light it on fire. Light yourself on fire. With the sugar cube between your teeth, and you're on fire. I think that's what you do.
Okay, listen,
That's what you do, right?
if you're absinthe, we will bust out the absinthe right
Do it
now.
now.
If
We
you
need
tell us
instructions.
what to do with that, we don't know, because to me it's
think
just
it's
for
great.
cosplayers playing Lestat.
I think, by the way, just to set this, to dispel any rumors, I think the censorship
This
is
is my
curse
absinthe
words.
music.
It's good. The censorship is curse words. That's all it is, I think. Shit and fuck seem to trigger it. By the way, bravo to everyone who made all the Mike jokes, all the Mike sexual, specifically the sexual Mike jokes.
What about
They're
them?
very funny.
Are
I
they?
like them.
I haven't
Appreciate them. You
caught
said we were
them.
going to get another mic. Get
A mic on you. Ah, bam.
She already has a mic. Gonna get a mic on you, on camera, wink
So
face.
somebody said you can do that whole ritual, but I think it's great just blended with some ice cold Zima. Oh no, water. Depends on
Zima.
depends on how into the pure you are. You know what? That's a good
How
point.
into the Peter?
Pure, but
gotta-
that's a good point though. You have to multiply by 100 for percentage,
Ooh,
which
look at
is
all these
6% with
words
your
that have
numbers.
been
It's not
being held for
6%.
review.
No, okay.
Genitals?
It's a French drug. Never trust French drugs. I have information that will lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton. Oh! Rainbows come shooting out of your genitals. That got held. Rainbows.
But read the next one.
Dracula drinks absinthe. Okay.
No, very nice.
You might eat her face away. That got held for review. You might eat her face away got held for review. Oh shit, you're right. Got held for review, but I think that's because you spelled your and not your,
No, it's
which I find offensive.
it's shit.
It's a grammar.
Shit.
Well, Mike, I must go. A few other live streams are in progress. Yes, better ones.
Less black though.
Yes, it's not as black. Once you go black, don't get yourselves burnt. Totally forgot about that. Google absinthe and the results. Okay, so, all right, so I think there's actually a point to be made there, which is that if you were going to try
I'm
something,
gonna bang it because it'll give me a better,
yeah.
a less biased.
Yeah, Dracula
Search
drinks blood.
results.
Dracula cosplayers drink absinthe and semen. But there's actually something to be said for, hey, don't start mixing it with shit. You don't know what it tastes like yet. That's a good point.
See, the right way to drink absinthe.
Okay, what is
Pour
it?
1 to 1.5 ounces of absinthe into a glass. After absinthe looches up, gets cloudy. I've never seen this word. Louches up, louches. Dump the sugar into the glass. What the fuck? I think we're missing an important.
Do another search.
I think
In
it's
the meantime-
just a spoon with sugar cubes And
Okay,
you pour
nobody
it
said anything
in.
about sugar cubes. They said ice and absinthe. Get some ice. Let's try some absinthe. And then we'll try sugar
Oh, is
cubes.
it ice instead of the sugar? No, it's sugar. Sugar cubes. What's wrong with y'all?
But that might be a cosplay site.
There are knives. There are Victorian, possibly Dorian. There are knives and sugar cubes. We don't have any sugar cubes, babe. Best way to drink absinthe if you are not a cosplayer. Yeah, pour a dose of absinthe into a glass, then place a sugar cube on an absinthe spoon or teaspoon. Soak the sugar in absinthe by dipping it into the absinthe with the spoon or pouring a little absinthe over it. Light the absinthe-soaked sugar on fire for about 1 minute, allowing the sugar to begin to caramelize. See,
That's too much work.
it's a lot of work.
I don't need much work for my drink. I pour it and drink it.
Oh, God!
Oh, you don't like that because it smells like licorice.
Can't do that. That's fucked up.
It smells like licorice.
That's
All right,
the
here.
worst smell and flavor in the entire planet.
Then I can argue
Licorice,
that. I can name
anise,
3 things right off the bat that are
all
worse
ruined.
than licorice.
No. I don't know about that. I challenge you. Name 3 things.
Oh, God. Don't make me. Here, get some ice.
That's nasty. Y'all nasty.
Yeah. Yeah. How to drink absinthe like a man. You won't find any. You won't find anything. See bourbon. See bourbon. Woo! That's my girl. What's a good bourbon for a newbie? Man, so, training bourbon. So, bourbon for a newbie, it's always going to mean how much gasoline it has in it. That's just the thing. It's like, oh, Christ, that's the only thing that's ever going to stop you from enjoying a bourbon is that you're not ready for the fucking gasoline. You're not ready for the pot still, Duke boys making this moonshine. It's that quality of it that's ever going to fucking have a problem with. So if you start, training bourbons are going to be...
Yeah, that's not gay.
Oh, God. That looks like Gatorade. Training bourbons are going to be,
Gatorade?
or whiskeys for that matter, are going to be Tennessee whiskeys, generally, like Jack Daniels, because the only difference between, like a Tennessee whiskey, it has nothing to do with Tennessee. It has to do with the fact that it's at least 51% corn in the mash bill, as I recall. But it's ultimately, Tennessee whiskeys are filtered through honey maple charcoal. So they always end up a little sweeter and a little smoother. So Tennessee whiskeys are smoother. Outside of that, smoother whiskeys that don't hit you as much are things like the Stranahan's, the Black Label. That can ease you into it. But good whiskeys will have both things to them, just like a wine. Like, this is why I like Italian wines. Like, I like Italian reds. I like Barolos and Brunellos, because they've got all these balls just in your face, just balls in your face, on your chin, but there's also all this subtlety to them. And so it's both things. They're gentle with
subtle
you.
balls?
Subtle on it. They're gentle with you
supple
as
balls?
it goes. So
Draped.
So, I mean, I like, I don't like scotches because scotches smell like dead shit and earth, but some people love them. But I will drink a scotch, which is the Macallan 15 or the Rare Cask, because they're both kind of bourbony. And the Macallan people, which are owned by the Highland Park people, they'll tell you the Macallan 15 is like it's like suddenly there's a bourbon in the middle of there. You got 12, 15, 18, 25, something about the 15, it suddenly turns into a bourbon. That's a good one. Macallan 15, but Blanton's is not. Stranahan's Black is good. What else we got over there that's not? There's other ones that you start getting into some of the. Like, we have a wild turkey over there that you'll hit that and you'll be like, whoa, Christ, it'll hit you. But there's a lot of other stuff going on in it too, such that it's not just gasoline. It's like, you can get actually some. what do they call that? When it's just straight out like the testers one. What do they call that? I can't remember the term for it. But that's like, here's the real shit. You can get that stuff, and you just put on the Dukes of Hazzard and drink that shit all night. That's a move too. All right. Absinthe. Uncle Bourbon's first absinthe. I feel like I'm losing street cred just by doing this. Okay. If you don't like licorice,
I will never.
I
think I had that once, like
okay.
in my lost year.
This is like liquid licorice. That's my only impression of it.
Smells like. So if you were like, boy, I really like the dark Twizzler.
There's a tiny little bit of sugar on the top.
Well, you're supposed to caramelize.
And then licorice. This is licorice. This is nuclear licorice. Did we get some sort of like training absinthe?
I don't know. I mean, I don't remember who gave it to us.
If it's more aged absinthe, it'll be brown. It'll taste more bitter. I'm telling you, this tastes like this doesn't taste like anything.
It said with
5 minutes from now, I'll be in the thong.
Lincoln, only help.
A banana hammock. Okay, so that's all I can tell you is that it's fucking licorice. It's green licorice. Am I drinking Otsu? That'll make you want to stay inside and never leave the house. Oh, what is that? That's that's a thing. Yeah.
Flavored.
Yeah. Anus flavored?
Anus flavored.
Japanese whiskeys are very smooth. Have you ever tried a Japanese whiskey? I have. I do like Japanese whiskeys.
Proof.
They're very Japanese. And there's something, I mean, they're almost too refined to me in a way that they're, we find how to make some, there's a thing about the Japanese whiskey. I like my American, I like some yeehaw in my whiskey.
In your drink?
In my drink. Les Fleurs du Mal, Les Fleurs du Mal from Baudelaire. When you drink.
It says Van Gogh used to drink.
Yeah, but not that one though, because that's just them. Is it that you don't like Scotch because it's the peaty? It's the peaty. Yeah, peaty to me smells like dead things that have rotted. It's just peat. I would drink whatever, but just at some point I was like, what? Why do I not like this Scotch? And it's like, well, because it's got peat. It's a lot of peat. Dead shit, corroding earth, rotting fungus, dead fungus. Corpses in the ground. I don't like to drink whiskey that to me smells like liquefied corpse. The Scots. What do I like a rye whiskey? I don't have anything against rye whiskey per se. It really just depends. But I also don't drink I'll just drink whatever's put in front of me pretty much, obviously. So I found out that I kind of like, well, that's only because I almost died. I got alcohol poisoning. It's not a story. I almost died. I got alcohol poisoning in college. I was the night I got my pledge bid at Sigma Chi. I was a Sigma Chi, which means some things to some of you and bad things to others of you, and great things in Hoke to all my brothers out there in Hoke. But the night I got my pledge pin, which at my particular university was a pussy pin, so you wanted that pin. But I was very excited like everybody else. And for whatever reason, when we went to the party for the pledges, I told everybody that I was the human sponge. I don't know why I told them that because I've never been the human sponge, but they took me up on it, and so they gave me tequila until I no longer remember anything about the night except waking up in the morning in tattered clothes, covered in blood, and a puddle of vomit. And then I was shaking because I still had alcohol poisoning, and I called my father who told me I was a fucking idiot, and I was lucky I didn't die. And that was the last time I had tequila for about 25 years. That's that story.
Until he met me.
Don't use you.
Basically.
Jaeger, as a musician, you're going to do some Jaeger and some Goldschlager. I've had plenty of Jaeger and Goldschlager, and I just racked those up to this time in my life in which I was playing sessions and should have been dead. Any notes of fennel in that absinthe? You hate fennel. So it's like fennel and licorice.
Fennel is the thing, right?
You've taken your first steps into a larger world.
Anise and fennel both create that licorice flavor.
As if 1,000 voices cried out in terror.
At the sight of you drinking that.
James Cameron's. Wow, God Christ, that's licorice. James Cameron's The Absinthe. I like that. I'm a cheapo wild turkey or so. Grab the wild turkey my dad got me. That's a good one.
Wild turkey.
There's a wild
the
turkey.
fancy one.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
knock my drink over.
Well, not vodka. Do you know what the full name for vodka is? It's Zhizania Voda, which means dear little water. I always like that about it. Vodka's fine. Vodka's fine. But it also, the white spirits to me, gin and vodka, I don't know, I'm not that white. I like a little brown in my drink.
Where's the fancy?
It's the wild turkey. Blacker than you. Blacker than you.
Where is it?
Blacker than you. It's there. It's right there. Japanese do a lot. I love Japanese do a lot of great stuff. Japan, Tokyo, my favorite city.
I need a note here. What general area is it? Is it special in like in case?
Look, it says right there. It's got to be right there. It's a squarish bottle. Look on the middle shelf. Wild turkey. Wait a minute. Decades. Bring it over here, because it's a good one. Wild turkey can be the cheap shit, so can Thunderball and Fireball and Dangling Ball and all the other. But this one, my dad got me the Wild Turkey Decades. That's some good shit. You can see it's been hit a little bit. So that's good. That's got some subtlety to it. Here you go, baby. Thank you.
Oh, you're done. Okay.
Dan Aykroyd's Crystal had vodka. All he ever keeps talking about that is that it's got no polyethylene glycol in it, I think is what it is, right? It's got no fire retardant in it. But I've tried it, and I was not a big fan of it. And I'm a big fan of Dan Aykroyd's as much as a person could be a big fan of Dan Aykroyd, because I'm from Chicago, and they filmed the Blues Brothers there. And that's where Second City was. And I used to go to Second City. And Second City used to be located in where the old Tribune building was on Lower Wacker Drive, and they used to go across the street, and they used to go eat at Billy Goat's Tavern, which is where they got the cheeseburger from the Olympia Grill. And I've been to the fucking real Billy Goat's 1,000 times in my life, and I took my son there, and when I took my son to Billy Goat's, the fucking Cianis, the oldest Cianis relative, the guy who fucking owned it, came out. He was there that day and gave my son a fucking Billy Goat shirt. So as far as I'm concerned, we can all die. Because an actual Cianis came out at the Billy Goat's Tavern while we were having cheeseburgers and gave my son personally a Billy Goat's shirt.
They don't have fries.
No fries, cheaps.
That's so weird. I don't want that. I want fries.
If you go to Chicago, you go to my hometown where I was born and done raised, where there's no more of my family there except for the South Side Vertas. First of all, if you encounter a Verta in the city of Chicago, they're cops. So you're in good hands. You ever in trouble in the city of Chicago, you ask for Johnny Raymond Verta from the CPD, and you tell them I sent you, they'll take care of you. I think Johnny's a detective now.
Put that out on YouTube?
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. You know what? They have a hard fucking life. I think Johnny's a detective now. I think my cousin Johnny. And they're solid. Uncle Bourbon's family is CPD. You go seek them out. You ever in trouble in the Windy City. But while you're in the Windy City, you go to Lower Wacker Drive on Michigan Avenue, at the end of Michigan Avenue, across from the Tribune Tower. You go down there, and you say, this is where they shot that car drive. And then you go to Billy Goat's, and you get a cheeseburger. And don't just just ask for a cheeseburger. Double cheese. Just order it. Don't say anything about it and eat it. It's like the best thing you'll ever have in your whole life. And you'll also have gone into like a time travel tunnel, like, because it's like it was back then. You go there. That's my thing there. Yeah, man. Chicago. It's not Chicago anymore. It's gone now. It's not the same, but you can still go to Billy Goat's. In fact, I think if you go to Chicago, it's all you should do. You should go to Wrigley and Billy Goat's and then get the fuck out. No, I scratched that. Go to Wrigley, go to Billy Goat's, spend one night on Rush Street. You can get one of them pizzeria duo. No, we don't actually eat that shit when you're from there. Get the Lou Malnati's. You can get one of the deep dish. Maybe go up to Sears Tower. If anybody calls it the Willis Tower, punch them in the balls as hard as you can. That's a fucking Sears Tower. If you're going to go up one of them, go up to Sears Tower. You could go up to the 95th and the Hancock and get a fucking drink that you overpay for, but that's not cool. Go all the way up. Go to the Sears Tower. Go to Sears Tower. Go into Water Tower Place, the shopping mall across from the actual Water Tower where the Chicago Fire ended. Go in there. ride the glass elevators, try to pretend that FAO Schwartz is still there, and then get the fuck out. Steaks you can do fine in Chicago. Arnie Morton died years ago, so it's the best steak you could have ever gotten is gone. But there's going to be a grill and a Smith and Walensky's, and Arnie Morton's version is still there. What's that place? That other steak place, pretty good. Oh, 365, is that what it was called? We went to one that's pretty good. Or STK. There's a couple places. Ditka's, go to Ditka's. Go get a steak at Ditka's. There you go. There you go. Here's my Chicago art. You go to get your Billy Goats. Go see the Cubs lose. Get up in the Sears Tower. Go to Ditka's. That's enough.
Yeah, see, when all the O's become E's and the T's become
stop.
D's, that's Chicago Mike.
Richard,
that's
and
when
that's
he's
where
the
Richard
Joe
Kimball
Pesci.
got rehabilitated. That's true.
Yeah, and
Richard Kimball
that's where
got
Mike becomes Joe Pesci.
right. No,
That's
Joe
okay.
Pesci's got a higher voice. He said, "What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is so funny about me? Tell me what's funny." You got to be high. Deep Dish versus New York. I like
sexy.
New York. Original Rays in New York is its own thing. They say it's the water. Original Rays, and I mean the real Rays. New York. I kind of like it's a thing. But also, I like some of the. I like the cracker crust, more Italian cracker kind of crust thing, thin crust. I don't like a ton of dough. So it's just your thing. Some people have friends with benefits. You have cousins with guns. That is better. This is true. Yeah, because I don't want to have my cousins as friends with benefits. I'm getting more affiliated. Mike is the Joe Pesci of the Verta family. Yeah, we had pizza. Part of our extended family owned pizza places. Pucci's Pizza. How much do I bench? I generally don't let my bench dip beneath 200, which is not a lot, I know, but it's just from a self-respecting standpoint, just don't let the bench dip below 200. If I want to work it, you can get to the 315s. But there's like a minimum thing there for a guy, I just feel. You got to bench 2. It's got to be in the 200s. I just don't let it dip beneath that. Does he fucking amuse you? Do I amuse you? You fucking motherfucker, you. No.
Do you know any Joe Pesci from Home Alone?
No, that would just be goofy. Although Home Alone, so they shot Home Alone right up the street. So a lot of those, all those movies in the 80s, all the what's his name? The movies, those guys, the guy who made all those movies. Oh, come on. John Holmes. No, that's another guy. John, what's his name? Come on. John Ridge, John Dodson.
Dick.
John Hudgens. John Rutledge. What's his fucking name? John. Those movies were all shot in my fucking town. All like within like a mile of my house.
All the 80s movies.
So my high school, we had 2 high schools. We had 2 vans. We had East and West. East is the Ferris Bueller High School, all that. So Home Alone, Kevin's home in Home Alone, just down the street. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, I don't think they live there anymore, so I can tell you, was filmed 2 blocks from my house at the Urbans' house. They were called the Urbans, or Frank and somebody Urbans. And their house was at the end of the road. I think it's Essex. Their end of the road. It's Essex or Warwick. And it just happened to be where their house was dead set at the end of the road. So it went blocks past Kenilworth Avenue. It's in a town called Kenilworth. John Hughes. And so their house, so Planes, Trains, and Automobiles was shot in the middle of the summer. So they had to winterize the whole thing. And so we had a little bulldog. And my dad would go down to they were filming down the street. It's only 2 blocks away. He would go down, and John Candy used to walk
Mom's watching, by the way.
Oh, yeah, Mom will tell you that. And Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. John Hughes, thanks, Mom. So remember, Mom, when Dad would take, and John Hughes walked not John Hughes, but John Candy walked the bulldog. He had a bulldog. And Steve Martin was in that movie, and we ended up getting Steve Martin's director's chair from that movie. We had that. We still have that. Mom, do we still have that? My mom's online. I think we still have that. So John Hughes filmed all those movies. How do we get on that?
She's going to be like, I'm not sure
Every time you
have
go
gone away. I may not have
Pucci's,
that
P-U-C-C-I.
director's chair. Love you, Kathy.
So yeah, 16 Candles, all those. Breakfast Club, all filmed on the North Shore. Yeah, that was like a thing. Ferris, all those things. Yeah, everybody watches. We watched that at Thanksgiving, only we're like, it's our friend's house. It's right up the street. Mike, were you jealous of Ferris Bueller's Emulator 2? I did. That made me buy. I eventually got that thing, and that's exactly why. I literally got that because of his Emulator 2. Yes, that's true. Absolutely. When he was doing it with the fucking coughing, I was like, what keyboard is that? I ended up getting the Emulator 2, and for that reason. And I think that was the same one that had the one that was in Sledgehammer. That one? The shakuhachi. Anyway, Mom Verta is in the house. John Holmes, yeah, pretty sure it was John Holmes. Yeah, she bought it at the school benefit. Thanks, Mom. Yeah, so Mom bought we auctioned and bought at the school benefit the Steve Martin's director's chair. Do we still have that? Did that follow you guys to Texas? Do you still have that? Or who has that, Mom? Who has Steve Martin's director's chair for that? Because that was a good movie. You know, you could end up with movie memorabilia from shit movies, but that was a great movie. That was a great movie, and we watched it on Thanksgiving. We watch that on Thanksgiving, and then we watch the Christmas one. Christmas Story at Christmas. You still have it. Lori has it. My sister has it in Texas. She has all the good stuff.
Good.
So we have that from that movie. Lori has it. That's my sister. Okay, that's good. Hey, by the way, if you're a fat fuck and you want to get strong, my sister's Instagram channel is the one to follow because she's...
Yeah.
She's
just cool stuff.
She's a warrior badass.
Literally swings a mace.
She's a mace swinging
one.
warrior badass personal trainer on Instagram, and I think it's Lori Verta Fitness.
It's El Verta.
El Verta. So if you just want to say Uncle Bourbon's...
Mom Verta, do you want to put Lori's
Put
handle
Lori's
in there?
thing there. Christmas Vacation, also a classic.
I think it's just El.
Is my sister married? She's married. She's got a great little boy, Leo.
El Verta 1.
El Verta
on Instagram.
1. No, seriously.
Verta 1. Check her out. Impressive. Inspirational.
Inspirational.
El Verta 1.
Yeah, check her out. Actually, I wish you could bring that shit up. I wish you could just bring it up. You know, like here it is. I bet you can. I bet there's a way to do that. In any case, yeah.
Here, right?
Kind of.
Could you get your browser into the thing?
You could maybe do that.
And get it way up in there?
Yeah, get it up in there. But yeah, man. So black people, yeah.
So anyway.
So anyway, black people. You know what? I don't know how many black people we have. Hey, do we have any blacks among us? If there's any blacks in the audience, oh God, wouldn't it be horrible if it was all white people and Germans and Aryans? Hey, if there's any blacks, will you please shout out in the chat roll so that we can get an amen on giving black people the fucking credit that they deserve?
You just asked for likes? Is that what that was?
No, I asked them for a shout out in the chat roll, like, hey, I'm black and I watch your channel.
Or just any feedback on the Joe Biden bullshit.
Yeah, frankly, yeah. No, the stream started with us getting angry about a lifetime. For almost 50 years I've been alive. Everywhere in my whole life, black doctors, lawyers, nurses, engineers, physicists, congressmen, senators, CEOs, and then people talking like black people are nothing but on the plantation waiting for white people to fix their problems. That's as racist as it gets. I'm aware of black people's successes.
If they don't vote,
that's what it started with.
It
was fucking ridiculous. Black people are part of the backbone of this country, successful backbone of this country, and the racist thing is white, fucking glassy-eyed, elderly, ancient, white racist elitists telling black people they've got all the solutions to problems they don't really have. I guess the only black people Biden knows are the ones who cleans his fucking house and drives his car. Yes, sir. I don't know what the fuck. It's ridiculous. My mom knows My mom knows. She's in the audience. She remembers Morris Bearfield. Don't you, Mom? You remember Morris Bearfield? Morris Bearfield was my homeroom teacher, black man. He's the one who finally got me to learn algebra. I had to take it 5 times. The drunk guy who taught me geometry, for whatever reason, I got an A+ in geometry before a guy had opened his mouth. There was something about geometry I could do. I just completely made. I think that's why I went into 3D, because something about geometry made sense. But algebra I could not do, and I had eventually take it like in summer school. And it was only until summer school that my homeroom teacher, Morris Bearfield, taught me algebra. He actually got me to understand algebra. And I said, as a fucking musician, like half my favorite musicians are black. How could you be a racist and be a musician? But yeah, my mom remembers. So when people are talking about black people, poor black people, I'm sorry, you have not noticed all the black people around you. Fucking racist. They do.
But bringing it back around to Biden, it's such that.
That's the racist.
Such that, such that they're people, and they will decide who they want to vote for.
Right. The idea that all black people, it's just.
They have unique lives.
Right.
Just
that they're
like
not
everyone
right.
else.
Right. That's what he said. They're not unique lives. They're just black people. All black people.
All
it's just
black
one
people.
thing. They just all vote for me because they're all black. They're not individuals who might think for themselves.
Said.
I know that's what he said.
He went on to say that's how he gets elected every time, is that all the black people vote for him.
Like I said, he was not out of line with that. They're all out of line. They're all out of order. They're all out of order with that shit. It's been that for 50 years.
Chicago, Mike.
I'm telling you, this is fucking ridiculous. Like I said, that's racist. They're the fucking Black History Month. Black History Month. Well, why? Because you don't notice all the fucking black people around you? All the successful black people? You got to go back? Well, back in 18-something, what are you talking about? George Washington Carver and fucking Rosa Parks. What about your lawyer? Fucking racist. That's the real racism. That's the real institutional racism. Biden was out of line. They're all out of line. Anybody talking to black people like you're poor little slavery children waiting for a white person to dig you out of it is a fucking racist. And as last time I could tell, that's an entire political party. See, this is what I love. That's what I love about not being part of a political party in any way. I've never registered. I've never voted. You can maintain objectivity. Republicans talk out their ass, they're full of shit. You can call them on it. Democrats talk out their ass, they're full of shit. You can call them on it. Who needs a fucking group? Groups lead to armbands, lead to a lot of this shit. You don't need that.
Apparently that's the only way you can have an opinion, truly my body, my choice, and not get caught up on, well, I want you to wear masks and I don't want you to have an abortion.
Who's Candace Owens? That sounds like a black girl.
She's a conservative black woman.
Oh, yes. Is she allowed? Is she allowed to be?
Ha ha ha. She's
she and the Hodge twins.
I don't remember what level of I know she's really well known, but I don't know what her actual job is. I don't follow her, and I don't know if she's like an activist or if she's a consultant, or for all I know, she could be a politician.
Somebody said, I don't know.
Actually.
I don't know anything about her, so I can't talk. I don't talk about things I don't actually know about.
Stacey Dash's, friend. I have no idea.
She is hated, I'll tell you that. Well, like I said, I understand why some people, like the idea of victimization and having people take care of them and do all that stuff. But like I said, you have an opportunity. You can back and support and champion the causes of people who are successful and strong and have made things of themselves, or you can back and champion the successes of weak people who are victimized and always looking to somebody else to take care of them. I think those are two very clear forks in the road, and I can tell you which one nature chooses. I like watching nature videos. Because nature keeps it all real. Oh, you're not going to hunt? Well, I guess you're going to die then. I agree with you, Mike.
Videos that are shot at
Blacks have done extraordinary things. However, I'm not sure if I get your point. Are you saying that institutional racism systems are not significant? No, I'm saying no. In fact, if anything, I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying that calling institutionally racist systems as racist is crucial. And when you have a system that paints black people as haplessly, racistly suffering victims, not only do you're lying.
You're complicit.
And you're complicit, and you're not only minimizing all of the accomplishments of 50 years of successful people. I mean, that is racism, is when you don't look, when you completely minimize or explain away people that have Like, in other words, if you want to talk about, I talked about this earlier, you want to talk about racism, of course there's racism. For a tribal species, there's all kinds of isms. But whatever racism exists has not stopped countless millions of people from making themselves some of the most important members of society. So clearly racism isn't actually the problem. And in order for you to say that racism is such a problem that you then have to eliminate and minimize and denigrate and give no respect to 50 years of accomplishments is criminal and evil to me. You got to keep pretending like we're living in the plantation era. You can only do that if you don't acknowledge all of the people around you who are making your life possible. And I've never understood why black people don't stand up and just say, excuse me, motherfucker, we're in all your shit. We're not just hapless plantation people waiting for handouts from white people. We make this country what it is as much as anybody else. Where are those fucking black voices? Because every white person who just wants who wants people to be good people and do their best to put something in society will back those people in 5 seconds. So yeah, of course there's racism, but it doesn't stop anybody. Nobody who wants to make it, because it hasn't. I said this earlier. It's not a white privilege ferry rides through South Central and blesses a Neil deGrasse Tyson and a fucking Oprah Winfrey. That's not fucking all affirmative action. Those are people come from all the same cities. We're not growing successful black people on a farm. They're taking advantage of the opportunities and they're making themselves such that you can't, it's not a fucking thing. You're a black doctor, you're a lawyer. That's not, what the fuck? Give them the credit they deserve. But you can't do that if what you're planning to do is sell them the solution you're not really going to give them by telling them that they're oppressed all the time. Fuck that. It's ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. No, sorry. No, I'm sorry. Black people aren't racistly oppressed people. No, they're not. They're actually really successful. They're around us in every walk of life. I notice that. I respect that. I acknowledge it. I admire it. You don't, and I'm the racist? I'm the one who would stand shoulder to shoulder with a black business owner, with a black doctor, with a black owner, with a black entrepreneur. I'll stand shoulder to shoulder with them and defend them against you while you talk about how they're nothing but fucking slaves and oppressed. Are you out of your fucking mind? Get out of here. Mike, I just want to thank you for enabling me to continue commenting coherently while being shit-faced. Well, you're welcome, if nothing else. I'm drinking absinthe.
It's 110 proof. What's your bourbon normally?
I don't know. It goes up and down. It depends.
Does it say?
I don't know what it might say. You could probably look it up. But yeah, I'm glad the simulation provided Mike. It's all I am. You know, just a rogue piece of code. Just a rogue fucking piece of code. I want more photography tutorials on LB's YouTube channel. Man, we could do that.
I haven't done one of those in a million
Forever.
years.
Yeah, man. No, I mean, I don't know how you demonstrate a lack of racism if the very first thing that you do, isn't to acknowledge the value of the people. It's not just fucking black people. It's Chinamen and Mexicans and everybody else. Especially in Los Angeles, it's real easy to go out and just see all your landscaping crews and be like, oh, the fucking Mexicans, that's all they are, landscapers. Yeah, but they're landscaping. I will always, 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 always take a person who does something fucking tangible and visible and obvious, a trade skill. I will always take that person off a fucking corporate drone who just does make-work shit that is so non-essential that the government has told them all to stay home for the rest of their lives. You do anything. I mean, you could say what you want. You could shit on Mexican people as a peasant culture. The fucking Jose has actually got a fucking clippers in his hands, and he's actually clipping your fucking bushes. He's doing something. I've never understood. My great-grandmother, Italian great-grandmother, used to say the world needs ditch diggers too. When I was young, I thought she meant losers. I thought she meant, this way, you need some people to be fucking losers. As I grew up and I got a clue, I started realizing, no, you actually need ditch diggers. Like, how can you look down on a fucking garbage man?
how important everybody
Yeah,
is.
like a fucking garbage man. Okay, you want to look down as a garbage man, like some piece of shit garbage man? Try to imagine your world for 10 minutes without a garbage man. We'd be neck deep in Amazon shit. I mean, garbage men should make $100,000 a year, and you're fucking. What are we talking about? A guy throws a basketball, he makes $32 million. A guy who hauls your garbage and stops you from being neck deep in shit 24 hours a day, what do they even make? I don't know, but it isn't $32 million. We're all fucked up. So I never look down on fucking people who actually do something, who put it down. I just can't. I just can't. So you know.
We also can't, turn a blind eye to the racism of the perhaps institutionalized racism of declaring your city a sanctuary city, just so that you can make sure that you continue to have the cheapest labor possible.
Well, that's all criminal. That's such a fucking racket. That whole thing's a racket. I mean, it's like English is a second language. It's packaged, it's presented. God, it's presented as like, well, we're being compassionate because we're helping them learn in their language. No, you're not. You're making sure they never speak English properly. That way, you never find them in the boardrooms and the executive suites. It's fucking criminal. It's like I said, there's no Gillette Science Center for inner city youth. There's Gillette Sports. Get them monkeys to bounce the ball more. This way we don't have to worry about them. I'm telling you, listen, for one reason or another, I've just been privileged to grow up around rich white people my whole life. And when nobody's around, it's not like it's a fucking secret. They're like, it's all... Just let them. They think $11 million. Give them $11 million. They'll blow it on Escalades and custom rims and posses. It's ridiculous how institutional and evil the racism that actually exists in the political parties and the controlling parties in this country is. When the truth is, the average person like you and me, we're actually all in this together with every race and everything, and we don't fight for that, and we allow ourselves to be divided by the people who want us to be divided. That's on us, man. That's on us. That's on us. Ancient people shaking the dust out of their dicks, telling us that we're all different and black people are oppressed by. Get the fuck. No way. But we can't treat minorities like we all ain't in the same boat. We are all in the same boat. We're all in the race, as is the economic race, of course. Mike is speaking some fucking truth here. Of course I'm speaking truth. That's all we do on the Uncle Bourbon show.
Is there a setting we can set?
We tried that shit. I just want to tell you, we have to keep stopping Google from stopping your opinions from coming out. It's not like once in a blue moon.
It's mostly curse words, but then every now and then it was the eat your face off comment.
You know what? We don't know what it is. It's a class fight, but we will not have the same struggles. But I will not have the same struggles? Look. You cannot tell ever a musician. You can never tell a musician who's been fucking broke ass and starving about class struggles. Do you know how many jokes? What's the difference between a pizza and a musician? Pizza can feed a family of 4. You've been a musician.
That's the saddest thing I've ever heard
in
my entire life.
You cannot be a fucking creative professional for 5 minutes in your life without having been broke ass fucking poor. I don't care where you come from. I came from money, a privileged thing growing up. I had my time where it was fucking dark as it gets. You have to have that. And you got to get outside your thing and see it. But in the end, you can't, I can just tell you as a creative professional, you can't talk to the everyman if you've never been an everyman. You can't relate to people if you've never been a person. You got to get out of your comfort zone. You got to see some shit. You have to. But that's also what makes you an interesting person. So, but man, I'm sorry if I shouldn't cuss. No, you don't have to cuss, because
you don't have to cuss. You mean you should cuss?
It's just another way of expressing yourself.
It's okay.
This is the thing about it too, because we don't watch our language in our house. Never have around my little boy. And
so he's got an incredible vocabulary.
Such a great one. But here's the thing, like some of the most prolific, some of the most erudite, some of the most incredible speakers in history and writers were prolific cursors. They're just pontificators and users of the invective. It does not mean you don't know how to speak. And like anything else, I've never understood protecting your child from cuss words, because it's like, well, you taught him not to piss in light sockets, didn't you? Yeah, so then teach him not to cuss in front of old ladies or when they're outside in public. It's rude. It's like, it's not a big deal. But if you've never heard a 4-year-old from the backseat of your car in LA say, this traffic is bullshit, you've never lived. You missed something. To have a 4-year-old call LA traffic bullshit was worth it. Your paternal great-grandfather dug ditches and saved money to go to the opera. Did I know that? I think I knew that. But that doesn't surprise me. My paternal great-grandfather.
Yeah.
So that's Pop's dad.
Pop's pop.
Pop's dad, yeah. I'm not surprised. Life was way harder then, and they still did it. No, I'll use the F-bomb. And you said something about filtering out. So you use what you want. You know what? Let's figure out the algorithm while we're here. You just say what you want to say on Uncle Bourbon's show, and we'll watch the algorithm. Hemingway probably cussed up a storm. They all did. They were great at it. I mean, because it's just another way of expressing it. Now, if you don't have a wide vocabulary, look, I've always said cussing is the easy one. That's the light version. That's the pacifier version. You really want me to break out my adjectives? You really want me to break out my fucking metaphors? They're way worse than anything that'll come out in a curse word. They'll haunt you the rest of your life. Oh, curse words are just the soft sell.
Graham's dad, not.
Oh, Graham's dad.
Not
That's
Pop's.
maternal, isn't it?
But no.
No.
Paternal
Oh,
through your
paternal
dad.
through. Got it. Okay,
Your
Graham's
dad.
dad. Oh, yeah. Mizzetta, right. I can't listen to Biden. You shouldn't listen to any of these fucking old. We should just lock the doors of Congress and set the building on fire. Can you still say that?
No, for about 5 more seconds, you're allowed to say that. God, it's so crazy. None of them can talk. Not Trump.
Hey, listen,
not
have you ever
Biden,
watched
not
C-SPAN? Have
Cuomo.
you ever watched that fucking? Have you ever watched that where I'll recognize the gentleman from Mississippi and the inane, stupid, old, just shit that comes out of their mouth, and they're like, "You're running my life." There should be a thing. Like, how about an age cap? You don't get to be in a government unless you're over 30 and under 70. Have you ever seen the outtakes of the Orson Welles commercial where he was trashed off wine? I have. I have. I mean, how you have to when you start to look like Orson Welles and you're thinking about what Halloween costumes you could possibly be. That leads you to watching Orson Welles videos. I remember Freestyle inverting curse words with other kids in kindergarten. Man,
Oh God, Biden has apologized for saying you ain't black. He said, "quote I shouldn't have been such a wise guy." He's so old.
he's so old.
He's so old. He just
Why,
said
I can't-
his apology was, "I shouldn't have been such a wise guy," with the overt racism.
I think this is my favorite summation I've ever heard. Cussing, I love this. Cussing is the salt, the fat, the sugar. It's the
Yeah.
1-4-5. It's the string ostinato. It's still satisfying and essential as fuck. Amen. I love that.
That's good.
Sorry for the random question. Feel free to ignore it. Was there a question, a random question? Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, man, you know. A
What's
10.
your main energy
10.
level?
Look at that. We've never had so many dislikes. Look at
Well,
that.
Blacker than you.
Yes.
You're you're both white and black.
Oh, that's how you know.
How do you maintain energy levels for Unleashed?
How do I maintain energies for Unleashed? Because in the end, the energy of it is that you know that if what you believe you're doing, this is true whether you're right or wrong, but if what you're doing is trying to help people and you're trying to give what you can, and you might say the one thing or review things in the right way that makes somebody actually be able to make their lives as a creative professional, that says the thing that gives them confidence to pursue that life, or gives them the piece of advice that makes them a better composer, a better whatever it is. Like if you knew for a fact that everything that you did had the potential to really make a difference in somebody's life, you'd have a lot of energy for it. It's just that a lot of us don't necessarily get the opportunity to see with any real feedback that what we put into the world might actually make a real kind of difference. I've been very fortunate to get a lot of direct feedback from people who just say, this thing that you said, the 100th time you said it, actually made a difference. And so then you think, shit, I got to say that 100 times to make one difference, but still, that's one. Maybe there's 2, maybe there's 10, maybe there's 20, maybe I don't know how many there are, but if I could stay on the air for 17 hours and say it, maybe that's 20 people, 50 people who will now pursue a life that's going to be a way better life with more skill and with more confidence. How can you'll find the energy for it? Energy you have if it's worth it to you. And I think if not for the world that we lived in, if I didn't have as much feedback as I get, I don't know that I would have the faith, the blind faith to do it. But it's just we happen to be connected now and people feel compelled to reach out. So it doesn't take a lot of that for you or me or anybody. It doesn't take a whole lot of people to just say that thing that you said made a difference. And then you sort of feel like, well, shit, I got to do that because I feel better if any stranger says that made a difference. I mean, that's just a huge thing to feel. It's just a huge thing to feel that your time and your energy, like, wow, I don't even know this person. They're halfway around the world. But I happen to say something, and then they want me to let me know that their lives are different in some way, in any way, even a little way for it. That you'll find the energy for it. And usually when Unleashed stops, it's just because some part of the body just shuts down, and I don't make sense anymore, and it's just getting weird. You know what I mean? So yeah. But yeah, man, I've never seen this many unlikes in one of my videos. I've never seen ever anywhere like that. And the truth is that what we've talked about for the however long we've been on air is actually all about supporting people and believing people and in grouping together and in building each other up and in recognizing society, successes. There's nobody unliking that who's a happy person. There's no fucking way. There's no way. And that's why you have to ultimately really qualify your feedback. And you just got to go, who is against holding each other up? Who's against each other? Who's against empowering ourselves and giving ourselves opportunities? Who's against that?
Was it your mom who said the cousins with guns?
Possibly.
Made the cousins with guns.
No, that was somebody else. I'm a separated
what are
sailor.
you
I know it
talking
very
about?
well. Wise guy has some very alternate meaning. Well, this is true. Oh, the comment about guns was Dad, not me. Well,
What gun? What comment was that?
I think you have cousins.
Was that?
Yeah, I think that was them.
How did we not notice that? I guess
Biden
we
is
just
also
like
on the
the
same
comment
age
so
as my
much.
hunched great-grandmother. Him apologizing, like trying to break out of jail and saying made a mistake. Look, like I said, it's really not about Republicans and Democrats. It's really, really not. And I understand why why we're so eager to draw those lines and join those teams. But there's another team. It's an us versus them team is the one we really should be on. It should be on the people who actually live life, who actually struggle and pay bills and have challenges. And it really should be us versus the people who live in a fucking fantasy bubble where everything in their life has nothing. They don't pay bills. They don't worry about their money. They don't have to worry ever. They have their own private security, their own private transport. They have their own private. They always get hooked up at tables. They've always got their own Social Security, their own Medicare. Fuck that. That's the real us versus them. So, I mean, for Christ's sake, I mean, like I said, I do not know anybody 80 years of age that I would trust to manage my life.
Let alone the country.
Except for the entire Congress and the Senate of the United States. What the fuck? Somebody said, you got me into video editing, and Laura Beth got me into making my own greeting cards. Yeah. Well, those are two noble pursuits. Hey, speaking of this, Mike Rowe. You guys know who Mike Rowe is? Mike Rowe is one of the only people on the planet whose channel I subscribe to. Every single thing that Mike Rowe has ever said, I've been like, I'm a better person for having listened to that. Mike Rowe of Dirty Jobs. Remember Mike Rowe of Dirty Jobs? You know who he is?
Kinda, yeah.
You don't even know who he is.
No, not really. No.
So Mike Rowe, okay, I don't even tell you, go look up Mike Rowe and just listen to Mike Rowe speak. He used to have a TV channel. He used to be on shows. He's got a foundation for people with trade skills. One of the wisest, most well-spoken, like realist dudes. Uncle Bourbon will give Mike Rowe his full unqualified endorsement. Mike Rowe has 146,000 subscribers. Nothing. And I swear it's like that should have 146 million subscribers. Not all this nonsense. You should check out Mike Rowe. Go check out Mike Rowe. I love Mike Rowe. I'm not surprised Mom loves Mike Rowe. Mike Rowe's great.
She's also leaving now. They're going out
Okay, go
for
out.
a night on the town because they live in fucking Texas,
Yeah, they're going out for an hour.
where you can do that now. You
What?
can go out.
Yeah, they can go out. Go out.
Have fun, guys.
Go for an evening of Texas fun. Would I let John Williams make decisions for me? I don't know John Williams.
Probably
I've talked
not,
about this
right?
before. I know John Williams' music like the back of my hand. I can crib John Williams as well or better than anybody. You know that. I've studied him for 42 years. But I don't know the man. And that's the only way I would want to know John Williams. I told you, if I met John Williams, I wish... If I thought for a second that John Williams could break out the fucking absinthe and I could get to the truth of John Williams and get him to talk some shit about stuff, I know exactly where he lives. I know his house. I used to jog past it all the time. That's how I eventually left my music on his front doorstep. I just kept walking past his house. So one day I left it on his fucking doorstep. I know where John Williams lives. I would love to have it, but I know that John Williams is not, we're not the same. We're different. You'll never see a show like this from John Williams. So I would not turn my life over to John Williams. Mike Rowe's Dirty Jobs, I think was his show. Mike Rowe, fucking great. Nowhere near as controversial as Uncle Bourbon, but everything he says is measured and sensible and makes sense and is good. And it's always about the same sort of shit I talk about, like when it's, trade skills and actually making a difference and do all this stuff. And he puts his money where his mouth is, which I love. So go subscribe. But I saw him. He had a thing, and I looked at it, and I was like, I've never checked how many subscriptions he has. 146,000. I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Mike Rowe has what is a statistically insignificant set of subscribers. It's like, that's... Mike Rowe has... He's great. He's... What the fuck? What did John Williams say about my music on his doorstep? I've talked about it a little bit. He sent me a very nice email. I don't talk about what he said because I don't need to talk about what he said. But if you ever wanted to get an email from your idol, that's the email he sent me. The one that you just want. He sent me the one that you'd want. That's all. That's enough. It was very encouraging. It was very nice. I will treasure it always. And it was just a thing that needed to happen. It's nice to hear from your idols. But I know John Williams' music. I would not want to talk about music with John Williams. I want to talk about the man and his life experience and all the stuff that's behind the music. And I would want it to be real. And John Williams is a kind of guy who is just very... We're just not the same that way. So I've never wanted to hang with him. I mean, John Williams is just like so aspirational and inspirational in how gentlemanly he is and in how measured and careful he is and in how well organized his thoughts are. And that is a skill that I admire and a skill that I possess if I need to. But I've come to cherish a lot more the raw, uncensored, uncoiffed,
Raw dogging it.
Yeah, raw dogging it is what I'm really trying to say. Thank you. And people have been talking about the Joe Rogan show forever. People have been saying I should be on the Joe Rogan show. I've said a million times, I'm not going to be on the Joe Rogan show unless Joe decides that what he'd like to do is just maybe for a goof devalue his brand. Here's a guy on his show that nobody's ever fucking heard of. Like, Joe Rogan's not going to have me on his show. However, what I like about Joe Rogan... Joe Rogan.
Okay.
I've listened to a bunch of Joe Rogan shows now. What I like about Joe and his show is that he just brings people on and he lets them talk and he just he'll ask questions and he had Elon Musk on. He had Elon Musk on a couple of weeks ago to talk about, and my whole feeling on that, like having never heard Elon Musk talk before, was that the entire time Elon Musk actually talks, if you're like giving a lot of side eye and you're like, is it just me or is this guy like half off of his fucking thing? Totally justified. Elon Musk is left. He's way left to center. I don't necessarily know he's plugged into the universe. But anyway, I'm not being on Joe Rogan's show anytime soon. Stop holding your breath. You can write Joe Rogan and you can tell him to have me on my show. And if I was Joe Rogan, I would say, and why? Why would Joe Rogan? Would it be an interesting show? Well, I mean, I'm interesting, so no, I think it would catch. I would not, as a friend, I would not tell Joe Rogan to have me on my show. Who is Daryl Davis? I don't know who he is. But the point is, however, if Joe Rogan and I could guarantee you this, if Joe Rogan and I were just off the air to go have a beer, we'd talk for 16 straight hours. I know that for sure. Because we're just like that. It's like my friend Ben Moody. You know, a lot of you don't know this. Ben Moody from Evanescence. You know Ben Moody? This is his piano. This is Ben's piano. He gave me his fucking piano. He's moving to Tennessee. We were friends, and we were talking about a bunch. We were totally locked in. We were like, we have a very similar brain. And he was moving. He's like, do you want to watch my piano for me? And I'm like, I'll watch your piano for it. That was like 10 years ago. This is Ben's piano. This is Evanescence's piano. I think Ben's been on Joe's. I don't know. So there's people out there that you just click with. Ben Moody. I love Ben Moody. Joe Rogan, I love his thing. I don't know that Ben would have me on a show. I don't know how to have Ben on a show. I don't know that Joe Rogan would have me on a show. I don't know how to have Joe on a show. Actually, well, why would I not have Joe on my show? Why would I not do that? Actually, the truth is, if I was going to go on Joe Rogan's show, my thing would be that Joe, we have to spar in a ring. That would be my thing. I want Joe and I to spar in a ring because Joe would fucking hand me my ass, and I would enjoy that. Why? Because that's how you get better. You got to get fucking tooled because Joe's great, and I'm not. And then I would be better at the other end of that ass kicking. I would know enough that I wouldn't go down right away. I wouldn't go down right away. I have enough technique to go down immediately, but Joe would eventually put my ass on the fucking canvas. And then I would learn something and I would get better. I would immediately do that. That would be the most useful thing I could learn from Joe Rogan, is to improve my fight skills. Jimmy's dead. I can't learn from him anymore. So I would love to learn. Then we could talk about, in fact, that would be fascinating, is to go in a ring with Joe Rogan and we could talk about the fucking world, and then he could help me up my game in sparring. Oh, I would do that right now. Don't put any money. So I was trained to box. A lot of people don't know this. I did boxing for a little while. I was trained by a guy named Jimmy Nickerson. Now, Jimmy was a very famous stuntman in Hollywood for a long time. You can look him up. Jimmy was the fight coordinator on Rocky and on Raging Bull. I mean, Jimmy was the real deal. And Jimmy Nickerson, he was just like, you look him up. You look him up. Famous, huge stuntman. And Jimmy directed this movie, and I wrote the music for his movie. And Jimmy really loved the music. And Jimmy wanted to do something for me. He just wanted to do something for me because he felt sort of indebted to me for writing this music to his movie. So Jimmy wanted to teach me how to box. It's what he wanted to teach me. He taught all these people. He'd been a boxer himself. It was just a thing he wanted to do. And I was like, yes, immediately, of course. What the fuck? So Jimmy taught me how to box, and he taught me a lot of, it was great. It was a fantastic period. Jimmy eventually died, and we'd had a falling out or whatever. But I actually really, really enjoyed it. But I'd only just gotten started in it, and it was all sort of gone and over, and then he was dead. So ever since then, I've always been like, man, that was so great. There's such a thing. It's such a thing. If boxing, especially boxing, is like chess. It's a thing. It's brutal, but it's chess. You only really realize that until you start boxing. But anyway, I really liked it, and I was like, well, it's too bad Jimmy's gone, because Jimmy was actually a great teacher. I mean, that's why he was the fight coordinator. Also, by the way, Sylvester Stallone, he said, can't hit worth a fuck. But Robert De Niro could have been a professional boxer. That's just a little thing I can say now that he's dead. That you could, a girl could stand up against Sylvester, but Robert De Niro fuck you up. But anyway, so learning boxing from Jimmy was great. So ever since then, since he died, I got to train at some of these really great gyms too. I got to train where the pros train, because Jimmy would take me to these gyms that the average person could not go into. That's where all the fucking pros would train, and that's where we would spar and do all this stuff. So it was actually really, really great. And I was learning, but then, like I said, life came in, and now he's dead. So, but Joe can actually fight, you know, Joe can do a thing. So if I had the opportunity to go in and be like, hey, Joe, listen, I would do that in a second. And that would be, I think, I would do that and get beaten up by Joe Rogan. Because it only just started. I'd only just, you know, I'd only just gotten into it, but it was great. But yeah, man. But yeah. Oh, he did it. Did Joe Rogan make it? So I like Joe's. I like the fact that he has people on and I'll do that stuff. You know, but just from a brand, I've been in marketing for, 30 years. If I was a brand equity marketing agent for Joe, I'd be like, there's a lot of people have shit to say. You got to put people on your show that increase your views, And being Danica McKellar's ex-husband doesn't count. Actually, that might be the only way. That might be the only avenue that he would have. We just want to get all the Wonder Years fans on to ask you what it's like to fuck Winnie Cooper. That's kind of a Howard Stern thing. But I think that's the only angle that he would have. 35 watching. We've gotten good 10, 11, yeah. Anyway, black people. What else? Anything on the news going to upset me? What do you have?
No, I'm trying. I'm weaning myself off. I'm like.
But it's not, because you tell me all day about stuff that's on the news. Look up a thing and upset.
Look up a thing to upset you.
Yes, look up a thing.
I am rapidly approaching just shutting the whole thing off again. Because again, like you said, if something important happens, we're gonna hear about it. I don't actually need to hit refresh on Facebook and Drudge Report and all of the various channels on Sirius Radio.
Did I ever listen to Opie and Anthony? No. I've never actually seen an Opie and Anthony show. However, weird, somewhere on an Opie and Anthony show, and I don't know if it's them who found it, they had this thing that was called Poetry Slam, and it was by a lot of people with disabilities. And I've seen that. These people with disabilities. And as far as I know, they put, it's just a thing. It's the only thing I know about Opie and Anthony is that they had this thing called a Poetry Slam, which had this guy named Travis who had Down syndrome and loved Elvis, which I thought was fucking great. And this guy named Travis loves fucking Elvis. And I've seen this video of this guy named Travis who loves Elvis on this disability poetry slam, which came from Opie and Anthony. That's as far as I know.
Read the one that hasn't been approved yet.
Oh, here's one that hasn't been approved. Let's uncensor your shit. So, Mike, with all this shit going on, is there any hope or why we should go on at all? Of course. Look, I've talked about this before. This is actually the most positive time in the world. When you know what a thing is, you can solve it. When you know what a problem is, then you can decide how you deal with it. And you don't have to change the world. You only have to change yourself. We got our hands full just being the best people that we can possibly be. So you look at a world and you look at how the propaganda is, and you look at how the media is, you look at how it is. That is information. What you do with it is up to you. And you can either decide to be a part of it or not a part of it. I don't think it's about outlook. I hate that. Let's just not look at the negative and focus on the positive. I'm not with that. That means you are enabling a lot of evil shit that requires you to step up and fight against it. So I'm not with that. But in the end, being the best people that we can be is actually the very best thing that we can do. That's why Uncle Bourbon talked about this weeks ago. How about just wake up tomorrow and do the very best that you can do with whatever that it is that you do? Because that alone would change the entire world. I've said this before. Imagine if half the people in the world tomorrow woke up and did the very fucking best they could possibly do at their job, whatever that job was. The world would be in nirvana. If all the people who work those jobs they think are shitty jobs, they stock boys, they work at a fucking Home Depot, whatever chip they have on their shoulder, but they decided that today they're going to go in, they're going to know the fuck out of it. So when somebody asks them where the paint is, they don't go, I don't know, it's probably, I don't know. Instead of that, they're like, I don't fucking know, but I've worked here 5 years and I should know. Let's go find out where the paint is. Let's go find out where that shit is. Let's go down there and get you what paint you looking for? Well, I was looking for this Rust-Oleum that's a flat mat. Here it is. Here, Joe, hey, is this the right one? We want to get this person hooked up. If half the world was like that, half the time we'd be living in nirvana. So instead of worrying about the world, worry about ourselves. Worry about being the best people that we can be. Worry about doing the very best that we can do. That keep you busy. That keep you busy. And then ultimately when you do that, You walk home or you end your day and you know the world's better because you're in it. Now you don't need Wellbutrin to get you through the day, and you don't necessarily need to worry about the approvals of people on fucking social media, or worried about the criticisms you get on social media, because you know you're square with the house, because you're a good person, because you tried to be, because you did your very, very best to be, because you made sure that the one day that you got today that you never get again, you made the very most of it. You earned your life by living the shit out of it. That's all you got to worry about. Not only will that keep you busy, but that'll keep you positive, because when you do it, you know it. It's an absolute value. Nobody could take it away from you. Nobody could give it to you either. So then you get up and you do what you do, and then you're like, you know what? It's not my fault. If this world's fucking a mess, it's not my fault. I fight the entropy. The world would be better if it was more like me. That's a great thing to know every day. And you're 100% in control of that. Every day. So, whereas a lot of people will feel overwhelmed by all of the crushing reality of it, I'm like, no, it doesn't have anything to do with what you do with it. You're just getting real with it. You had no chance of solving it if you weren't even willing to look at it. Well, now you're willing to look at it. Now you're willing to look at how fucking, it's like, shit, this stuff is a mess. That's right. But now you can do anything that you need to fix it. Just take care of yourself. So, yeah. So I actually think these are actually insanely positive times. And that's not a matter of outlook. That's a matter of something you can do, physically do, deeds, actions. My current dead-end job allows me to listen to Joe Rogan and my converted to audio MV masterclasses back-to-back all day. Well, you're in good shape then. We're going to turn the world over to you in about a month. Then Georgia father, son, and neighbor hunting that guy.
The white like former police guy and his son who tried to they claimed they were making a citizen's arrest and they shot a black dude.
I don't know anything about this.
I told you about it.
I know, but I don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about it. I'd have to know something about it. You know, you can read them. Tell me give me the thing. Give me the 411 and I'll tell you what it is.
The bullet points are.
Well, first of all, where are you getting the bullet points? Stop.
Multiple places online.
Yeah, multiple what places? Because
from CNN to
that's nothing.
Facebook to YouTube.
That's nothing. Those are the people who said that with that black guy who rushed the cops.
There's a video of it.
Okay, so what's on the video?
Of it, which is fucked up. It's some country road, and there's a black man who's jogging. Now he's like to a place. He's not like out with his bandana like sweats. He's going somewhere, and then a white guy's in the back of a pickup truck with a fucking shotgun. They hop out and struggle with the guy and shoot him. And there's somebody in the car behind them videotaping it. I would assume it's because they were going after the guy, and the other guy thought, I'm gonna take a video of it.
They were okay, so there's obviously
way
more to the story.
There's a lot going to it, but long story short, two guys shot a guy.
You know how much more information I would need in order to be able to weigh in on that? See, this is the difference.
Sure, but do you agree that just in general we don't, like, you don't shoot somebody unless you're willing, unless it's totally worth the consequences,
yes,
which are...
Yes, but the way you said it...
You might go to
just
jail.
The way you said it to me,
yeah.
This is all I know. A black man was jogging. White people jumped out of a pickup and shot him.
Yes.
Now...
There's obviously more about the white people...
Based on what you just said... Obviously, everything about that is wrong, and the white people should be arrested and killed and all the rest of it.
Right.
But there's no fucking way that's the entire story.
No, of course not.
So.
Of course not. Starting with the fact that somebody was poised with a cell phone on. This was not like a busy city street, and somebody had a cell phone, and they just whipped over. This was somebody else who had their phone up to the fucking dash window, the windshield. On an empty, like, back road street. And it somehow took not only 2 months or whatever for the thing to come to light, but then it took a whole nother month or whatever for somebody to be like, oh, maybe we should look into the guy with the video too. Like, no shit.
This happened 2 months ago?
Yeah, it happened 2 months ago, and it took 2 months.
I don't know anything about it.
Out.
He was fleeing from an abandoned house that he was casing.
Yeah.
So it's not jogging.
No, that's
Fleeing is different. So we're just getting information.
That's why I said he was.
He wasn't simply
by.
jogging. 911 had been called. They chased him. He rushed the son with the gun. There's a whole lot more to that story.
Yeah, obviously.
So, right. So, but this is my point, right? If we are all in the position in which we answer every single piece of a story that we get and we say, there's a whole lot more to that story, and then go and take the time to dig, we're already way ahead of the curve. And if we're not prepared to dig, then don't weigh in on it and don't do anything with it.
A lot of people saw the first video, and then started, a campaign. They're running with. White women were writing his name on the back of their tennis shoes to go for a jog.
And here's somebody says, no, he did not rush his son with the gun. Another guy say, so see, here's how Uncle Bourbon takes that. Okay, gonna need to do quite a bit of digging in order to figure out what the thing of it is. And you will not hear me weigh on that thing until I've done all that fucking research. Are you kidding? I mean, somebody said there's plenty of evidence that both parties were in the wrong. Yeah, well, that's probably always true.
That's generally.
But the bottom line is, what I would not do is take any one of hers or yours and be like, I know what I'm talking about. I don't fucking know what I'm talking. Wait a minute, what? Especially when you get, he charged the people with the gun. No, he didn't. Oh, yeah? Okay, so right there, we could deal with that for a month before we, what the fuck? And what's the bottom line of all of it? How is it relevant? How does it change your life? How does it actually affect you? What does it actually represent? Is that you? Are you the person who would jump out of a thing and shoot a guy with a gun? It's got to come down to reality sooner or later. I mean, just the fact that somebody's talked about it.
Why are you getting out of a car with a gun?
I don't know. He was cut off by a truck a few times. He was stopped again and confronted with a shotgun. And yes, the son wasn't pointing the gun. Please watch the video. It's fairly available. The son didn't fire it until he rushed him and tried to take the gun away. Again, so, but here's a point.
But you've recently been thinking about this with guns and your responsibility, and in what gun ownership with the idea of self-defense, and in what circumstance would it be appropriate for you to actually use a gun?
Somebody says the NYT, the New York Times opinion piece, is saying jogging has always excluded black people.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's racism.
That's about as racist.
That's that's racism. That's the racism. I don't even know what else the article says and the idea. But the point is that, like anything else, when we're getting this information, the very first question is, how is this immediately and materially relevant to my life right now? And then beyond that, with a skepticism that says, probably not true, probably cherry picked, probably giving me half the story. You'd have to do a lot of work to get to the bottom of that story, which I would not do, or if I would do, then that's the only point at which I would offer an opinion on it. Until then, I don't trust a damn thing. Not one of you things says. That's just all going in the fucking, okay, this guy says this, that guy says this, the news says this, let me do my own, let me look. You got to do that. And if you're not willing to do all that work, then you don't really give a fuck, so why are you caring about it in the first place? I'm not saying they weren't at all at fault, but this was framed as two racists chasing down a black jogger and shooting him, which was an outright smear campaign. Well, it's never going to be what the news tells you to, no matter which news outlet is telling you. Whether it's COVID or a black jogger, and whether it's Fox or CNN, you should know by this point that nothing on the news is truth. So you should stop watching the news. That's this. No matter what, we're not getting to that.
And if you don't know this, because a lot of people like us, we've gotten rid of cable, so you don't actually see the news, and you get news through social media. But Sirius FM or XM radio, it's 3 months free right now, trial subscription. So if you would like to just be able to compare literally all of the mainstream outlets just by tapping CNN, MSNBC, Fox, Bloomberg, whatever, you can do that free. And you can just have it on your phone or in your car or whatever. Just if you'd like to just do the experiment of, there's some top news story, how are all of them right in this moment giving complete, often opposing views or deliveries? Somebody
said recently, and I believed this, is that they were talking about Alex Jones. Now, I've never actually seen Alex Jones, to admit, although whatever clips I've seen of Alex Jones were him ranting and raving and doing whatever. But I think Alex Jones's show is the one that's called InfoWars.
Yes.
Is that the one?
Yeah, that's the one.
Which, knowing nothing else about him, I can tell you there absolutely is a war on for information. Information is the control and the power. And no matter what, our job, our responsibility as good human beings. You want to be a good person? You want to be a good person? Do you want to be a good person? In 2020, in order for you to be a good person, you cannot be a good person. It's impossible for you to be a good person unless you begin by doubting all of the things that are presented to you in the mainstream media and social media because they are controlled. They're propagandist and controlled by monopolies. You cannot have any chance, if that's what your real goal is, if you're like me and you actually want to be a good person, you want to support good causes, you want to defend the innocent or the people who've been wrongly accused, you have no chance. It's over before it starts unless you're ready to think for yourself. It's over before it starts unless you acknowledge first that you're living in a world that is full of propaganda and full of absolutely coiffed messages, unified coiffed messages across huge things that gives the illusion of truth and gives the illusion of ubiquity when it's not. It's just like Yum brands. They own all the things. It's not actually a choice. You're choosing from one Yum brand to another Yum brand to another Yum brand. It's not Pepsi. It's Yum. It's not Pizza Hut. It's Yum. It's not KFC. It's Yum. It's all fucking Yum. You're not learning anything. You're not getting a diversity of opinions. If you actually want to be a good human being, the very first thing you got to do is call bullshit on the fucking propaganda that compromises 99% of mainstream and social media. That's it. There's no other way around it. There's no other way around it. You cannot get yourself to the objective, wise, measured, balanced, strong, defensible position if you start by your input is propaganda. Fuck no. That's just it. So you have to make a choice. What do you want to do? You want to parrot the shit you heard on the news of your choice? Where people already say all the things you already agree with? Or do you want to be a good person? It's not going to be easy. Like everything else in life worth a fuck, you're going to have to spend some energy. My advice is if you're not prepared to do the energy, don't weather the opinion. But every one of us, I like to believe, we want to be good people. We want to put... So we're not going to begin by believing outright the monopolistic fucking opinions of corporate conglomerates that have a vested and financial and every other way interest in our being divided and ignorant. Come on. So, like I said, I don't know. I just don't know this story. But I can tell you that in the end, this story, like any other story, I know in 2020 would require an awful lot of work on my part to get to the bottom of, to look for the things that all of the disparate opinions had in common, which is how I would do it. That's how I would do it. I would look at all of the opinions, all of the reports, all of the things, the fringe ones, the mainstream ones, the dissenting ones, the agreeing ones, and look for the things that they all agree on. The things that they have in common are probably the only things that represent truths. But more to that, I would ask, okay, the end of this process, the end of this work, the end of this, how is this materially relevant to my life? How is this actually going to make me a better human being and a better father and a better citizen? So, we have to make decisions about what we want to put in this world, what kind of people we want to be, what kind of contributions we want to make. Ultimately, that's the one that you answer to in the mirror. That's the one. And, like I've said, I don't want to have a particular opinion. I want to have the wisest opinion, the one that can bear the most intellectual scrutiny, the one that's learned the most from history and repetition and pattern, the one that, the one that I can tell in my heart and in my soul is the right one, even if it's the hardest one. Can you put yourself in another man's shoes? I've always taken exception to the concept that empathy and sympathy are based in the concept of putting a person in another man's shoes, because that doesn't guarantee any sort of defense of that position. You can put yourself in another person's shoes and go, all right, well, if I was an idiot, what would I think? But that, in the end, doesn't compromise...
That's the spirit.
Yeah, that's not the spirit of empathy and compassion. It's more than putting yourself in another person's shoes. It's being able to defend another person's position. I mean, truly defend another person's positions without an asterisk, without a fine print, without a qualification, but be able to say, let me truly take myself completely out of my bias and justify and defend my enemy's position. Because I will tell you, all the best bad guys in the movies, they don't think they're the bad guys. They think they're right. In fact, in history, all of the best bad guys think they're right. They think theirs is the cause of justice. The Nazis did not go around going, we are going to revel in being the most evil. They felt the most justified. They thought they were the good guys. And if you don't think that superpowers are real, then you have never seen a human being rationalize. So we have to figure out what our position is, what we actually stand for, realizing that we can rationalize just about anything. Robert Sikorsky, the problem is that ideology pervades every form of media. I don't have TV either, but Netflix, for instance, clearly has an ideological slant. But even your awareness of it should afford you some protections to it, should allow you a contextual method by which to take that stuff and do something with it. There's your power. If you even know it, you're halfway there. What you do with it is up to you. So would I submit to a person hurting me, hoping they are logical in their actions? Well, I mean, no, but again, even that has some slippery language in it, right? Because you can push somebody out of the way of a bus and they can say, you've assaulted me. You physically assaulted me. You pushed me down. You threw me into the street and violently I broke my ankle on the way down, even though what you did was save them from the bus. In the end, you have to be comforted in that moment by knowing that the infinitely malleable perceptions that people may choose to align themselves with do not truths make. And that in many places in life, there really are truths with capital T's. And if you saved them from that bus, and you know that you saved them from the bus, you know that the price was that you had to push them down, then you also have to have the intellectual and the philosophical and the moral security to know really doesn't matter what they say on the other side of that. You actually did save them from the bus. That's, again, people can justify it either way. But that's some of the challenge that we have just as human beings, no matter what epoch you're living in, no matter what era you're living in, is to know if you've rationalized your way into an evil or if you're steeling yourself against a rationalization out of a good thing. That's one of the challenges of being a human being and not an animal that just merely follows instincts and has no question or say in the matter. Have I seen a new documentary Michael Moore produced? I have not. I don't know how much idiotic anti-intellectual shit I would have to endure from Michael Moore before I would grant myself that the chances of him suddenly becoming an entirely different human being are slim, such that I don't have to waste my time. But at some point, we have to value our time. And Michael Moore's had a lot of years to say things and make opinions on stuff, and they are so fundamentally anti-intellectual and so just on the most basic level indefensible that I can't.
Like a tiny example? Can you think of a specific Michael Moore opinion from the past?
Like,
or have you just filed it away?
Like one I haven't shit canned that was years ago.
That's what I mean.
I'd have to dredge one up. Give me a minute. But I don't put people in that category unless they've really.
So it's about climate change, the documentary, I think.
Oh, well, that climate
Which
change.
apparently we don't give a shit
Christ.
about. We don't care about saving the planet right now because COVID-19 is clearly more important since we've now.
Climate change is.
Now everyone's using disposable gloves and disposable masks, and we now are not allowed to bring our grocery bags to the store. And obviously our delivery has gone through the fucking roof. So just so we're clear, we don't care about the planet right now?
Right now, right.
Okay. Also, we didn't need to because it healed itself in like 2 days? Okay, just checking.
Right. But by that token, it doesn't actually matter if Michael Moore said something or Joe Biden said something. I think part of our responsibility together is to say, is that idea of merit? is it of merit? The problem is that we're inundated with so much information that we have to start making choices about who we're going to listen to in the first place. But we have a responsibility to ourselves to try to filter out stuff that's obviously shit and agenda-based and whatever, because we have no chance otherwise. But people change. People learn things. My opinions have changed over the years as I've learned more opinions of stuff. So I think on some level you have to afford everybody the opportunity to be like, you know what? I got something else to say now. I think something else. I have not seen that, so I don't have any necessarily reason to do so.
There are two people that are still arguing about the guys.
About what? What guy?
About the guy getting shot by the two.
Again, I mean, my opinion about, I mean, I just know how it is with media. God, would you have to do a lot of work in order to get to what might be the actual truth behind those circumstances? And you'd have to have, why would you do that?
I just want LB to be able to use the restroom while on the road. What the hell did you tell them? I did not have to use the Depends.
She didn't have to. She did because she wanted to.
I did not even use them.
You totally did.
Once. I did not use
You bought them. Did you buy them?
But I did buy them. They were in the back of the car, and there was one time that I went to the back of the car and I got the package and I brought it to the front seat, the front of the car, because I thought I was going to need to use them because I needed to pee. And I pulled off, where was this? It was just outside of San Antonio, Texas. And I happened to pull off into a very, very poor area. And every McDonald's had been open. But I went to a McDonald's and they were like, oh, you can't come in here. And then, maybe it's because I was white, I'm just kidding. Blacker than you, blah, blah, blah. No, seriously though. It was weird because all the other McDonald's across the whole country were open. But this was a very, like there was literally a giant building that had been on fire and like 40 years ago, and it had been left in the community. And it was one of those where like just the buildings are like shacks. It was really, really terrible. I mean, unfortunate. Lots of people just walking around, hanging, clearly a poor area. And the Wendy's, the McDonald's, the gas stations, the fucking Roscoe's Chicken or whatever, all those places, they would serve you food, but you were not allowed to go in and use the restroom. And I was like, fuck. And literally 1 block to the next, I'm driving. I'm like, I'm gonna have to use these motherfucking Depends. This is gonna happen right now. I ain't scared. It's happening. And then the next block, suddenly the bricks were, were neat and tidy, and there was a CVS, and there was another McDonald's, and this was probably 2 minutes from the other McDonald's. And this McDonald's in the nice area, you could use the bathroom. Hashtag COVID-19. But I didn't have to pee in a diaper.
You say that.
I didn't.
I don't know that we believe you. Do we believe her? I don't know. Spent 15 years on the road in a band. And I can say from personal experience that I would have opted for Depends over some of the bathrooms found at gas stations, fast food, and restaurants. The best part about climate change is that there's too much carbon dioxide in the world because cows fart too much, so we are better off being vegan now. Look, if you actually care about climate change, well, yeah. If you actually care about human impact on the planet,
you'd have fewer of them.
Then the root cause of that is population. End of story. If there was 20 people on the planet, no matter what they did, they could not possibly hope to make an influence. It's the numbers of people. There's no way, nobody's figured out, in the words of Doug Stanhope, nobody's figured out how to tell people not to fuck in the front hole so they don't deal with the population issue. But clearly the exploding population, the unmanageable population, would be the core issue. And if you really cared about the planet and people, that's what your focus would be. I talked about we should have a one is the loveliest number campaign for how many children you should have. So, but people don't talk about it because they can't sell it. But in the end, if that's your actual concern, the planet, well, there's too many people, which is why resource people only ever have one solution, which is do less or have less. Do less, have fewer things. degrade the quality of your life. Don't expect to have natural light or natural food or anything, because there's so many people that now you have to make all of these basic compromises in your life in order to accommodate the people. It's not reasonable. There is no, it's not fair for you to figure out how you would have 3,000 people in your house, because you'll never be able to figure out how to make sure that everybody has so little that you could accommodate 3,000 people in your house. Your house isn't fucking big enough. There's not enough total. It's not fair. There's no way to work it out. It's a tortured exercise, and you're making life for everybody miserable by trying to figure out how to have a toilet shared between 3,000 people in one refrigerator. If you have 30 people in your house, you can work that out. It's a population issue.
I'll probably watch the documentary, by the way.
Which documentary?
It's that same, the Michael Moore one. But it sounds like, sounds like he's poking holes in the...
But I mean, but that's an obvious thing, which just you don't see anywhere because you can't sell it, you can't use it to control people. That's... improve education and opportunity in poor countries.
I mean, there's a correlation there. When you educate, it's specifically women. They say you educate women about their options, and then they're less likely to be like, I'm having 14 babies.
Listen.
They're more likely to sneak a birth control pill.
My credentials
and run away
in terms of third world issues is that I'm the director of operations for a charity in Ghana, West Africa. I can tell you, it's not like they don't know what happens when you fuck in the front hole. Education, when people talk about education, that is such a meaningless word. Like, what are you going to tell them? Hey, maybe you shouldn't have 15 kids that you can't feed and there's no medicine or power or clean water? They know that.
Right, I think you mean distraction. And or,
But no, this is no.
Means of...
Hold on, wait. This is the thing, because people always talk about the fact that it's like it must be ignorance in these third world countries that have them so that women who are already starving don't have babies that are destined to starve and die because they're living in sand. I deal with this literally every day of my life. Basic infrastructure stuff for people in Adafoa, Africa. They're well aware of what happens when you don't have food. They're more aware of it than you are because it actually means something. They are well aware of the idea that the child that they're having happened because they had sex. This is not a surprise to anybody. Almost all of that is offensively racist and ignorant and elitist and white. The idea, these black people just don't realize, if they just knew that sex makes babies and that they don't have food. Like, if they only knew that the most basic, primitive impulses that human beings had consequences, they wouldn't do it. No. The truth is, that when you work with people in Africa every day of your life, you learn that in the end, whether there's food or infrastructure or power or medicine, still number one on the list of things for a human being to do is to have children, to create others, to have offspring. And that was true for humans when they were living in caves and had no expectation of medicine or water or power. They had children. Kind of no matter what they were facing, they had children. In fact, they had lots of children because most of them would die. There is no education. There is no perspective that we are going to give third world countries that will somehow talk them out of or devalue what is ultimately hardwired into the monkey brain as maybe the purpose of existence. Like I said, this is my perspective as a person who manages the basic welfare of people in Ghana, West Africa every day of his life, where they get their food, how they stay safe, how we educate those children, how we get them from point A to point B. These are the daily challenges we handle. And I can tell you, these are not stupid people. They don't have fucking lip rings and neck rings and spears. This is not the case. They're quite aware of the circumstance. But in some ways, if there's nothing else, there's their children. And they know that there have been children and their forefathers for thousands and thousands of years who've worked it out. So there's nothing that we could ever say to scare them into some sort of compliant behavior where they would never, ever participate in these things. Is there rape? Yep. Is there, this is one of the things we have to have security at our village. We have a protected village, a guarded village in Adafoa. We have 24-hour security 7 days a week. We protect the children as they go from schools to their homes. Do we have to do that because there are rape gangs? Yep. Do we have to protect them because they might be sold into trafficking or slavery? Yes. Those are all true things. The population issues and the other infrastructure problems they have are not being caused by excess people generated by rape. Those are just everyday things they deal with, along with where they're going to eat in the next hour. So the ways in which we are approaching third world issues, the sense of education is as ignorant and elitist and racist as you could possibly imagine. It is not because those people are not aware. In fact, when they have nothing else, they have children. Actually, interesting question, Mike. How do you feel about government reform in those countries? Whether intervention is the way to go or is it a matter of waiting for them to revolt themselves? So, my perspective, so let me tell you something about working in Ghana. It's in West Africa. That's just where it is. And there's two places. Our headquarters are in a city called Accra, which would be kind of your big city. And our actual protected village for our charity is in Adafoa. It's a few miles from the ocean. And it's a curious mixture of first world and third world. For example, all of the teachers at the foundation that I run have bank accounts and are paid by direct deposit. We pay them by direct deposit, just like any other first world country. And they have to take out taxes or we have to take out withhold taxes and all that sort of thing. By the same token, they can't go from place to place after about 6 o'clock at night because bandits are on the roads. The police must be bought off or they will not enforce any rules. So when we have an issue, we have to contact the local police chief or people on watch, and we have to assure them that in order to enforce a certain law or rule or protect one of our convoys going from point A to point B, they must be bought off. And we realize that in order for us to have the land deed that we have for the village that we run, we have to pay off the local chieftains, and we have to make sure that they receive their due in terms of we do honoring ceremonies and those sorts of things. It's a curious mixture of first world and third world. And in the end, the reason that things will change or will not change will always be dependent on what people believe that they are entitled to and what they think they're not entitled to. So when you have people whose opinion of their life is, this is how life is, it was this way for my parents, my grandparents, and for as long as it is, and they have no expectation of it being differently, there is nothing that you could ever possibly do to change their way of life. They won't ask for it, they might take it, but they won't do any sustaining work in order to make that. When you have people who fundamentally believe that they are different and deserve a different life, some of them will spend some energy trying to change their local environment into being something else. Most of them will leave. Most of them will leave for first world countries and other situations that they feel that have more opportunities for them. The vast majority of people either comply historically or leave. But it isn't because you can't look at the mechanisms from a perspective and go, man, you could change all of this right now. You could. But the people who are participating in it are not willing to do so. That's just the cold, hard truth of it. So, if all of the people said, you know what, fuck this, fuck the way this is, fuck the oppression, fuck the crime, fuck all this, they outnumber their oppressors, they could do so. In all of the years that I've been doing this, that is not generally how it is. There is a complicit, there's a acceptance, there is a complacency with it. There is a, well, let's do it the best we can inside of this, but there is not the, this is enough. There's not that. That's why it doesn't change. I'm from Africa, and I don't mean sex education. I mean that as people collectively move up the hierarchy of needs, it's statistically, inarguably, that they have less children. Well, sure, but there's also so much, right? You know how much of the education component of that is a portion of it, right? How to accomplish this is another issue. Widespread corruption is undoubtedly the most stifling problem in these countries. I would argue, as I just said, that being complicit when you greatly outnumber your oppressors is the actual problem. We have the same problem in this country or any other country. It's only a handful of people that own the search engines, but we're willing to listen to what the search engines say. We're willing to believe what the spokesholes say. That's us, not them. I've subscribed to your channel on several occasions. I wanted to subscribe again. Keep up the good work fighting entropy. Yes. So yeah, I mean, like I said, for me as a privileged white guy, when part of your every day of my life is talking to people in Ghana, West Africa, and helping them make sure that the children are safe and that they have food and that they're educated. And on some level, I think our instinct would be, well, you want to be outside of your comfort zone. You want to do things that are totally outside of what your life would be and get real with the world. But I can tell you that what I've mostly learned is not the ways in which we're different, but the ways in which they're the same. I see children who don't have food tomorrow smile every day when they get a fucking bicycle tire and a stick. I see real, honest, actual joy. Not relative joy. I see bona fide smiles and laughter. And from the comfort of my place, I can think, what could they possibly have to laugh about? What could you possibly be smiling about? You don't even know how you're going to eat tomorrow. How can you take a break from this for 5 seconds and enjoy this fucking bicycle tire? But what you actually learn is that that's one of the remarkable things about human beings, is the ways in which we scale our expectations and the ways in which we scale what we're going to get and the ways in which we accept versus what we deserve. We never get what we deserve. We get what we accept. So it actually doesn't matter whether you are in our village, our musical village, it's a musical village, it's called, in Adafoa, Ghana, West Africa, or if you're in West Los Angeles. Ultimately, we have some version of what life we're entitled to and what we think we can accept or what we think we could fight and have any chance of. And that's actually what unifies us all. On the surface, yes, give people who don't have water, water. Give people who don't have food, food. But that's actually not their biggest problem. The biggest problem is that no matter what, there's not the actual fundamental belief that their lives are worth more and that they don't have to live this way. And anybody right now who's having all of their freedoms taken from them, even in this first world country, and isn't fighting back and wants to tear their teeth out, doesn't believe that their freedoms are worth fighting for and defending and not letting being taken away without the very best of reasons, which there aren't. We are exactly like those people. Finding the ways in which human beings are the same is much more powerful than finding the ways in which we are different. And the more you get outside of your comfort zone, the more you get outside of your economic strata, your logistical strata, the more opportunity you have to find that we are actually all the same. That is empowering. probably I'm just totally ignorant here, but what's the actual goal of media's propaganda? To keep us, ultimately, look, like I said, power's interest is in consolidation of power. Because as that discrepancy, as the disparity between the haves and the have-nots increase, there are more haves who want more have-nots who want what the haves have. So you have to keep making, and as broadly as you can, distractions and other things to stop them from coming. Look, there's 10,000 people at the base of the hill. We're the 5 of us living up in the castle with all the best food, all the best everything. We're way outnumbered. How do we stop them from storming the castle? How would you stop them from storming the castle? If you had all the power, if you had all the money, if you had all the stuff, what would you do? What would you do when you are totally outnumbered? Just think about it. Just think about it. What if it was you? What if you were the one who had all the power and you were surrounded constantly 24 hours a day by people who wanted everything that you had, who increasingly had nothing to lose? How would you keep them from storming your castle? You will come up with the same game plan that everyone in history has ever come up with. And then you'll see that game plan played out in front of you right now. And you will not be wise for recognizing it. You'll just be one of the people whose eyes were open, of which there have been countless millions in history. And you will recognize that history repeats itself. And the quality of your life will at that moment have an opportunity to increase beyond itself in ways you might have never had thought of before, just because your eyes are open. We didn't invent this. We're the last ones at the party. This is not new stuff. Not new stuff. But that means you also have an opportunity to understand it, which means you have an opportunity to control it and do something about it. The problem in South Africa has been the tribalistic thinking. Nobody who succeeds leadership seems to desire turning the country into unified direction, and neither does the average person. Well, that again, right, that's exactly the issue, is that certainly in the communities that I work in, I mean, we're talking about thousands of years of tradition. Thousands of years of tradition, which are, if anything, slavishly adhered to. And you will get this curious balance of people saying, yeah, it should not be like this. And people saying, this is how it is. It's a weird, and you can say, it doesn't have to be like this. Half of your lives have first world stuff in them. Why don't you take the rest of your life first world? Well, I don't think we can do that. What do you think you need? Again, well said. It's important to remember the U.S.'s history as a beacon of defending freedoms in that regard. We're suffering a lack of that in Canada right now. Well, but also in the United States, you have a huge generation of people that didn't directly earn it. They didn't actually squat in a foxhole. They didn't actually come home and see all the freedoms that they had and be able to say, hey, you know what? I made this possible. First there was the revolution, and then there was this war, and this was the Civil War, and then there was this war, and I did just... You're not taking that away from me. I literally was my friend's got his head blown off. We made sure you still have what we have. Nobody's taking this away from me or you or anybody. Well, I never had to go to war to defend this country or put my life on the line. And people seized on that in a way to go, we don't deserve it because we didn't actually sacrifice for it. When the truth is, to actually show the way in which you deserve it, you honor the sacrifices for it. You go, you're right, I didn't have to go to war, but a lot of people did. I'm not going to let all those sacrifices go to waste. They fought for my freedom. They fought for us to have choice. They fought for all these things. They literally died for them. There was mothers and women and sisters and brothers who had people roll up with telegrams to let them know their loved ones had died on some foreign soil. They'd never be seen again. For all of those people sacrifices, going back to the 26 million Indians that had to die in order for us to make this country in the first place, from which we made modern medicine and power and space travel and the internet and everything else. The best thing to do on Thanksgiving is to honor the deaths of all the people whose lives were ultimately the price that was paid for the life we have, that we're grateful for, that we're not ready to give up. You can't have it both ways. If you live in this country, if you enjoy those freedoms, Even if you didn't have to fight for them, somebody did. And the only way you honor that sacrifice is to say, you made this possible for me. I'm going to not let it go to waste. I'm not going to waste your life and your sacrifice. I'm going to take the most advantage of those freedoms that I can. Those things that I have, I'm just grateful I didn't have to go to war. But you did. So I'm going to be grateful, and I'm going to exercise those freedoms, and I'm not going to let anybody take them away from me. You wouldn't have. You died so that I had them in the first place. That's the only thing I can do, because I don't have to die for my freedoms. You did. So I'm not going to let anybody just come take them. And that is what a patriot says today. That's actually what I say, because I'm an American patriot. And then there's other people who go, we didn't deserve this. We didn't. You might not deserve it. But everybody before you did, and they made it possible for you. And so unless you were a selfish, ungrateful, hypocritical cunt, shut your mouth or move the fuck out of the country. You know, there's people who were loyalists in the American Revolution back in the day. They didn't believe in separation. They didn't believe it. You know what they did? They left and went back to England. Don't badmouth this country and be in this country. Don't have all your freedoms and all of your abilities and all of your, and shit talk this country, you fucking hypocrite. The last thing the world needs is more hypocrites. No, it wasn't always pleasant. It would have been great if we could have had the internet without having to murder 26 million Indians. But we did. At least we didn't waste it. Look what we did with the land. We didn't just do nothing with it. We made amazing strides. So raise a glass to all those Indians people on fucking Thanksgiving. Not Native Americans. They were fucking Indians. Raise a glass and say, Squanto and Tonto and runs with wolves and fucks sheep and all the others. Thank you. Sorry. But I promise I will not let your sacrifice go in vain. Every freedom that your death and the death of your ancestors afforded me, I promise you I will not squander, I will not waste, I will make the most of. And if any part of my country or my people or even my own government comes to try to take those freedoms, I will not let them disrespect you and your sacrifice that had to happen to have it. I will fight until the last breath, just as you did. That's how you honor those people. And so we don't have to worry about what other people do. We don't have to worry about what other people around us do, whether people honor these sacrifices or not. The only thing that matters is, are we? Are we the hypocrites on Memorial Day? In my 30s, I realized I was not going to be asked to go to war. But I'm as much of a patriot as anybody, because I can't stop thinking about the people who did. And I will not have the opportunity to put my money where my mouth is and as far as I know, and put my life on the line to defend my country. So the very best thing I can do is take everything that I was given and make sure I hold on to it and take care of it and be a custodian of it. Every freedom. A toast to Shep Proudfoot. Yes. Yes. You get that reference?
No.
That's Fargo.
It's been a while since I saw Fargo.
Don't know him. Don't vouch for him. Shep Proudfoot. 10 points for the 10 points for the Fargo reference. But yeah, man. Like I said, we are not encouraged to be present. To be present in our country and in our life and in the society that we live in. But we are, this is a great life. A great life. Better than any humans that have ever lived. And a lot of people made it possible. So this is why when somebody wants to, look, I don't know if they don't, you know what they don't do? They haven't been talking to a ton of veterans, because every time they hear from veterans who did die and had all their friends die for freedoms, they are not down with the whole world having their fucking masks on. You don't hear from them a lot.
They're probably not a big fan of hiding from a virus that might come.
Yeah.
That probably has a way lower statistic of killing them
they are
than
not,
the war did.
Yeah, they're not okay with hunkering down in their house in fear when the fucking Germans or the Viet Cong were right over the hill.
Just yesterday, yesterday we had somebody in the house who was like, all the shit I've been through in my life, you think I'm fucking scared of this virus?
Right.
Come at me.
Yeah.
A lot of people feel that way.
Yeah. A lot of people.
Anybody who's had any real shit they had to deal with.
But here's the point, right? Because if you don't have a lot of shit that you've had to deal with, you still have the benefit of all the things that they did have to go through. And the only way to honor that is to honor it. So black people.
Well, I'm for them.
I'm pro-blacks. You know what? Did we actually ever get any black people weighing in, or do we have no black people?
I think you have no black followers.
That's embarrassing.
It is embarrassing. For you.
For me, yeah. How could a musician not have black people in his audience?
You're not black enough, babe. You're going to have to work on it. Clearly you're not as black as you thought you were.
Do we have Cavassier over there, don't we?
We got a little Hennessy.
Give me some Hennessy.
Hold on, I'll bring over
Get
your
some Hennessy.
Let me, just to prove.
Hey.
This will work out, though.
Let me tell you something. I don't ask you to subscribe to the channel. I don't ask you to like my videos, smash any buttons. I don't monetize any of my videos. You never have to sit through one fucking ad. So
here's his Hennessy, just for scale.
So
This is how.
So what I'm going to ask you to do now is get all your black friends to tune into this fucking stream. In the next hour, I want all blacks in the audience. I'm now going to ask you to go get we've already we had the absinthe.
Why?
That's as white as you can get. I had the absinthe. Where's the Hennessy?
Are you drinking Hennessy
Or
next?
Cavassier.
Oh, you're empty.
Cavassier or the Hennessy. Bring that shit.
What's Cavassier?
Yeah. Let's. Hennessy's Irish. I'm black Irish. Okay, so get Cavassier in here. Get the Cavassier. Cavassier? Yeah. There's no way we don't have that. Find that. We have black people at our Halloween party.
Oh my God, that's racist, Mike.
That's racist.
You're racist. You're literally reading your resume of black people. Okay? If you have to say, we had black people at our Halloween party, you might be a racist.
You might be a racist.
Okay? That's just not a thing.
We actually had black people and gay people.
God. And strippers.
Seriously, do we not have any? There's Cavassier in there. I know there is.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the bottle looks like.
Look it up. There's no way we don't have Remy. That is the right.
That is your.
No, we need, Pixar, it didn't happen. Strippers, we have strippers. We have strippers. We have black people, Chinese people, gay people. All welcome. All are welcome. All the best pianists are black. Yeah, probably. All the best musicians. Most of my favorite musicians are black. Except for maybe like Michael Brecker. Except for who? Michael Jackson, great. I don't know if he's black anymore. Did you have black gay strippers? Did we have black gay strippers? We would. Yes, actually, we had black gay strippers. Yes.
We had at least something very close to a black gay stripper. I don't know what I'm supposed to get for you.
Oh, I'm playing in G these days. It's got to be G. I always play in F. I've been playing in G more. No, actually, the truth is, when we have at our parties, like when we deliberately choose like the widest, wildest group of people. Like we do that on purpose. You know, we like to have just interesting people, and then just pit them against each other, because it's like the fucking United Nations at our parties. And it's great because the people are all talking to each other. They're all having a great time. And we're always like, look at that. There you go. There's your world. There's your world.
Those people have completely opposite views, and
And-
they don't even know it.
and they're
They both dressed as Scooby-Doo.
It's awesome. Mike, that jazz noodling you're doing there, can it be that it doesn't quite work transpose the high register of the piano? Well, it depends because you get to thinking like I think in F.
How do you spell Courvoisier?
I think in F just by without thinking of it. So like this week, I've been very deliberately being in G. It's just hard for me. But after a couple of days, then I can think in G. But it takes a little brain change. But that's good. You have to play in a lot of different keys just to kind of not have all your licks in one key. It's just a thing.
How do you...
We are equal opportunity party inviters. Yeah, our only condition is just be interesting.
We have brandy, but we don't have Courvoisier. What the Courvoisier?
That's F.
The only we have Hennessy.
I've grown tired of F.
Saint Remy.
I've grown tired of the F.
I'm gonna grow tired of your Courvoisier.
D flat. Yeah. You know, because you're not going to come, hey, blues in D flat. All that would get is fuck you. You don't have to worry about that. Blues in D flat. Greetings from Madrid. F is for sissies. Give us E. It's the Hennessy of keys. F is cheap scotch. You know, your guitar keys, because your guitar players are all going to, okay, what is this, Hennessy?
Right. Yes, it is. Yes, sir.
Hennessy. It's good to mix bourbon, absinthe, and Hennessy. That's a good that's a power combination. I am so proud, baby. I am so proud. We have 12 dislikes. That's the record. That's a fucking record. Don't give us those dislikes unless you mean it. Don't do that. I want to know. We never get dislikes on my channel. I always get these tiny little couple of dislikes that don't like the fact that I want real ones. Don't give us, I know some of you know it's a joke and Draco likes to see the dislikes. I want those to be real. So right now, if you just gave those as a goof, take them back. Because if those are 12 real dislikes, then this is a real show. They didn't nail Jesus to a cross because of how popular his opinion was. Guitar player here, played in jazz band back in high school, can attest to the fact that we hate F. Yeah, I know, it's not natural. Hypnotic and Hennessy, the Incredible Hulk, is that it? When I was in Hell Week in my fraternity, we had a drink that I never found out what it was in it, but it was called a Mind Probe. But one turkey baster worth would put a 6'3" tall football player on the floor almost at the end of the swallow. It didn't come out right. But I always want to know what that was because I marveled. Now, we hadn't eaten in days, but I always marveled at the end that it was just like, you know, and my Hell Week, I would love to tell all the stories about my Hell Week, but I can't. But one of them in my Hell Week at my fraternity was we were in a room that was all draped in bed sheets and it had an altar and candles, and they would do that thing where they would bring in you and your pledge brother, and you're so mentally fucked up, you don't know whether to shit or stand in it at this point. And they would ask you a question that there was no right answer to. Like they would say, like at this point, you can't remember if you're always supposed to protect your pledge brother no matter what, or if you're always supposed to think of the house, like you don't remember. So they ask you a question like, would you fuck your pledge brother? And your brain goes, I would do anything for my pledge brother, so the answer is yes. But if you guess no, then they give you the turkey baster. And if you go no, they go, you're supposed to do anything for your pledge brother. Either way, you end up with the turkey baster full of Mind Probe. And I will never forget, if he's out there, Sean Gibbons, one of my pledge brothers, big dude, a fucking big dude. And And he and I went into this questionnaire, and I don't remember what the question was. All I remember was that they gave Sean the fucking mind probe. They squirted the turkey baster of this green stuff into his fucking mouth, and that dude just pitched over, just, and we had to drag him out of the room back into the bathroom where we were all allowed to be. And to this day, all I can think is, what was in that? I would kill to know what was in that because it would immediately be on my short list of party drinks. What was in the Sigma Chi 1991 Spring Pledge Class Hell Week's Mind Probe? Any of my pledge brothers, any of my brothers, Todd Leventhal, if you're out there, you gave us that shit. Where are you guys? Tell us what was in the Mind Probe. You guys know who you were. It wasn't just Everclear because it was actually kind of tasty. But I'm telling you,
and Midori.
I'm telling you what it was. I'm telling you, it was like, it was just, boom. It was crazy. Corey Arntzen. Corey, what was in the Mind Probe? Sean. What was in the Mind Probe? Or Sean Mullins, or Steve Schwery, or any of my pledge brothers. What was in the fucking Mind Probe? You remember that? Absinthe, maybe when it was legal to have the actual drug in it. I don't know, but it was fucking crazy. Now, like I said, we'd done a bunch of stuff. You know, we had a Hell Week. So when my Hell Week in my fraternity, we'd found out that we were the last pledge class that was really going to be able to have any kind of real hazing. The Nationals had all clamped down on it, and it was never the same after that. But so we didn't know that, but we were the last pledge class that was going to have any kind of old school hazing. So the house kind of wanted to go out on a high note. So we'd been pretty well conditioned by that point. We hadn't really eaten, except for maybe a few Taco Bell tacos. And we climbed mountains and we had done like philanthropy work, and they dropped us off on a beach in the middle of nowhere, as far as that can be, if it's in Malibu, California, and had to figure our way back. We were all fucked up and half out of our mind and sleeping in piss and all that stuff, or whatever it was. So by the time we were actually getting we were primed for that. But I think that was actually the second to last night of our Hell Week. And to this day, I've always wanted to know what was in the Mind Probe. What was in it? I would love to know. I don't think any of my fraternity brothers are online, but
Certainly on this channel.
not on this channel, but if any of you are out there, what was in that fucking thing? But it was good. I cherish these memories. I do. I cherish the Hell Week memories. Some of my favorite memories of all time are my Hell Week memories because it was fucking great.
So,
yeah.
the pertinent question
Yeah.
is, will we have a Halloween party, and will people drink substantially more this year because of the bullshit that we've just gone through?
Well, I think people will absolutely want to let loose, and they know that this is the place you can do that. They know they're safe here.
Yes.
You know what we should do? We should do like a virtual Halloween party. We should have all the people here and then have cameras everywhere.
And stream it?
Stream it and have
Oh,
people
that'd be
join
fun,
in.
though.
Like
That
you,
might be a fun.
you have to decorate the shit out of your
So
place.
if you want to stay home and wear your mask and drink alone, you can still kind of be a part of the party.
You know, we'll get like a
This is sort of sad and great at the same time.
no, we'll get a camera that can rove and go
Why
around.
wouldn't we do that? That sounds like not fun for whoever has to do that.
Well, there's people who
We
work
can
the
get a
party.
camera.
We already know they don't have the same amount of fun. They work the party. There's people who work the party. Steph doesn't have the same fun working the bar.
Halloween orgy.
You know what? An
There's
orgy.
too many diseases.
An orgy is
for
one of
that
those
to be
things that
fun.
it sounds good.
Right. Until you realize,
And
until
then
you see who actually shows
It's
up for the
an orgy,
and
like
then
a
you're
lot
like,
of fantasies.
"Ah!"
An orgy, it sounds good until the stank. That's just, you're like, oh, right. Biology.
That's like those swingers clubs. I have not actually been to a swingers party, but I have heard stories. And I have known swingers. And I have yet to meet a swinger by whom I would want to be swung. You know what I'm saying? That's just the thing.
But
that's that thing. No.
But
I don't know. You know what? Eventually we have a sprawling mansion. Who's to say we wouldn't have a wing, a little COVID-19 wing that we hazmat suit, and just say, y'all want to get a little busy at the Halloween party? Y'all can go over there, and then we hose that shit down on the nightly.
It's not. It's not that there's not judgment in Uncle Bourbon's place. There's judgment. It's just that also you can still do it.
Yeah, and also, like, what the fuck? Judgment followed with but do you care what we think? And then you do whatever you're going to do.
Go to Craigslist. You can find those orgies easy. Is that a Craigslist
Not anymore.
thing? Is that right?
Not in a post-Fosta Sesta civilization. That's the thing that happened, what is it, a year ago? We've driven all of the all those misconnections, all those online connections underground.
Go to the Sausage Castle in Florida?
What?
I don't know what that is.
Who?
Hey, did you set up that fans page for me?
Oh, right. No, I got almost to it. Yeah, OnlyFans. So for everybody who wants to see Mike's dick, he's gonna have an OnlyFans page. And it's only dick pics. So you'll be composing for the D. Mike will compose to your masturbations.
Dude.
Sorry.
What is my brand? What is my brand now?
Your brand is the D.
Yeah, Miss Love is back. The Sausage Castle is my favorite breakfast spot. Oh, you like that better than the Bacon House, do you?
Right. Seriously. So here's a question though. Okay, so we have a fan. We'll set up a fans only here. But OnlyFans. But do we share it? Like, is it ours? Or do you have your own and I have my own?
Okay, here's the problem. If we shared it, then a lot of people would feel fucking ripped off and they go to your, what's it called?
Both ways.
What's it called? My Fans or Fans Only?
OnlyFans.
Yeah, so a lot of people way disappointed. They go to your OnlyFans page and it's me.
This is kind of what I'm getting at, though. Wouldn't that be hysterical? And similarly,
it's
they'd
almost
be so
worth it.
confused if they're going to you for they're thinking, oh, I'm gonna get a little something extra on this Bruce Hornsby joint that I'm trying to work on, and then it's me, all like, blue, and you're like, not safe.
You know
for
what?
work,
Already, but we
or
already.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's totally safe for work.
But
what is she doing?
But that's our brand. We already figured out that our brand defies. You couldn't figure out.
Logic?
Well, no, you just couldn't.
Insanity.
It's not. You don't know what it is. It's got to be. It's got to be. Just hide the kitties or don't. No, you got to find your audience. I guarantee we have an audience. It's all of 30 people.
Huge.
But like I said, man, when I found out Mike Rowe had 146,000 and I've got 12,000, I was like, when I found out Mike Rowe had 146,000 and I've got 12,000, I'm like, he should have 146 million. Couldn't believe that. I dream of Laura Shtick.
Oh, because I'm like the.
Yeah.
That chick. I'm the.
Yeah, no, give me one of those. I want one of those. So you guys can I love the idea of that. You can just send money, but only through the sex workers page. Hey, did you watch the clip of John Williams conducting the Vienna Phil? Where he was conducting the Imperial March? That was fantastic. That Vienna Phil's, I wrote a comment. I never comment on YouTube videos. I said that was flawless. No, I don't actually believe that. I think it was a couple BPM too slow. But they fucking played the shit out of that. That was one of the best performances I've ever heard. Maybe the best live performance I've ever heard of the Imperial March was the Vienna, and he was legitimately surprised. Like I said, if he'd just done that 2-3 BPM higher, that would have been the ultimate take of it. It was just, whoa, my phone has blown up.
Hotmail.
Oh my God. Hey, our lights have been delivered. Will you look outside the door, see if we're there? Otherwise.
Weird.
Oh my God. Holy shit, my phone has blown up since I've been on the air. See, I don't.
It's gonna be downstairs.
Okay.
Question, are they downstairs?
Yes, they're downstairs. And let me see here. You sent me a thing for
Invert of 3.
OnlyFans. There it is. I got 2 of them.
Confirm the email.
I'm confirming it.
And then you have to take a picture of your dick.
Yeah. OnlyFans. Okay, I think I confirmed. You'll have to tell me what my login is and stuff. And this way you can send me money on the porn thing and get nothing for it. All right. So your OnlyFans thing is about subverting expectations. That's a Star Wars joke. No, I just like the idea. Like I said, as in with the Patreon, that's the thing that would scare me about the Patreon or anything. Is like, okay, people send you money, and then now you got to produce stuff. I don't always feel like producing stuff. I'm not going to produce stuff until I'm ready to produce. You'll know. Well, I'm giving $5 a month. I expect 3 hours of content. Well, so that's why I want everybody to know. Here's what you get for your money. Nothing. Or maybe something. Never know. I'm not paying for that. You ain't my people. My people give money just for the chance. Uncle Bourbon might say something. He just might say something. Changed my life. Yeah, no, Miss Love is good. You got to find your girl. You got to find your teammate or your guy. Maybe you swing that way. You swing with the D. You got to find your person that goes through life with you. And no matter what your shit is or what they got your back. A lot of people learning that. We talked about that on an Uncle Bourbon show a couple weeks ago. There was a lot of relationship questions because people hadn't been shut in together for a long time. And they're like, hey, now that you mention it, I'm not so sure I'm down. But yeah, man. So where are black people? Do we have black people yet? Where's our black people? Hey, Mike, black person here. That's what I'm looking for in our... This is embarrassing. Mike is draped on top of your piano. She plays it with her feet. Mike is draped on piano? Oh, right, yeah. None of this all sounds horrifying. This is a horrifying visual you're providing me with. Uncle Bourbon's got to lose about 30 pounds before he drapes on the piano. The more niche you go, the more they tend to be willing to pay. Look, I've told composers this and creative professionals of this for years. Just do your thing. There's an audience. With 8 billion people on the planet, there's an audience. There's an audience. And then how fun is it when you do the thing that you love more than anything? So anyway. Blacker than you are. I acknowledge the successes of black people. Doctors, lawyers, physicists, engineers. I don't see black people as failures and plantation slaves. I see them as the backbone of society. I've seen that for almost 50 years. Don't tell me black people are poor and oppressed. I'm going to tell you they're successful by the countless millions. I will acknowledge their successes. You will try to tell them they haven't had any. You try to tell them they need white, old fucking racists to fix all their problems and save them from other white people. I'll tell them I already noticed that they fucking made something of themselves and that wouldn't be the world without them. How about that? I have a huge deaf fan base. $10. Look at that. Hey, thank you for that. The fabulous Bourbon Boy. The Bruce Hornsby lesson was incredible. Did you like that? That was fun. Did we get them? Those lights? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, the Bruce Hornsby lesson, like I said, I should have done that a long time ago, especially because there's something like 300,000 views for other videos that are wrong. They're just not right. If you're going to learn to do it, do it. It's a thing. But, yeah, man, every piano player wants to play. That was such a thing when Bruce Hornsby made that cool, but it really wasn't that cool. But still, I'd actually meant to do that video for a while. And, you know, and it took a while to actually get that stuff right. But I hope people, now can play it. But I was about 30 years too late to that. Do what you love. That's why my instrument is about to get a way overdue overhaul. Talking about decades overhaul. Part of that move comes from getting inspired from your live streams. You help people. Hey, man, we'd like to hear that. I was talking to somebody the other day about that, you know, you never know who's going to you just don't know when you put something out in the world. If you're a creative professional and you put something out in the world, whether it's your opinion, a real opinion, or your work or your expertise, you don't know who's watching. You don't know whose life might be changed. You don't know who might hear what you have to say, and it's just the one time, the one way, the one thing, and then they feel empowered to do something that they might, and their whole lives might be different. You don't know that. So put it out there just in case. Be the best at what you can be, and be honest with it. Because, man, if it's only one, that's still amazing. Most people would kill to know for a fact there was even one person on this planet whose life was better because of them. For real, Z's. You only know that if you could put it out. You only know that if you put it out. And you do not have to be perfect, and you don't have to have all the answers. In fact, I think that's part of it. I don't have all the fucking answers.
For realsies?
For realsies. You don't have to know that. You don't have to all the answers. If you have 2 answers, if you even think you have 2 answers, put it out there. So somebody said, so true. I love watching restoration videos, people fixing old stuff. I love that. You know what the restoration channel that I watch the most of is Hand Tool Rescue. That's mine. I watch Hand Tool Rescue. I love watching that. A broken instrument will really hold you back. It's like trying to play a piano with a bunch of broken strings. Yeah, no, get your instrument right. I mean, it's hard enough even when your instrument works, it's hard enough to be able to turn it truly into a vessel for communicating all of your thoughts and feelings. So yeah, I mean, at least give yourself a break. And what is this, Hennessy?
Mm-hmm. You're drinking Hennessy.
I'm drinking Hennessy. I'm not so sure about the Hennessy. Actually, I'm sure I'm not a fan of Hennessy.
Cover image.
I have a cover image for this thing?
On your OnlyFans.
Oh.
It's your dick.
I feel comfy when you're around on top of all the cool stuff. Well, you should be. That because literally, we will give anybody a shot. You know, if you're obvious, you have a problem and you can't explain. I will listen to a pedophile if you can make a good argument, and just none of them have. You know, a really good argument. All right, just talk me through it. So you're fucking the kid. Just explain it. If I had heard a really good justification, but so far it's all been like, okay, you're fucked up and evil. I just haven't heard the good one. But I'll give you the shot. You know, you got to give people the opportunity. You never know. Well, although what's funny is that's one of the things. You can't find child porn on the internet. I've tried. No, seriously, try that. It's weird because you
don't actually
try that, or do try that. But what's funny is you like to pretend that the internet is any kind of open thing, but there are plenty of things that you can try to search for and you will find zero of. That there's some things that the mechanism, the machine has decided, no, this is for nobody. It's not actually it's not the dark web is. The dark web is an interesting place to go. But otherwise, I mean, I just think, you know, for all of us, okay, what's your thing? I think the white race, I think all the Negroes need to be exterminated. All right, I think you're an asshole, but make your case. All right, explain to me. Why do black people? Well, see, and then at the end of that, the chances of them saying anything that convinces you are zero, but at least you listen to it and you're like, no, Okay, I wanted to give you a shot. I wanted to hear you out about them nigras, but I don't buy it. You're a racist, asshole, ignorant, and we're going to set you on fire instead. And then but at least you give them a shot. You got to give people the shot to make their case. Got to stay open-minded. Steinways. I grew up playing a Steinway. It was a Steinway L. There's a point now where every aspect of the piano would have to be completely restored and rebuilt and replaced with things that aren't the real Steinways, so we're letting her go. Have I ever used any of the NI Complete Control controllers? No, I haven't. I mean, I've been developing my own controller. I don't like any of the controllers. The best thing about being open-minded in this way is that if nothing else, your own arguments are honed and sharpened. That's the whole point. That's why you subject your arguments to other arguments. That's why you listen to other opinions, in order to be able to be clear on your own. That's the whole point. I just turned down my first full feature film offered to me. Almost no money. And a movie like they would watch on Best of the Worst.
Good
Like
for
a
you.
porn movie without any porn. Pass. Know your value, right? Yeah, I don't think you have to do a lot of those.
I did a couple of those.
My best friend got a brand new Steinway B about 2 weeks ago. Loves it. Well, there's some good pianos. But look, so when it comes to doing work, yeah, I mean, you have to make that choice. Yeah, if there's really nothing... Okay, seriously, this is horrible. That's really horrible.
can't Hennessy?
I really can't Hennessy.
He can't hang with a Hennessy. Can we change the name of the channel then?
That's not
I'm
my.
just saying.
That's not my jam.
Can we change the name?
God, that's bad.
Except that's racist, so we're gonna leave the name.
It's not because I don't wear Jerry curl.
It would be racist
That's
for
not
me to
racist.
say we have to change the name. Stay up.
This idea you could have made it great. Maybe you couldn't.
What are we drinking now?
Well, just get me back into my groove, please. Something. There's no more of the absinthe either because I don't feel better for it. I don't. You know how I feel. Like if there's a place and you can just do it, there's a place and a time to do kind of. I did softcore porn. I did some of that. I did.
I did too.
Yeah. So you do. What proof?
I do the dang thing right now.
What proof is Uncle
Do it
Bourbon
all
at
the
this
time.
point? Like me? Well, here's the thing.
That's tequila. You don't want that.
No, I don't want that. So usually when I do, like, if I'm doing a master class and I'm drinking bourbon the whole time and it's 5 hours or whatever, I haven't really eaten before. So there are some times where I'll get off the air at the end of the show and just pitch off the fucking piano bench and I'm on the floor passed out. That's happened. That hammered.
Your little horsey.
Thanks, my little horsey.
You want to show them your
Here's
little
my
horsey?
this Blanton's horsey. But I don't tend to get, not since I was in my 20s, like stupid drunk. Like it just doesn't, like for whatever reason, it doesn't matter how hammered I am. It's still me. There's like that thing. I did enough mushrooms. I purged all my demons and shit out. So there's nothing to get to. You know how some people, the truth is, it's a truth serum. Alcohol is a truth serum. So you give them alcohol and then the truth of who they are actually comes out. They are comfortable around people when they're not normally uncomfortable, or they're mean because they're actually normally mean and they just stifle it, or they're extra compensatorily loving because of whatever. I don't really change. So you wouldn't really know. I don't even really know. You can tell by how my words slur. Just no matter, they come faster than I can speak. That's the only way you would.
Similarly.
Similarly. Yeah, that's how you can tell. You can tell what Uncle Bourbon's BAC is based on the words, but not on the content. It never becomes another content. It never goes into some other place. That's the advantage of drugs, hallucinogens. I attribute that to mushrooms. Just enough mushrooms, which was like twice, just to get all the fucking shit burned out of the stuff and deal with all the demons. So there's no like surprises. There's nothing hidden. There's nothing repressed. So, if at some point it just gets annoying because I can't organize my thoughts fast enough. I can't get them out fast enough. I'm tripping over my own tongue. But other than that, fucking wrecked. Uncle Bourbon wrecked. It's just the same shit, only sloppier.
I can testify to that. He doesn't. The difference in him, shit-faced drunk and stone sober, is a subtle one.
I don't know if that's good.
No, and no, I think it's great. It's great. Certainly, compared to the alternative. And yeah, there are times where he finishes Unleashed or whatever. He gets to the end of it. He has held it together. He's talking to people. You guys are having coherent conversations. And then he turns off the camera, stands up, and just timbers over into the couch.
Yeah.
And then he was out. There have been some nights where, like years ago, he'd get off at 2, 3 a.m. and then we'd jump in the car and go get burgers.
Yeah, we did that.
We did that many times.
Up at 25 degrees?
At 25 degrees,
25 degrees in Hollywood?
$25 for a burger or something like that.
Somebody said, luckily you're more charming drunk than angry drunk. But that's because in the end, like I said, man, somebody was mentioning Red Letter Media a minute ago. They didn't directly do it, but they mentioned this channel, Red Letter Media, the Happy Nerds channel.
Yeah.
That's alt nerds talking about stuff.
I know what that is.
And they laugh hysterically every time every one of them talks, and I kind of like their channel.
I know
but
you kind of like their channel.
I do like their channel.
He loves their channel.
But Mike Verta, who is the head, clearly, I mean, he's the guy. He's the Mr. Plinkett.
Yeah.
It was his thing. Mike's an angry drunk. When he gets drunk, he starts to get fucking mean. He's got some issues. The dude's got some fucking issues. He starts beating up on Rich and Jay. He just gets a little mean. And that just means that's actually under there most of the time. It's a truth serum. But, if you do other things and you get all your fucking stuff worked out, then, I mean, that to me that's a good thing I think this would be a good thing is get hammered and get a camera on you. And then you can get an accounting of where you are. Because who you are when you take all the fucking restrictions away, who you are when you take all the consequences away, when you lube up the truth, you want to know that. You want to know that. But, yeah, man.
I don't know about lubing up the truth so much.
Lube up that truth. Daryl Davis is a black blues musician. Ended up making people leave the Klan just by approaching him in honest kindness. Well, but you know what? Some of that's going to be that thing, right?
Way to read that comment.
Which is where some people in the Klan just actually don't know any black people. You know what I mean? There's always that.
Some people. It's like most people.
It's probably most people. Because it would be hard to be on the Klan. You'd be like, he's cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Tyrone's cool. I don't know if I could.
It's got to be.
I don't know if I could hate him.
Pretty much almost 100%.
Yep.
Have to not.
He rocked their
know
heart.
anybody.
But again, a lot of that is just getting
He
outside
rocked
your
their
thing.
hearts.
He rocked their hearts. Yeah, man. Oh, a professor at UCLA scored a lot of hardcore porn. That's the kind of professor you want. Oh, I did a lot of that porn.
Hardcore or softcore?
Hardcore. Which is even harder because nobody gives a fuck.
Said harder. But back in the 80s, people gave a lot more fucks. Probably better fucks.
Actually, if you go back and you watch vintage porn,
Yeah, it's better.
it's way better.
You mean it's better than like 30 seconds of somebody pretending to get choked?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. If you can imagine.
What could be better than that?
No, when they actually had to roll film, when they actually had to roll film and do shit.
On three ladies pretending to be sisters, and the plumber shows up, and they just had so many toilets that needed to be fixed.
I had this.
And he had nowhere to be.
My porn, I had one tape because you only had to have one
I
tape.
just made that up. We could shoot that.
We could shoot that. I had the porn that I had on VHS
OnlyFans
in
channel.
high school. I only had one because you'd only get one. Was called The Best Little Whorehouse in San Francisco.
Okay.
And it had a lot of it had candy samples in it and Buck Adams. My people know who these people are.
Your people.
And And there was a fucking story. It was about okay, so first of all, there was a whorehouse in San Francisco,
Yeah,
and
right.
one of the prostitutes had become pregnant. And she had a conflict about what she was going to do. Was she going to get out of the business?
Yeah.
Or was she going to get rid of it? And she was sort of kind of thought she knew which guy it was of the regular clients. And she didn't know if she should approach him and be like, I think this is yours, or whether or not that would ruin the whole thing. There was a fucking story.
What'd she do in the end?
Well, she floated the idea of getting out of the business and maybe one day getting married to him, not telling him about it to see what he said.
Yeah.
And he said, I'm already married. Right? And so
Yeah.
she was like, oh. But at the end, when she was like, I've decided I'm keeping the baby and I'm going to leave, he was like, I actually wasn't married. I just was scared about the idea. I knew it was mine, and I'm going to marry you.
Oh, it's a cute little happy ending.
That was a porn!
That's so great. Yeah, instead we teach young boys that if they're not choking her, it's not good.
Right.
And if
Was
they
actually-
don't beat her up or pretend that she's sleeping, if we don't do one of those two things,
Right.
it's not hot. I like the other ones better.
Somebody said, oh, what about angry drunks? You know, I know a guy that would get... Somebody said, I'm not sure angry, abusive drunks can live good lives abstaining. Is it right to label them by their drunken behavior? So, you know, in the end, I have always and will always come down on the unlimited potential that we have when we value our lives, the unlimited potential that we have to control our lives, to do what's good for us, and in the end, if a drug, any drug reveals, and there's some that change your brain chemistry, but alcohol in particular, it's a truth serum. And I've known people who were recovering alcoholics, and almost without exception, it was not the AA or the accountability that made them change their lives. It was that they had something to live for, that they valued their lives, whereas before they hadn't. That they no longer liked something other than life. And when that was the case, then it was worth protecting. And, you know, and while there are certain drugs that change your brain chemistry and you need 48 hours to detox from so you can get back to it, you know, I think the idea of well, this always has control over me actually robs you of the control you actually have. And even though that's sort of at the essence of a lot of 12-step programs, admit that you're powerless. I've never believed in that. I never will believe in that. How about admit that you have absolute and complete power over you? And now let's realize that the problem is the degree to which you value yourself or don't value yourself. That you don't think you're worth defending. You don't think you're worth not getting into a stupor of a drunken stupor and destroying your life for. Because no matter what, that's waiting sooner or later. There's no person who truly values every last second of their lives and believes that this is the ultimate life they need to live, and also then does everything that they can to torpedo and destroy that life. You can't have both. So, but that's, you know, but whatever gets through the day is where I ultimately come. If a guy's like, hey, AA is stopping me from torpedoing my entire life, my always opinion is go to AA. Go to AA all the time. Do whatever you got to do. Because in the end, it's your life. And in the bottom line is not torpedoing your life is the real thing. So if you think you need to admit that you have no power and you got to turn it over to a higher authority and you got to say prayers and you got to go to meetings, if that's what it takes for you to ultimately live the life that has value, I'm not going to say shit about what do I got to say about that. My personal take is you either believe that it's your life and worth defending or you don't. And if you believe that, there's nothing in the world, not alcohol, drugs, a cult, nothing that'll stop you from defending it, because that's what you do for things that you really care about, like your children. So, but that's, you know, it's, in the end, do what you got to do. I feel the same way about people who are devoutly religious. Is that fear of hell or the reward of heaven the reason that you're a good human being to other people? You got my endorsement. Go for it. But Somebody said, if you were paying that much attention to the narrative and actually made it to the end, you weren't using that tape properly. Dude, I just pieced this together over 30 years.
30 years, same tape.
I don't have the tape. But yeah, it took a while for me to piece that together. I was usually very, 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 very interested in the story. And then I just wasn't so interested in the story. But then I was very, very interested in the story. So interested in the story. But then just kind of wasn't interested in the story. Just like the chiropractor, he doesn't actually do shit, but you feel better about visiting him. You know, I don't know. I mean,
do shit. It just doesn't last very long.
I don't know. You know, I don't know. I mean,
No, I mean,
when you come from a hardcore like
squished.
medical family, they have nothing good to say about chiropractors. By the same token, you know, there's a part of me could see like, yeah, the spine is the whole thing. Maybe you crack it a little bit. I mean, I do this shit all day long, and did you hear that? Did you hear that? Feel it?
It's not good.
It feels better. So you never know.
Good thing to do.
Yeah, they say that, but you know, they say that, but you know, but in any case, you never know. We don't know. We don't know. I think I would probably believe in Chinese acupuncture. 5,000 years to work that shit out.
You want me to get one of those guys in here?
Was that?
Want me to get one of those guys in here? A little pinhead action?
I don't know, man. One of those Cenobites. Hey, held for review. Let's hold that. Docs are also horse shite at dealing with soft tissue or rehab, so the medical community is often off base. Oh, hugely. Hugely. I mean, hugely. And actually, you know, listening to my dad just acknowledge, especially in his work where it was always a life or death situation, hearing my dad acknowledge that you could usually tell who was going to survive and who was not based on the attitude. That's not a little thing, and that's beyond the direct purview of medicine. That was not necessarily a quantifiable thing or a thing you could alter with drugs. It was like, that person wants to live, they're going to live. That person's checked out, they're not going to live. That's a thing that any attending physician or somebody who works in a trauma ward has intimate experience with. That there's more to it than just the biology. Here's another one held for review. If a chiro tells you he needs to crack your back once a week or you'll die, he's a genius and a fraud. Right, I get you on that. I'm with you.
So for the OnlyFans, there's a place for you to put your Amazon wish list.
Oh, there is there?
So you're gonna do that?
So like rainbow panties?
You guys heard it here. He wants rainbow panties. So
Mike, your lady friend looks like the cellist Jacqueline Dupre.
Is that a good thing?
I don't know. I'm afraid to look her up.
I'm a Googler. I look more or less like her now.
Your lady friend.
That's okay. I called you my gentleman caller for a real long time.
You know what? Gentleman caller is better than lady friend. Lady friend sounds more, that's my bias. That sounds more temporary. Hey, pain happens in the brain. This is it's called biopsychosocial model of pain.
What can I set up
What the
your
hell
Amazon
placebo
wish
effect
list?
works. Yeah, for sure. What's that?
What can I set up your Amazon wish list? I just have to log into your Amazon account.
I never met a female that was too flexible. Right, that never happens. He's never met a female that was, she's just too flexible. Right, there's no such thing.
There probably is.
No. You can see females that you're like, oh God.
That's what I'm saying.
But in the moment, you're not like, you know what?
Right. Well, that's the thing. In the moment,
You need
versus,
to
"I never
not
met
be able to
one,"
bend
or
like
"Never
that.
saw
It's
one."
not a thing anybody's ever said.
Not in the moment.
No, in a moment, somebody would be like, can you seriously hit that from there? That's what you get with your Russian contortionists.
Right.
Wait, can you do that? Hold on, let me get my camera.
But I don't know.
That's as much as you
I think
get.
there are probably a couple positions you'd be like, this does not look human anymore. I don't know what this is.
Yeah, she was.
I'm looking for the lady's name.
Oh. Yeah, I don't. I just have never heard a guy being like, dude, I would have been with her, but the chick could bend way too much. She was a pretzel.
Well, if she bends that much, she's probably pretty freaky. So then again, you may or may not be down.
Ooh, that's a generalization.
It
You don't
is.
know that just because a woman can
I
bend
know,
into any
I'm
position
a
that she's malleable. Yeah.
Contortionist.
Let me get my camera. Famous last words of every
If
80s
she bends
musician.
like that and you know it, like, because you've seen it on Instagram or TikTok or OnlyFans. If she bends like that and you've seen it on OnlyFans,
But you know what?
she's probably a freak.
But
which
you
is
don't-
fine. But you may or may not be down with the hot wax, is all I'm saying.
But you don't actually need her.
anybody hear me?
She doesn't actually. You don't actually need her to bend into all kinds of what the fuck.
This is what I'm saying.
It's not. You can.
Like in that movie that I like so much. What's that movie? Oh, it's the freaky dance movie I like so much. What's the freaky? Oh, what's the movie? It takes place. All right, crowd. Freaky dance movie, horror about witches. Takes place in Berlin right after World War II. Go. What's it called? What's it called? What's it called? What's it called? I refuse to Google it. Suspiria. Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you. There was one in the 70s. It was a remake like a couple years ago. I watched it last year for Halloween. It's so great. It's so freaky. It's great. It's in the exact same tone as like Rosemary's Baby.
About
Same tone.
sex
It's about
contortionists?
completely different subjects, but it is the same tone.
Suspiria.
And I love it. I love it.
This show needs some chicks in cages dancing in the background to flattering music. Look,
This is a really good idea,
Yeah,
and I have been asking for cages.
legit,
He hasn't.
legit.
He's supposed to build me a nice pole studio down in Florida.
Legit, we would totally do that. If you're a chick in the Los Angeles area,
With a cage.
a hot
Bring
chick
your own cage.
with a cage who wants to dance in the back, you know what? This is
Just
true.
If anybody's just got a cage, I'll dance in the cage, but we need a cage
Uh,
first.
We were going to do this for some of the some of the master classes. Is just have her on the pole in the back. That was a legit thing we talked about. Legitimately, not just ironically talked about. Because I just thought, well, that would be different. It's just that I knew that nobody would listen to a fucking word I was saying. And they'd have to watch the video 10 times to get 4 things out of it. And it just didn't seem worth it. But mic up the cage. Sure, you can mic up the cage. You know, there's no downside. What's the downside? First of all, you'll learn something about your chick right away, because if your chick is like, hey, and she's down, she's probably way cooler than not. If your chick comes in and you're watching Uncle Bourbon with chicks in the cage, and she's like, what are you watching? You know, she might not be the chick.
You don't need to have cages. Okay, I mean, you can have your fun. You know, have your fun, have your guy talk, but I mean, cages, really. I mean, everybody's got their hang-ups, and maybe it's a cage, but I would prefer to hang from the cage than have a hang-up about the cage.
This is a musician joke. Could you play John Cage's 4 minutes and 33 seconds while we all watched? See, you don't know what that is, do you?
No, I don't.
That was the day I left USC, probably even before I talked to my guy. It's silence. And then the music is what happens in the silence. So when I saw it performed, I never heard of it. I didn't know anything about it. And this chick goes up to piano. This is a little Korean chick. And this is we had these things called composition forums on Friday mornings. And the person told us, hey, today we're going to hear a performance of John Cage's 433. And everybody's like, pss, 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 pss. I'm like, oh, this is going to be a big piece. And a chick comes up. And she's sitting there. And I'm like, man, she's getting ready. This is going to be a fucking piece, you know? Because these Asians don't need that much
Right.
time, right?
Yeah.
And it's going and it's going. She's sitting there. And it's getting weird. And I'm like, she's forgotten the fucking music. This is the nightmare. The chick doesn't know the music, and she can't remember the music, and she's not going to start until she can remember. And I'm starting to feel really bad for her. And she's sitting there, and now it's getting fucking weird because now I'm the only one in the room who's real. I'm looking at people, and they're all just... I'm like, I'm not, I guess this is maybe if you're more used to this performance art stuff, you're more, it takes them a while, you know what I mean? Like they have to warm up to it. And so it just goes on, and I'm sitting there, and I have the shakes at some point because it's been so long just sitting there in silence, and I feel like I'm in the fucking Twilight Zone. I'll never forget this for the rest of my life. And I'm sitting there, and I'm starting to think, I got to say something to somebody. Maybe that's the whole point, is that it's how long can you stand before you... I didn't know what was going on. And then all of a sudden, the chick stands up, and she bows, and everybody around me got on their feet and started clapping. I thought I was in a fucking Twilight Zone. And I was like, oh, shit. I was like the biggest Rickroll. And then a guy came up and he goes, well, that was obviously a janky, blah, 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 blah. And then I had to go and look up what it was. And I was like, fuck this school, fuck this music, fuck all of this. That was the biggest, stupidest, pretentious waste of time. And I was the only one in the room who wanted to tear my fucking teeth out at this stupid, idiotic nonsense. I couldn't stand it. And Oh, God, that was the worst. Today, I would take every one of those pretentious motherfuckers and I would say, here's your chords, C, F, G. Write me a pop tune, you pretentious, talentless, no-having skill motherfucker, and not one of them could write a tune. I know it. Oh, God, I hated that. I fucking hated that. Oh, that was the worst. Anyway.
Somebody says they've seen a stripper pole in a recording studio. Well, yeah.
Was surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
If you've never taken a whirl, you should. It's fun. And dudes naturally have more strength to do more tricks immediately. So,
okay, the guy in the pole thing, I'm not okay with.
Well, I'm just saying, by yourself, no judging, nobody's going to look. I'm just saying, if you just want to, grab a pole and see if you can get your ass up, over your head.
Well, first of all, it's hard. It's really hard. No, I mean, it's hard.
Have you tried, baby?
Well, have I tried?
There's been a poll upstairs
the question
for
is,
how long?
The question is...
3-4 years. And have you tried even once?
Can you do a pull-up on a pole is the question.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the question.
And the answer is yes. And everything beyond the straight, vertical pulling up of yourself on a pole, I cannot do. I can't do it. I philosophically can't do it.
And I can't quite do the pull-up yet. We got to work on that.
Anyway,
What?
There's nobody watching anymore. Nobody's interested in this anymore. That's fine. I'm still proud of those 12 dislikes. That's real.
Real talk.
That's real, man. It's Friday night. Is it less weird if the guy's dressed like a firefighter? No. Do you know the British composer Mike Verta used a 1-minute silence in his album and was sued by John Cage's publishers?
Stop it. Stop it.
Get out. No, that's a lie. That's apocryphal. That didn't happen. That did not happen. That's next thing. No. Is that true? No, you could dress like a firefighter. Anyway, it's Friday night. You could listen to me babble for the next 6 hours, but why would you do that? You need to be, what should they do on a Friday night? Go out,
Aren't they quarantined?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why
I hope you're not quarantined wherever you are. I hope you at least have...
You know what I think the move to be is to go to the biggest club in town like it's a normal Friday night. Just be standing outside the door. What's up?
Isn't that what... If you're a club goer, that's what you do for half the night anyway, is wait in line. So you can do half of what you used to be able to do. You could just go stand outside and sneak a little booze in your pocket.
I would love to see that in the news. Most popular clubs... Lines still at the most popular clubs. Yeah, I'm hoping I dressed up tonight. I'm hoping they're going to let me in. I don't normally get in.
And then when they don't, you bail on it, and then you go drink in a parking lot. That's like a normal Friday for some people. Somebody somewhere, totally normal Friday. Government's not holding you back from that. Maybe if you don't normally do that, maybe this is the time to try.
Yeah, man, you should do that because.
And hey, if you're in the west coast of California or the United States, apparently the ocean is glowing at night, glows in the dark. So
yeah,
that's fun.
there's a phosphorescent algae.
For you to look at.
You can always go check out the phosphorescent algae. That's a great Friday night.
Get a little sand in your vagina while you're looking at the phosphorescent algae.
And yeah,
Like that.
4.5 hours is long enough to be rambling. Okay. Is the bottle service is bottle service at discount right now? Somewhere. I mean, I've actually, a couple, there's really great restaurants that have, done what they can to not go fucking under. And probably the best chef in all of Los Angeles is Chef Nick at Upper West on Pico in West Los Angeles. I'm not even kidding about that. That guy is fucking insane how good he is. I mean, he should be, so Upper West has been sending out little things like that they've been doing, like pickup specials, and they're insane. They're crazy insane. So if you are in Los Angeles and you're looking for like a, like a pickup thing, Upper West, worth the drive. I don't care where you're coming from. You can be coming from fucking Glendale. You get a little takeout special that that Chef Nick at Upper West has prepared, and oh my God. So that's way better than just another Papa John's. But yeah, man. I'm going to check out these Mike Verta dick pics.
What?
Do you have any?
Dick pics?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I didn't put.
You didn't put them on?
No.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be on this phone. They'd be on my burner. What does that even mean?
I know what it means. It means
that
somebody else has gotten them. It's just right. Yeah. Upper West is great, man. Upper West is great. The Palm was doing like cheeseburger specials for $10. Draco and I hit that a couple of times. But Chef Nick at Upper West, fucking great. They do a lot of tastings, like whiskey tastings. That's actually how I found the whole line of Highland Park and Macallan's. They did a tasting one night. They did a tasting with Highland Park and Macallan whiskeys, and so they pair them with Chef Nick. Does a custom menu for them, and so I tried all these Highland Parks, all these Macallans, and that's how I found out that the 15 was the fucking bomb. Because we tried it. They were so good. They did tequila tastings. Their tastings at Upper West were, if they still do them, probably just so insane.
They were insane.
They're just absolutely insane. And on their tequila night, Chef Nick did, it was like, I want to say it was...
There was a grasshopper involved.
Well, yeah, but it was like a tequila and breakfast, or breakfast for dinner, but it was all like breakfast dishes that he came up with to go along with tequila. And you don't have to, I can't hardly even drink tequila. It makes me flash back, right? And the fucking menu was just crazy. He's the best. I don't know. He's better than all those guys put together. Chef Nick at fucking Upper West. He's their secret weapon. I would drive forever for that guy's food. It's crazy. So this last week they were doing tacos for two. Little taco kits.
Old tacos.
Crazy awesome. For read the thing. Do you have it?
Memorial.
Read their Memorial Day.
Actually,
You haven't gotten that?
no, it's still running the taco kit.
Yeah, they do
advertisement.
tastings every once in a while, and they bring in the real people from the top distilleries, and they do tastings. And then Chef Nick makes a custom menu just to go along with those tastings. He comes and talks about them, and they are always completely off the chain. I mean, you're just like, that's what you would pay for, just the tastings. Let me see. So they're doing a thing right now. Check this out. If you're in Los Angeles, this is for you. Because I got to give these people a little shout out because tonight's show brought to you by
Upper West.
Upper West, man. Do I have it here? Yeah.
The last couple days.
Yeah, it was the last couple.
Google.
They keep showing the.
Search.
I don't know.
Search.
Mm,
Good search. It was up higher. There was an Upper West.
you know what? I'm just gonna put up Upper West Memorial Day because it was fucking crazy.
By crazy, he means burgers.
Damn it.
Memory? Maybe Memorial Day.
I bet they have it right on the homepage.
Not
No, they have the
tacos.
taco kit.
That's what I told you.
God damn it. Well, anyway, they sent a thing.
I'll actually Google what you said you just Googled.
It's not my fault that all this shit. Okay. Hold on. Chef Nick has been busy in the kitchen putting together all the fixins for a proper quarantine Zoom style Memorial Day celebration. That's the thing this year, right? 2 Wagyu beef double cheeseburgers, house-made potato chips, a pound of potato salad, pickled vegetables, 2 Mexican-style street corn, fresh watermelon, 2 chocolate chip cookies. You can add a margarita, either a Diablo Paloma or ginger for $15. What are they charging for that?
$35 for the meal.
Get out of here. $35. Are you kidding? You know how good
2
that was going to be?
burgers.
Wagyu beef. That's going to be crazy.
Just your-
That's right.
thrown on the floor. When is that, though? Is that already happening?
So good. Oh, Upper West, man.
That's not an answer.
What?
When's that happening?
Right now, through until the 25th. You can't get this shit after the 25th.
Are we getting it now?
Are we?
Yeah. Is that what we're getting?
I always thought we would say for Draco on Saturday. Oh, he doesn't want it because it's cheeseburger. I don't want to ask Nick to do that. They hate that. If you order the normal cheeseburger, they don't let you make substitutions.
Well, we can get 2, and then we could ask a separate cheeseburger. I mean, just separate burger.
No, because they don't do a burger.
Oh, they don't do a burger. This is a special burger.
Yeah, they worked it out. That pisses him off. And he's so good that I wouldn't want to do that to him.
wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do that to him. There's not that many places that go
You wouldn't
literally.
do that to him. So
There's
this
not-
is Chicago Mike right now.
There's not that many people that they work at it so hard they get it just right. I wouldn't do that to Japanese people. I wouldn't do it to Nick. Anybody else?
Are you being racist right now?
No, but the Japanese, they get real upset because they worked it out.
Yeah, but it's racist for you to say they get upset because they're so good at stuff.
No, meaning they get all they work it out and they work it out. The Japanese people work it out and they know that you're going to like it, and
Saying
they
as a
don't like.
black person. You're not allowed to say that Japanese people get upset.
No, but Chef Nick, if Chef Nick says this is the way it needs to be, more than any other chef, I would be like, you know what, if he says that. But then if what he says it needs to be has goat cheese in it,
You gonna eat that?
no, I'm going to take a pass. I'm going to be like, I believe that that's the way it needs to be.
You can believe that.
That's the way, but that's not the way I like it.
Well, we know.
You got to know what you like. And you got to, Mike, if I wanted to send you a piano book, what's a piano book?
It's a book of piano.
Like a piano, what is that?
Piano book. It's a book of piano. Probably has
What is a
music
piano
inside
book?
of it to play on the piano.
Have you guys been to
Piano book.
Ingo's Tasty Diner?
Why does that sound familiar? Talk to me about Ingo's. Who is Ingo's? Yeah, I know there's no soup.
Is that what
I
it is?
know there's no soup.
What is no
No,
soup?
I don't know, but I'm gonna assume that he was looking at the Upper West menu and seeing that there's no soup because that's where I was. I don't know if that's what you mean, but there was no soup. on the
Chef
menu.
Nick is the only guy I know, and this is in Los Angeles. And Chef Nick, one night, we were out there, and because we would go, me and a couple of friends went there a bunch, and so we got to know him pretty well. And one night he comes up and he goes, "Hey, I'm trying something." He goes, "You want to try some curry ice cream?" We were fucking wrecked, so we're like, "Yeah." Now in our brains, just like your brain, you're thinking, "What is curry ice cream?" And in your brain, it's some sort of mashup between curry and ice cream. And you're either going to decide that you're okay with that mashup, even though it's like curry and ice cream, or you're not okay with it, but in your brain, curry ice cream is curry ice cream. You've been there?
I've been to Ingo's
So
once.
Chef Nick brings out the curry ice cream, and I don't know how to tell you this, but it was curry ice cream. It wasn't curry and ice cream. It was curry ice cream, and somehow, if there was a way that such a thing could be, it was the best fucking ice cream I've ever had in my life, even though the whole thing sounded fucking nasty. And all of us, all at the table, were looking at each other with the same thought, which is, how is this awesome? How is this maybe the most awesome ice cream that's ever been? It's not a novelty. We're not enjoying the fact that we're weathering curry ice cream. We're not weathering the idea that we can tell people we survived a mashup of curry and ice cream. Somehow all we ever want to have for the rest of our lives is curry fucking ice cream. That's Chef Nick. I, to this day, don't know how he did it, but that was the best ice cream I've ever had in my life, and it was curry, but it was ice cream. It was crazy. It wasn't garlic ice cream where you're like, that's cold, wet garlic ice cream. No, this was somehow awesome ice cream, even if you were allergic to curry. He's the best chef in Los Angeles.
It's true. We haven't been there in way too long, and I don't know. Soup Nazi. Still doesn't mean that you understand
It's a
tragedy that Upper West is not currently offering corn soup. Because that's all we would eat for the remainder of quarantine is corn soup.
You know, and Nick, Chef Nick over is a real down-to-earth guy. Like, he's not like I am Chef Nick. He's not. He's like a dude. Like, he just comes out. He's like, yeah, I thought I'd put this bacon with this other thing, and it's God. It's weird how down-to-earth, like. Anyway, it's a piano book of good tunes I wrote.
He wants to send it to you as a gift.
It's a gift.
What address would you give to out for gifts?
We can give him the thing.
P.O. Box?
You know what? Email me at, you can email me. Everybody can email me. It's mverta3, mverta and the number 3 at Hotmail. I got a spam filter. You'll go in it. mverta3 at hotmail.com. You can, that's our public.
mverta3@hotmail.com, and then he'll
send that, and then we'll give you the thing,
then
and you can send a thing. Yeah, because I realized at some point it could just be like, oh God, all the panties. We don't need to have
so many panties.
So many
I know
panties.
All of you would send.
How many panties?
If you want to send your panties to Mike.
Ben and Jerry's Stephen Curry and ice cream for Stephen Curry and cream.
If you want to send your panties to Mike, well, you can do so through the OnlyFans, which we'll be setting up shortly. You can already find him directly.
I signed up.
He's already there. He's already signed up. He's there, and you can confirm visually. It's Mike Verta. That's his handle.
Always.
And he so far there is one photo which is piano related.
You didn't post one of the dick pics?
I did not go find another phone from like 10 years ago. I didn't go just drag up some random dick pics. How many dick pics do you think you sent me?
I thought it was 0.
Yeah, well, it's at least 2 that I can
thought
remember.
It was 0.
That I can immediately call.
I bet you can. I thought it was 0. I really did. I must have been fucking hammered.
What do you mean? I mean, you thought it was 0.
No, I legitimately did think it was 0. That's legit. I thought that. Where can I send the panty ice cream? Nah, that doesn't.
There you go.
That's got. I don't know if I like that.
Panty ice cream.
Tim Curry ice cream. Does he have that? No. Nick's Upper West in Los Angeles is like the sleeper spot of sleeper spots. I've never known anybody who went there and was not like, holy shit. But yeah, you email us and we'll, I appreciate that.
Although, hey, OnlyFans might be a place to make available those Lehman Verta panties that I want you to make.
So, for my company with panties, you're talking about pasties.
Oh, pasties and panties, depending.
I have I have a company I've started with my friend, and we were talking about what kind of swag we would want for the company, and her idea was pasties.
I just think it should be pasties. And panties.
Yeah, not keychains, pasties.
They'll get used more.
Probably though.
Man, I hope that my Halloween costume involves pasties this year. That's my hope. That's just a goal.
That your
Halloween costume would involve pasties.
Your last Halloween costume was less than pasties.
Well, was 2 years ago. Last year I was that pirate.
Oh, yeah. 2 years ago, right? All you had on your was
2 years ago it was body paint and some cleverly placed silicone.
Yeah, it was a Spider Queen thing with webbing. But there wasn't a lot of webbing.
No.
It was very...
No, and also the silicone never quite dried either. The glue, the adhesive. So, and even the silicone, I think, was always a little gooey. So it was great because I would hug people because I was the host. So I'd hug them, and they'd be like, "Oh, how much of this is you?" And I'd be like, "A lot of it." And they're like, "Oh."
Right.
So, and they'd be like, and then they're like stuck to me. It was interesting. It was an interesting experience for them and for me. And then pieces started falling off and it was flopping.
Which by that point,
There's one right here in particular. It was like
you don't care by that point, right? You
well,
don't care.
I couldn't drink for a long time because what were you wearing? Oh no, you were a Ghostbuster.
That year I was a Ghostbuster.
So I must have been drinking early on. That was fun.
You know, you got to lead by example.
That's right. I hope people wear less and less clothes. But
So
I don't know. Does anybody come to our party here on the thing other than Casey? And
I know here, no, we don't have any locals here. I don't think
Oh.
we have strippers. We have.
Because Allie does pretty well. I
yeah.
generally.
Well, Allie's always
pretty-
got her-
I'm stoked.
She's always got
She
her
looks great. She makes her
assets.
costumes.
It's always good.
Sexy as hell.
Always good.
Yeah.
It's always a crime. If you've got assets, push them out. Get them out there. Come on.
If you got
It-
assets.
yeah, assets should be
Find
forward.
your assets.
Put those assets out. LB was Gozer. No, although we talked about it.
Oh, I want.
We
I
did-
want yeah, but I don't
bec-
really. I
because-
don't quite have the right head shape for that.
Yeah, you know, that's a real,
Fake
that's a,
shape.
yeah, it's a fierce, mannish,
Although I did assume
European.
that I would at some point shave my head. However, you can see here, it might not be a great idea.
Well, you don't look like Gozer. You don't look like
Right,
Vulgus
well, that's why.
Sildrohar.
If I looked like Gozer, then that might be fun.
You know, she
But I
Gozer.
probably
Yeah,
shouldn't
that's the
shave
thing
my
is
head.
no, but we did talk about you
better to
maybe
have a
doing
long
Zool. You know,
What?
Zool doing
Zool.
as but Dana.
Yeah, right.
You know.
Dana with the big hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not like 6 foot tall.
Now I'll do the Keymaster and you do the Gatekeeper.
That's good. Yes, no. Ballerina from Suspiria is one of mine. It's going to happen. It hasn't happened yet. I just watched the movie last year. But yes. But not Ballerina. It'll be from the show. The final not the final scene, but from the final show with the red costume.
What is this?
It's good.
Okay.
I just really like it. And I'll be like dancing the whole night. I'll be all like, whoa.
Yeah. Okay.
Lots of that.
Okay. But what does the outfit look like?
What?
What does the outfit look like?
It looks like a thinner red version of the, what's her name? Lilu Dallas Multipass.
Don't cross your streams. Do cross your streams. What are you all going to be for Halloween this
What's her
year?
name?
Hey, you know what? Halloween is going to be a thing.
Lilu Dallas
Mike is
Multipass.
Lewis. Yeah. I could.
What's her name? Lilu Dallas Multipass.
Who?
Lilu Dallas Multipass.
What is that? What are you talking about?
It's the movie.
Fifth Element?
Yes.
That was a total fucking guess.
Fifth Element. So, what's her name in Fifth Element?
But she's got no tits.
With the white, no, God. It's not all about boobs. But, you know, her outfit with the white Band-Aids,
Yeah.
only thinner and red strips. It's basically a Suspiria costume.
Oh.
It's not, it's better.
You know, what are you going to be for Halloween? I have choices.
Yeah.
Obi-Wan Kenobi,
No, there's a guy from
Orson
Ronin.
Welles.
The guy from Ronin.
Yeah.
I really like
This
that.
guy from Ronin.
The guy, no,
Santa
let me go
Claus.
explain it. The guy from Ronin, who the little model master guy,
Have you seen Ronin? It's a pretty good movie, right?
the guy who's painting the little samurai
Yeah.
figurines in Ronin.
Have you seen Ronin? Ronan's a pretty good movie. It's a pretty good little movie.
Hold on.
Robert De
I'm gonna
Niro.
find a picture.
And eventually the guy, they go and Robert De Niro gets shot and they go to this French guy's house as a safe house so he can get himself stitched up. And that guy, he's French, and he has a beard and a little longer hair. And I don't know who he is, but that's a good movie, so I could be him. No, who could you be for a, that movie did a lot for Audi, yeah.
Here, I don't know.
Oh, wow, you found a shot of it.
That's him.
That guy. Yeah, that's almost not blurry.
Wait.
There it is.
There you go.
That's my Halloween
him.
costume.
That's Mike's Halloween costume. He's just going to be sitting in the corner.
Yeah, the
Painting.
Blues Brothers. The Blues
Painting
Brothers,
samurai.
again, it's like, you got a beard. What are you going to do with Blues Brothers? You got a beard. Beldar. See, that's another Aykroyd, but there's no beards there. A Santa Claus, that's on the option list. What's your Halloween costume going to be this year? De Niro taking out his own bullet. Well, somebody else took him out, but he helped him do it.
Yeah, that was great. It was very you. It was very you, that whole scene. It was so weird because you do this all the time. Like, specifically when that exact scene happens when you have a kidney stone.
Oh.
I'm not putting this on. That scene happens. There's no bullet to remove. You can't remove the kidney stone. But there's always shit you've got to go through. And then at some point, you're like, you're still in excruciating pain. But then you're like, okay, but I'm just gonna go pass out now.
Right.
And somehow, through
Right. excruciating,
debilitating pain, you're able to knock yourself out. Like, it's like a mental thing
Yeah. Oh, that's
you
not.
can do where you're like,
That's
okay, well,
not that
now
hard.
I'm gonna pass out from the pain.
Yeah, that's not
I was
a thing.
holding myself together for
Yeah.
this, but now I'm gonna pass out.
Yeah.
And that's what he says. De Niro's like, you think you can stitch after he talks the guy through removing a bullet, and he fails twice. Then he says, you think you can stitch me up on your own? He says, yeah, and he says, okay, good, because I'm gonna pass out now.
Yeah, that's a real thing. If you've ever had a kidney stone, that's a real thing. There's a point at which the pain, you just go, okay, I'm tapping out. I have to now shut off because I'm done. That's it. You win. Yeah, that's a real thing. Go subvert your expectations. Go as Rian Johnson from the Star Wars stuff. Yeah, that would subvert some expectations. That's the guy who made the movie, the bad Star Wars movie, but then he also made that movie with the Knives Out.
Which was also, whatever.
Terrible.
It was terrible. It was terrible. You knew everything from the very beginning, and then it wasn't fun to find out anything else.
Mr. T is my emergency
Clue was
go-to
fun.
person.
That movie was not fun.
Oh.
Knives Out was so lame, and the characters were supposed to be wild and interesting, much like anything that what's his name? Owen Anderson. What's his name? Anderson. Fucking Wes Anderson. All those characters are interesting characters. You just want to stare at them. Knives Out was a poser. It was like if Wes Anderson tried to make Clue and failed.
There's your pull quote. Mr. T is my emergency go-to costume. I don't know how that's just like a when in doubt, Mr. T.
Who can do that? Man, that's impressive.
How do you
do that?
How do you just
You just be like, you know what? If anything else,
Yeah.
I pity the fool
Yeah, if
who would have a
nothing
better
else.
costume than me. Goodbye. Thank you for coming.
Man. Halloween costumes, like I said, you'd think, I remember this is a thing. We do these big Halloween parties, but we kind of do them because we don't really understand why in Los Angeles, why there wouldn't be like all of the Halloween parties.
You know what? The reason why there are no Halloween parties in Los Angeles is the same reason why when I was teaching at the Los Angeles Film School and there was anything fun happening, like, I don't know, Pride fucking weekend and any kind of like crazy debaucherous parties happened, no one attended from the Los Angeles Film School because they are not in fact artists. They are just people. Gets a whole lot of people here in pursuit of fame.
Right, gotcha.
And no skills, or like shoehorning a 9-to-5 job into their pursuit of fame without any interest in living life to have anything to say. So that's why there are no Halloween parties.
Because you just think they'd go crazy. Oh, yeah, we're all actors. We all dress up, then we're all going to dress up. No.
God, yeah, you'd think.
It took us a few
You'd
years,
think.
actually, to get the guest list for our party of everybody who was down and would really go in, all
Yeah.
in.
Yeah, but it's gone up every year, right?
It's gone up every year. And it's
more people.
Yeah, more and more people. Because, and you know, we haven't had an outrageous costume contest, but I feel like that should almost. Oh, actually, no. The last invite said. What did the last invite say? It was like the more offensive, the better. Remember, it said something like that. Mm-hmm. I don't think anybody took us up on it.
No.
But yeah, I wonder how many people will dress up as a coronavirus.
I know, right?
I got nothing on that. That's so depressing.
I know. I just hope people will come. I hope that I mean, I don't know. We may not even be here. Maybe we're in Florida, we're busy, we're not doing a thing. But if we do it, I mean, we're going to do it. And if we get any kind of feeling like people are not coming or it's only going to be a few people, we're still doing that shit. And we will live stream that shit. And everybody can just be sad. We're not here drinking disinfectant.
When you come in, we have syringes. That's the first thing when you come in. You get greeted by a syringe.
That's not true, actually.
Why? We're
It has
supposed
never
to.
happened even 1 year.
What?
You liked that idea. It was an idea we had year one. It has never happened. So don't lie.
I thought that's happened every year.
It's never even once happened.
Well, we have all the syringes. What happened to them?
I
We
did
made all
buy
the Jello shots.
syringes. We did. Well, the problem was the Jello shots through a syringe don't actually taste. The texture is a little suspect.
You know, I'm always in costumes such that I can't actually tell what's going on. I have been trusting you
What?
to inject
To inject
all of the guests. We had this is I'm
No, it's real.
just
It's
now
real
learning
that
that they're
we've not
supposed to
had
get fucking
injections.
ruined with injections from the second they walk in the door.
Shots, and we have had shots that we've met them with at the door. We just have not actually. You know what though? Because the first year I ordered all these syringes. And I felt terrible about it. I think I might still have them. I ordered syringes thinking they were all going to be like reasonably sized syringes you could just hand out to people. But they were massive syringes. I'm not kidding. They were this long. And then I held on to them because I felt so badly. Like, we're not going to use them for the party, but like people need them. Except you can't.
We have
I can't
not been
donate them.
inoculating people with
No, I mean,
alcohol
last year
the
we
second
talked
they
about
walk
we
in the
were
door.
going to do maybe like a vaccine situation. You could get vaccinated if people wanted
Okay,
to.
all right, I'm
subject
putting
their
my foot
bodies.
down. I did not know. I've been dressing up in these costumes. I can't see what's
We
going
might
on.
have to offer a vaccine this year. We can't call it a COVID-19, but vaccine though. I think it needs to be more inside than that. We have to like pick one of the 100 vaccines that are currently being,
Yeah, to injeculate people.
injeculate.
I love that
them.
idea.
I want to injeculate.
That
I
should.
want to injeculate all over their faces.
Let me
as
tell you
they
something.
walk in,
That
just-
should be. That was my. I'm so angry now. I didn't know that. They should come right in the door. I'm sorry. What do you want to hear? Here, you got open your mouth. You got to take this. One shot. Get them on board right away. That's why it takes 3 hours to get the party happening. That's why.
It's true.
You got to do everything yourself. You want to do it right.
No, it's true.
I'm always wearing these really
No, they can
elaborate
make it that
costumes. I
way.
can't see anything. I'm always walking around. I need like
His
handlers
costume
and
was
shit.
Amazing last year.
I always need all this
he
shit.
Spent half of the first half of the party, half of it he spent completely still because he was like a statue. People thought because we're so
10-foot
elaborate and he was
10-foot.
extra tall. Yeah, he had this giant costume. So people thought he was part of the decor, and then he would start moving, and he was basically death. So it was pretty great.
You know what was the best part about it is that
Which is
when
a good reason. Yeah,
is
you
that
could
you-
maybe do that again.
when people would see that, they would know it and they'd still get freaked out. But my idea was,
People were really disturbed
but
by it.
vaccination.
They really
But
were.
my idea was that you got to get on. This is get on board with the party. We're getting right in. My girl, vaccine will injeculate you. See, we got. This is our crowd. This is how you know you got your people. Those are great suggestions. There's no royalties or anything. Those are great. I love that. We had nurse. Didn't we have a nurse? We were supposed to have a nurse. Did we not have the nurse?
No, we haven't had a nurse. What we've had is like a little nurse skeleton. It's so lame in comparison.
You can feel me, right?
The party
You have a
been
nurse.
fantastic.
You come in, she's got her
Party's been
boobs out.
fantastic.
She's got things you're not going to say no just because of
We
the
were
thing of
supposed to
pressure.
have a check
And you
the
come
first
in and
time.
she's got a syringe. She's like, here, a little Jello shot or Jello or something. She lies. And then what you get is you get a hit and it's fucking ridiculous and you're immediately on board with the party. It's so obvious that's how you do
We haven't
that.
hired that person yet. We were supposed to have a super hot contortionist person for the Christmas party, but then we bailed on that.
Well, you know what? We're going to stream the next party, and then you
Figure
can.
it out.
And if you
Yeah.
can't be here, then you can.
It'll be fun. And we'll figure out part of the streaming will be the photo booth that I wanted to do for 3 years running.
Yeah, think of it like a giant tailgate, like the whole world, one massive tailgate. It's like that. It's like a huge. We have chapters, and everybody dials in, and we make a thing out of it. I'm always thinking. Door prize, portion, cure, bottles. Yeah, right.
I like it.
Yeah, I like it. See, everybody's always
These are all
thinking.
good plans.
These
These
are
are all
see,
good
you
plans.
know your audience.
August is when we have to announce, right? End of August?
Filled with that frat boy juice. I'm telling you, if I could find out what is in it.
Find out what the frat boy juice is. Have we Googled that?
No, because
wonder.
you'll get a million things. You're not gonna get the real recipe. The real recipe, I mean, literally, was like squirt, bonk. I don't think they'd even allow that on Google, whatever that was. And by the way, filled with that frat boy juice is not the way you want to say that. Or maybe it was.
Might have been.
My fraternity eventually lost its chapter at USC. It was after I was gone. And it lost its chapter because of group sex on the roof. It's the only way that's what happened. Which is a good way to go.
Respectable.
That's what I'm
It's a
saying.
respectable
If you're going to
way
go
for a
down,
frat
the cops came up and they said, who's her? Well, she's across the street. And who is he? That's my boyfriend. Well, who is he? That's also my boyfriend. Apparently that's all it was, and that was the end. That's enough of that. So I don't really know the whole story, but I like that version of it. It's better than the group rape story, which I don't think is true, especially knowing our across the street neighbors. On that note, what's the one where every chick has to be believed? What's that called?
Me too.
No. But there's another thing, isn't it, where all stories have to be believed? Is that it?
All women are to be believed. Believe all women.
Is that the one?
I think so. Except for the one that has claims against Biden. Don't
Is there-
believe her.
Is there a chick who has claims against Biden?
Oh yeah. Yeah, but yeah.
For what?
He was all like, "Come on, babe, you know what you want it," or something like that, and then stuck his fingers in her vagina, like and she was like the aide. And having heard him on,
First of all, yes, that
as,
totally
like,
happened.
right, as him being
First-
like, "Come on,
First,
man."
that happened 10 minutes ago. Probably not downstairs, but yeah. So that happened.
Yeah, and
What,
and
he just-
he's-
he didn't
he's just
inhale?
like- he's just like didn't happen, and she's like, and she's all
Happened.
like, okay, she's like, Mr. Biden, we know that happened, so if you could just say that happened, that'd be great. That's basically all that she said. As far as I've read, I don't read a lot about it, but she's just like, that's real. I wish you would stop running, but you're not gonna. But can you just say that happened? Because it did happen.
But
and it does happen. It's almost not interesting that it happened.
I was going to say, I don't know
That
much about Joe
happens.
Biden, but I would think he'd be kind of like, all right.
It's unfortunate, and there
All
are a lot of
right.
dynamics at play
My
in that
bad.
hallway. But
Yeah.
I mean, anyway, yeah, no, all women are to believe, basically, except for her.
Uh-huh. But, vote for another ancient glassy-eyed.
Oh my God. The pandemic is the best thing that could have ever happened to him because he had like 6 weeks where he didn't have to be seen. He could just be heard of, just reminded that he is the Democratic nominee. Because I saw him talking this
to black
week,
people.
and I was like, no, before that. I saw him a couple days ago, and I was like, oh my God, that man's barely alive.
Yeah. No, they're all
Holy
ancient.
shit.
Like I said, that's the biggest thing that I think we could all unify on. Be like, how about somebody under 60 years of age who has any fucking idea how to...
Wasn't that a thing, though? Was Trump the oldest man to run? Was he the oldest person to run for election?
I don't know anything. I don't know.
I don't remember, but I remember that being a thing 4 years ago. That it was like, holy shit, we got the geriatric crowd now. Like it was next level. I don't know if it was him or if it was just of several of the Republicans that were up,
I told
to
you.
be the candidate.
I told you.
It's just we gotta somebody young's got to start.
I'm not
We
running.
need multiple,
Yeah.
hundreds of young people to start actually angling for that spot so that we'll ever have a chance.
I'm not running until it's...
Hundreds, please.
I'm not running until it's emperor.
Well,
Emperor of the Earth.
Baby, you need to start running now because the only way you'd get there, but you need a little lead time, and if at this rate it'd be 80, and then you'd be too old. So you're gonna start now.
Emperor of the Earth.
I'm gonna be Earth President with a W.
Peoples of the Earth, please attend carefully. The message that follows is vital to the future of you all. That's how all speeches should begin.
You should start a different channel, and you don't have to you could use a different name, and nobody would ever be able to prove it's you. And you have a very high caller.
And I could just say all the time,
You'd be on a podium, and you'd be
Fools!
on the green screen, and then you just say whatever you
Fools!
think. Yeah, just address the Earth as if you are an alien who has taken over the planet. Just assume it. Assume.
Just start doing it.
The assumption is
you are Emperor
people
of the Earth. You shall now, and just say it with enough conviction. But I have to have the collar. I need a big collar.
John will make the collar for you.
No collar. Emperor of the Earth. I have declared my... why not? You could just declare yourself Emperor of the Earth.
So good.
And let all alien races know, if you need to talk to the Earth,
This is how
I'm the Emperor.
Right. On YouTube. But start broadcasting immediately because it takes a while for the waves. We know that from many movies, starting with Contact, that it takes a long time for those waves to get all the way across the Earth. So, Emperor of the Earth. Peoples of the Earth. I like it.
Me, Darth Verta. Yeah, few people thought of that one. Emperor of the Earth. I am running for the Emperor of the Earth. Complete control over every aspect of your lives.
I do think you should have an Emperor of the Earth channel. Hopefully it can end up on BitChute.
Everything's on BitChute as far as I can tell. Tell me, future boy, who is president of the Earth in 2028? Mike Verta. The musician?
That's funny.
It's all it takes. Look, it's all it takes. You have to have just some conviction. Say it loud enough. Emperor of the Earth could occasionally give some pointers on voice leading. I see, because you got to think big. What do you want to be, president? Few years? Emperor
Think galactically.
of the planet.
The galaxy.
I mean, if you're going to lose an election, lose the election for Emperor of the planet Earth. I was going to be Emperor of the planet, but I lost. Another guy won.
It was the two of us. It was down to the two of us.
See, I don't understand why you wouldn't aim for that. Well, I'm going to have to settle for overlord of the Western Continental Territories.
Well, that's the thing with Emperor of the Earth is you can just decide what the second, what's the first loser title.
Yeah.
And then
First
and then
loser
you're like,
gets 3.5 of the
I
continents.
ran for Emperor of the Earth, but now I'm just superintendent of the hemisphere.
I'd be benevolent. I wouldn't be like stupid. I'd be all right.
Is that what you'd be like?
Yeah, I'd be encouraging.
Yeah.
What you got?
Attaboy.
What you got?
Attaboy.
What you got for me? I got an alternative source of fuel. We're not going to kill that and bury it.
No, that's good.
Yeah, that's how it'd be.
Let's do that.
That's my whole platform. Hey, you got an idea? I'm not just going to buy it and bury it.
Mine that fuel.
Yeah, that's true. I need a theme. Oh, I could write one. I could write a big fanfare, a big, like, giant, big, like, really big, like huge, big fanfare. And then I could play that, and it would come out, and I would have a collar. You know what's weird is that I wouldn't get 0 votes.
No. But you'd have your own election, right? You would just set that up.
Oh yeah, no, it would be like
through OnlyFans.
I would love to have official governments being like, look, we're not going to recognize the election.
Why? There's no reason why that doesn't.
1 billion of you have voted for it, but it's not a real election. No, we're not going to. I would just love to have anybody have to say, we understand that the emperor got 1 billion votes,
No
but
reason
we're just
why
not
you
going to.
can't use your OnlyFans for this platform. There's no reason your OnlyFans can't actually be
even
the
petting zoo?
beginning of your campaign.
I would dress the
Emperor.
part. I would absolutely dress the part. As Emperor of the Universe, I would have Emperor outfits, and I would pace, and I'd have a scepter. I wouldn't disappoint anybody. It would be, I already have a beard. I'm already halfway there. I'd lose the glasses, even if I couldn't see, or they'd be evil glasses.
What do evil glasses look like?
They'd go down like this. Evil glasses
You
go
know
like
what
this.
though? They should be. You should have glasses, but you'll just have a sheet of glass in front of you with an area that corrects your vision. So, with careful lighting, as long as you hold your face in the same place, you can see, but you won't need glasses.
Right. No, you just make them evil. Some sort of thing.
With angry
mask.
eyebrows.
Oh, yeah.
Just that the eyebrow.
Cheekbones and a skull face. Something. I would not disappoint as Emperor of the Earth. You'd be like, okay, this looks like a movie.
I would enjoy that.
I'd get all the John could sculpt all kinds of stuff. We have a space force now, don't we?
We do have a space force, so we're gonna need an Emperor of the Earth.
A prosperous time for all. I would just announce periods of prosperity.
Yeah, like in from Doctor Who.
Like in Doctor Who. I would just say, now is the time for prosperity.
Now is the time for prosperity. And you'd have people, all the planes dropping
That's my Halloween
chemtrails.
costume. Emperor of the Earth.
Instead of chemtrails, they can just drop good and plenty candies on everybody.
Occasional dollars.
Pennies. We have plenty of
Pennies.
pennies. That's good
It
to
sounds
drop
more
from
like
real
Mike
high up.
becomes the new Dark Helmet. Yeah,
Yes, I was going to say, how can we make you shorter?
No, in fact,
You walk on your knees?
I would have lifts. 100%. Lifts with little horns on the toes. And a cape? How would you not do this? This is the best idea. And then you just say it. You just get on a microphone, you make a logo, and you just declare you're Emperor of the Earth, and you decree.
Don't we have to move our house into an abandoned subway station first?
You know what? Right underneath, right? And you be Miss Tessmacher, just push your
Lex Luthor.
And, yeah. And this, I don't understand how this isn't the best idea. And you know what? I would not address any humans. All my addresses would be to the galaxy.
Right.
Why not?
Informing them of what we have done.
Yes.
The people on Earth have
Yes.
already.
Why not? You're just going to send them Elvis recordings for the next 50 years? No, put the Emperor of the Earth and then let them sort it out.
Right.
I would love to have there
That's
be a
true.
consortium
If
of
you're the
diplomats
ambassador, all
in
you have
Vega.
To do is be concerned with
being
what
like,
you're
look, we're not
projecting."
sure, we're pretty sure, but there's this one guy, he says he's the Emperor.
I mean, we have to take him at his word. At this point, nobody else is saying they're the Emperor.
Yeah, Prince had 5-inch platforms. What Tom Cruise probably does. Why can't the Emperor of the Earth have 5-inch platforms with horns on them? And I will not address the people. I'll address the peoples of the universe.
As our representative.
As your representative. So if you have any requests that you want me to pass on to the people of the galaxy, you know, send them to. This is a great idea.
Send them to mverta3@hotmail.com.
You know, I'm always thinking, this is fantastic. I think this is how you do it. Come on, you'd vote for me. Come on, you'd vote. What's the worst could happen? That would be the very best thing is to attract the attention of alien races. We have come for the Emperor.
And then all of the leaders.
I mean,
all the countries.
it's better than that. It's better than if they actually came and started talking. Do you want any of the people in government representing you? Think about that. Aliens came down. Would you actually want the people?
Or
You'd be
would
like,
you rather
yeah.
them look to the emperor of the earth?
Can you imagine
just
all
saying.
these ancient people in government being like, yeah, we're the human beings. You'd be like, no, oh, no. Yeah, I think that would be good if aliens came down. We've seen your YouTube channel.
mverta3@hotmail.com.
I was going to do a channel for Zur. You know, Zur has a Zur the Zurian.
Zur can be like your lieutenant. Your second,
Alien
you know,
alien
your
relations.
second. Does that mean you have to have alien relations with Zur?
That's such a dark thought. Did I actually taste absinthe? Look, I drank a whole
You drank an entire
glass of that shit. It was just.
This was it.
It was licorice.
It's down. This was brand new, and it's down to about here. I dumped a whole glass, and he consumed the entire thing. He tried the same amount of Hennessy, in fact more, couldn't make it through. Not that black. So.
You know, somebody said we came down for Rogan, but he sold out. Did Rogan? I don't know what his deal is. I mean, I don't know what his goal is. You know.
What?
He said that's kombucha, not absinthe. I don't know what somebody said that Rogan's got to deal with Spotify now. You know, I don't know, man. I think people are just waiting for the thing where they're like, okay, so you're not legit anymore. Now you've sold out. If that's the truth, then even if he didn't, just the fact that people would be like that. Oh, he's hooked up with the corporation now. This is why I don't monetize my channel, because you can't be like, this is it. There's no money being made. No money. All my videos, all they get is flagged. You can't make money on them because I always play, hey, let's play Bruce Hornsby in the Range for 5 minutes. And then I haven't posted that thing 5 seconds, and the godlike algorithm that's in charge of all media flags it as having copyrighted material, and I couldn't make $1 on my videos if I wanted to. Which I don't, but I wonder if that's the thing. Is that the ultimate street cred? Is you make no money on your shit? Is that it?
Yeah.
If so, I guess I'm more legit. Because I fucking hate spam. Anyway, that algorithm, yeah, man. But yeah, you know, if you're close personal friends, Emperors, don't worry about the money, man. If you are close personal friends with Joe Rogan, I mean, close personal friends, you know, drinking buddies. You talk about futurist stuff together. You tell Joe, I'd like to talk to Joe. You tell Joe, I'll go in the ring with him, and he can lay me out for fun, and then we can solve all the universe's problems. I'd talk to Joe. And if you're not a close personal friend of Joe, don't send him emails. He's not going to put me on a show. In the meantime, meantime, it's Friday night. It's 6:30 in Los Angeles, which means we're just going to start our second wind. Wherever you are, Friday night. Pretend that it's not home arrest Friday night. Pretend it's not quarantine. You know what you should do? Have your neighbors come over for a party, even if you don't like them. Just have them come over because you're all fucking human beings in this together, and none of you are going to die of COVID in the first place, unless one of your neighbors 80 and has a respiratory disease, in which case
don't invite them over.
Don't invite her, and him, whoever. Everybody else, invite them over to your house just to have, hey, we're having a party, you want to come over? You know, and if your neighbors are like, wait, for real? Yeah. You might find your people. And if they're like, no, those are not your people.
Then you're like, I was just kidding.
Yeah, I was just kidding.
It's COVID-19 humor.
Yeah.
And then you leave.
You should do that. And if you're not living in a place that is so horribly oppressed, congratulations, and you know, then live it up for everybody.
Live the life for those of us who are legally not supposed to leave our front door without a face covering.
Yeah. This has been Uncle Bourbon. Thanks for your time. Say goodbye to Miss Love, and we will see you on the next one. You know, anything you want to particularly talk about, you let us know, and you know, like that, we'll talk about it. But like I said, tonight, the whole thing with the blacks, I had to say something. Oh God, that made me so mad.
How about the whole thing with Biden?
Because that's what it was. It was him.
Yeah,
it was
him.
him.
But the words out of your mouth were the whole thing with the blacks.
Well, I
want to
get the
mad.
I want to get
The
you know what?
all of them, because all of them make you mad.
You know what?
Biden.
That might.
Biden made you mad.
I don't necessarily know what trips the algorithm. So try. You said Biden, and I said blacks.
Black Biden.
Also, G5. Right? Isn't
G5?
5G.
Right,
No, 5G.
Abortion.
5G.
Vaccines.
Vaccines. COVID.
Conspiracy.
Conspiracy. Trump.
Deleted. Mikovich.
Mikovits, right? Is that her name?
Mikovits?
Is it Mikovits?
Mikovich. We just make it all.
What are the
happening.
other trigger words?
Trigger words?
Freedom, Constitution,
Truth.
President.
Trump. Fauci.
Yeah. COVID, Trump. Yeah, just whatever. Fauci.
Yeah.
Lies, big government.
Cover up.
Media.
You said that.
Google.
China virus.
China, disinfectant, cure. Oh, what's the drug?
Hydroxychloroquine.
Hydroxychloroquine.
Is that right? Hydrochloroquine or hydroxychloroquine?
Hydrochloroquine.
Fuck. Hydrochloroquine? Bleach. Drink bleach. Don't drink bleach.
Drinking bleach? Is that a thing?
And Trump was like, it's so great.
Kung flu.
It's another one of those.
What are the other trigger words? We want to get this stuff flagged. What are the flag words? Any others? We got a pretty good source there.
I mean, do we want to leave COVID and just go into trigger words?
Trigger words. Yeah, World Health, WHO, World Health Organization, Pelosi. Who else do they hate? Who's the Fox News, Cover Up.
Who's the woman?
Deep State.
The young woman, Acacia.
Oh, there's this one chick. She's such a fucking idiot. Who's that one? Like every time she talks, I think somebody's going to stifle her. Somebody's going to shut her up. They're like, stop talking. TikTok. Inside Job, Truthers, Flat Earth, 9/11.
Acacia Cortez?
Is that her name?
That one?
There's just some, I don't know. There's some woman, everything she said, it's like it's criminally ignorant. Is that her?
The one who was a waitress?
I don't know. Yeah, Democrats, George Lucas. What are the other trigger words? Monopoly, antitrust, Bill Gates,
Facebook,
profiting.
What's the Facebook guy's name?
Right, sure. So
Zuckerberg.
You got Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Badger, Amazon, China. I think we got them all.
Walmart.
Emperor. On that note, you guys have a good Friday night. We will see you again
Soon.
stay safe.